Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, February 3rd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Ooh, a little skip in the action there. It's great to be here on a lovely, lovely Monday in New York City. A little snow last night, a little heat throughout the weekend. The first ever Uncrowned Saturday has come and gone, and what a freaking Saturday it was. Should have called it Uncrowned Weekend because so much happened Saturday and Sunday. Golly, do we have a lot to talk about. I got here super early, probably the earliest that I've ever gotten here on a Monday because I was just revved and ready to go. I felt like a caged animal, just ready to go because there's so much to discuss, there's so much to get to, and what a show we have lined up for everyone on this beautiful Monday because, you know, Uncrowned Saturday, the spirit of Uncrowned Saturday was that there was a little something for everyone. From the world of combat sports, you had the UFC in Saudi Arabia, you had Royal Rumble in Indianapolis, you had a tremendous boxing main event in Las Vegas, something for everyone. The team smashed it on .com, on social, all over the place. Had the post show here for the Saudi Arabia card on the YouTube channel, the pod, everything. And today's program, I think, continues that spirit. It is what we are all about here at Uncrowned. We've got back into the show one of the most talked about men in pro wrestling today, a man who made his official WWE debut on Saturday at the Rumble. He was the 15th entrant. Is it entrant? Yes, it's entrant at the Royal Rumble. He's the current reigning and defending TNA World Heavyweight Champion. He's the man who appears when you say his name. He's the great Joe Hendry. Yes, I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. He's the pride of Scotland. He's a part of this deal where TNA people can show up on WWE programming, and he showed up on the Rumble. At the Rumble with the belt, and the place went crazy. We had our very own Alan Murphy in attendance at Lucas Oil Stadium on Saturday in Indy, and he confirmed the place popped for his music. And so he'll be joining us in studio. I reached out to him yesterday and said, hey, you want to come on the program via Zoom or something like that? We could talk about your WWE debut, your crazy year. You've become this cult-like favorite in the world of pro wrestling. And he's like, you know what? Let me come in studio. There's a lot to talk about. And I said, are you going to be in New York? And he's like, no, but I will be. And I said, hell yeah. I love that energy. Very Matt Cardona-esque. Perhaps there's something about these wrestlers. They get it. In studio better. Can't wait to have him in studio at 4 o'clock. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Karolina Kowalkiewicz, the pride of Poland. Been in the UFC now for almost 10 years. 2015, December of 2015, will mark 10 years. So she started in December of 2015, 2025 will be 10 years for her. She's looking to have 2 more fights. Obviously, the strawweight division very much in focus this weekend with Zhang Weili and Tatiana Suarez fighting in the co-main event of UFC 312. But again, when you have someone in studio, you can ask different questions. You can get a little deeper. I'm looking forward to having Karolina in studio for the very first time. That'll be at around 3 at 2:40. David Benavidez, who had a scintillating win over David Morrell on Saturday in Las Vegas. The fight was as good, if not better, than we all expected. And in my opinion, he's the number one contender at light heavyweight. He should be next for the winner of Dmitry Bivol versus Artur Beterbiev, which is going down in 19 days' time in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He has put himself in that position. Couldn't get the Canelo fight, but it seems like he's put himself in that position. And so we'll talk to David Benavidez at around 2:40. At 2:20, Terrance McKinney, who had another very quick first-round win on Saturday. He'll join us. He fought on the Saudi Arabia card. Of course, he's growing up in front of our eyes. And at 2 o'clock, the man himself, Michael Venom Page, who won on the co-main event slot of Saturday's card against Shara Bullet, somewhat vintage MVP, just impossible to hit, showed that there are levels to the striking game. He'll join us at 2 o'clock to talk about all of that and more. Look at that lineup. Something for everyone. You can't get this anywhere else in the world of combat sports. And I wish we had 5 hours on today's program because there's just so much going on in the world of sports. Like I said, Uncrowned Saturday, the first one ever, and we'll do more of this, and we'll make them bigger and bigger, and hopefully into the biggest damn thing. Crushed it as far as I'm concerned on yahoosports.com based on the stats that I got. There is a demand, there is an appetite for great combat sports coverage, and I hope that is what we are proving to all of you, including the powers that be who decided to join forces with us. Started the day with the Saudi Arabia card, and we'll get into it more. Obviously, the main event, much to talk about there. Nasruddin Imavov defeating Israel Adesanya in the main event, becoming very much a top contender at 185 pounds. Then later on in the day, we went to the Royal Rumble. Charlotte Flair returning. She won the Women's Rumble. And then, of course, we went over to the men's side of things. And Jey Uso with the shocker. More on that later in the program as well. We'll talk about the Royal Rumble. What was that? Yes. Sorry, I didn't know if you were on air or not. I will get to the ad read in a moment. Then after that, we had David Benavidez beating David Morrell. In the midst of all of that, we had an amazing Knicks-Lakers game, which ultimately was lost by the Knicks, and OG Anunoby got injured in the midst of it all. But there was just so much going on, and then I'm locked in on the boxing, and I'm loving the main event. And just as I'm about to go to bed, I get a WhatsApp message from Shaheen Al-Shadi, editor-in-chief of Uncrowned.com, doing an incredible job. And he's like, I think Shams' phone got hacked. And it's now like 12:30. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I look on his Twitter feed, and it's multiple tweets announcing to the world that Luka Doncic has been traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. I still can't believe what has transpired there. And then I couldn't go to bed for another 2 hours. I'm still feeling the effects. It was like a pay-per-view Saturday for me because I was just online. It's funny. On Thursday, after the Bryce Mitchell stuff, I was like, you know what? Fuck this Twitter. Fuck this X. This place is a cesspool. It's the worst. And then on Saturday, you're reminded how much fun that particular platform can be when everything is firing on all cylinders and there's funny shit being posted. And you're seeing like superstars from Giannis to Joel Embiid, to Jalen Brunson, to Josh Hart, to Pat Mahomes. Everyone's just reacting in real time to this insane, seismic, one of the biggest trades in the history of North American sports. It's incredible. It's incredible. And so I was super tired when I woke up on Sunday early to do my fatherly duties. And then we end Sunday with another boxing event, Clarissa Shields becoming the first 3-time undisputed champion in her hometown of Flint, Michigan. Look at her beating up Danielle Perkins. I actually thought that this could have been the end of the fight here. I mean, Perkins had no business being in the ring. We need to see her against someone like Savannah Marshall. I have no interest in seeing the Amanda Serrano fight, which I think she's angling for, or even a Layla Ali. Look at this moment right here between Shields and Perkins. They said this was a trip. This was not a trip. This was a person who was out. And the referee's helping her up. That should have been the fight right there. Or at least ruled a knockdown, which that was not. And then at the very end of the fight, with 13 seconds left, this happens, and it was all she wrote. Clarissa Shields, the self-proclaimed GWOAT, doing her thing once again, becoming undisputed heavyweight champion. By the way, what about earlier in the night? A crazy, crazy fight between two heavyweights. Look at this sequence here with the cameraman. Did you guys see this? I think this was in the third round. But look at this. Moore and Lacey. The cameraman got knocked over in the corner there. Look at this. Look at this. And then he has to come up onto the... And everyone's like, yo, are you all right? And he's like, yeah, I'm all right. Thanks for checking in. It gets weirder. At the very end of the fight, it's shades of Royal Rumble. Look at this. This spear was better than Braun Breakers against I Show Speed. Look at this. What the hell? Speared out the ring through the middle ropes, by the way. So technically not a Royal Rumble elimination. That's Skylar Lacey spearing Brandon Moore, and the ref is counting, and he goes up to like 14 or 15 and eventually says, yeah, you're done. Brandon Moore wins. Bizarre. What a weekend. Let's go back to Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about what happened. Israel Adesanya looked great in the first round. He said all the right things heading into that fight. He said all the right things to the media, on his blogs, on his YouTube channel. And in the first round, it looked, you forget, the Strickland fight, he did not look good. He did not look like himself. The DDP fight, he did look good. He had moments there. Eventually, he lost in the fourth round via submission. In this fight, first round, looked very good. Looked very solid, looked very competent and confident, and seemed like there was a path to a very, impressive victory for him. And then everything changed in the second round. And in the moment, gave Imavov his props, wins via TKO, but I said it was not without controversy. Oh, this pissed people off. Oh, this pissed people off. Controversy could be defined as many different things. And the controversy, as I clarified 10 seconds later, was that Izzy should have taken some time. He should have taken some time after he was accidentally poked in the eye. There's a sequence there in the second round. Here it is. Get rid of the lower third for a second, please. 4:43. This is the very beginning of the second round. Okay, well, here you see, do we have a picture before this or no? Goddard steps in. This is right after the poke. You see you see his stance. Okay, keep going. All right. He's fighting southpaw. Right foot forward, switches stance, goes to orthodox, and this is when he gets blasted. All this happened within the span of 20, 30 seconds. This is not me taking anything away from Nassourdine Imavov. He did exactly what he had to do. We saw Alex Pereira get hit with a below-the-belt shot against Jamal Hill. He said, I'm good to Herb Dean, kept going, he won. In this case, and I'm not suggesting that Izzy tried to do the same thing, but in retrospect, the controversy, if you will, is that he should have taken time, clearly. Him switching stances in that moment, 5 seconds later, would suggest that he was bothered. Nassourdine went in there and blasted him. And I didn't think the stoppage was early. I've talked about some stoppages in the past from Goddard that I thought were early. In this case, I did not think it was early. I thought he was done. And even after, credit to Izzy, literally like an hour or two later, he posts a video on his social media reacting to the fight, rewatching the fight. Here he is with his manager, Tim Simpson, and he says, yeah, fair play. One great moment here in this sequence as he's watching in his hotel room or wherever he's not in that car, but he's in some kind of room, and he's listening to the commentary, and Laura Sanko says, something like, that Nassourdine kills the legend, and he's like, I'm still here. I thought this was great. This is when he's watching it. Do we have? Could we play the audio from this? This is him watching.
He just rested from the thing. Yeah. Oh.
One great line right here.
Fair game.
See? Gives props.
Fair game. Fuck. Niggas doing the fucking stripper splits.
Here it comes.
One shot to kill a legend. That was unbelievable.
Adesanya's not happy though.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, that's good shit from Izzy. And credit to him. Watches it, isn't complaining, posts that. Not a lot of people would do that an hour later. He lost fair and square. The only controversy to me, and it's on Izzy's side, he should have just taken the time. He should have just taken a minute to regroup. Clearly it bothered him. Accidental, nothing more should have happened, and he got blasted right after. It was a definite game changer, a turning point in that fight. And he has to live with that. And now he has lost 3 fights in a row for the first time in his career. He's only 35, but you're starting to stare at a situation where you're on this losing streak. People are starting to say you're done, you're over the hill. I don't agree. I don't think that he is, does he fight for the belt again? I don't know. He's only 1 or 2 away always at this point. If he loses 5, 6 in a row, that will be a problem. You have to remember the guy has around 75 or so kickboxing / Muay Thai fights on his resume before he really started on this MMA journey. So despite the fact that he isn't the oldest fighter on the roster, or at least among the contenders, he's got a lot of tread on those tires. And so he has to determine if he wants to do this. He has to determine, we heard that stuff from Eugene Behrman that, the last camp wasn't great and that he only wanted to be involved if he was truly invested, and he seemed like he was invested. And maybe there is something to the fact that against the top dogs, he can't be that guy anymore. I don't know if Nassourdine Imavov is a top dog per se. We're seeing two top dogs fight on Saturday. Obviously, Khamzat is waiting in the wings. I'd love to see Imavov fight Akayo Bohalio next. I think that fight would make a lot of sense. Chimaev versus Imavov doesn't make sense to me. Chimaev should be next for the belt. He should fight the winner. I mean, the title fight is literally in 5 days from now. He should be next. You got a ready-made superstar waiting in the wings. And that's the big thing as far as the UFC is concerned, in my opinion. The UFC, every time I go on these radio shows, every time I go on these podcasts, and especially when I talk to like mainstream, quote unquote, general sports shows, they always ask me about who's the next star, who's the next this guy, who's the next A-lister, who's the next pay-per-view draw, who's the next Conor McGregor, who's the next John Jones, Anderson Silva, GSP. And I usually am always saying like boom, 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 boom. We are approaching a territory now where it feels like there's a bit of a superstar shortage. Izzy not being, a top guy anymore, or at least as of right now, is a problem. He is beloved. You don't have Sean O'Malley as champion. Who knows if, when Conor McGregor ever fights again? Who knows how many John Jones has left? Like, there is a superstar shortage right now. And so Khamzat is a superstar. Khamzat needs to fight for the belt next. You can't put him in there against a Kaio or an Imavov and risk him losing. It's going to be very interesting as some of these guys start to move on, and Izzy was, beloved. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do with him. And also what he does. I still think there are fights out there for him. I still think there are interesting matchups out there for him. I think it's really up to him. Does he want to keep going? Because he's not getting, yes, that was a stoppage, but he's not, it doesn't look like he has lost a step. It doesn't look like he is not that guy, who can hang. It's just, in this case, he got beat by a guy who capitalized on a situation. In the last fight, he lost to the champion and was looking good. In the previous fight, he lost to the eventual champion, and he did not look good. Like, there is nothing you can say about that fight. He did not look like himself, and perhaps that's the beginning of the end. It's just crazy how quickly things change in this sport. All of a sudden, a guy who was undefeated for several fights in a row is now in the midst of a 3-fight losing streak. What did you guys think? Let's bring in the boys. Did you think he should have taken more time? I really felt like more should have been made of that decision. Who knows what would have happened? Maybe he gets knocked out if that never happens. But to me, when I saw him not take any time and then 5 seconds later get blasted, I was like, man, he's going to have to live with that one. That was a grave error. What do you think, Rick?
Didn't have much of a problem with that. Just felt like he got caught. And you spoke about, what do you do from here? I'll be honest, and maybe you'll remember this, I didn't love this matchup. And not because I don't think Israel Adesanya can compete with Nassourdine Imavov. In fact, myself, Pete and Connor were on the post show after the fact. I thought he looked as good as he's ever looked. Like, he looked extremely sharp. He was on the front foot. He seemed to be fading, toward the end of the round, just slowing down a little bit. But he looked sharp to me. He looked like he could compete. It looked like he had Imavov frustrated. But against a lesser opponent, I feel like that's one where you can get your mojo back and you can get a win, like a solid win in the books, and then build upon it and move on from there. So I didn't love this matchup, if I'm being honest, because I thought this was a possible outcome. And also, it doesn't tell me where Israel Adesanya really is, because I know he can compete with Imavov. Like, I saw it. I saw that first round. I know he can compete with him. He got caught in the second. I really is the next fight going to be against another ranked guy who's just as tough as this? I kind of want to see him take a step backward and see where he truly is at, because I know he can compete with these top guys, but I know that it's going to be a closer fight now. I know that it's going to be a chance where he does get caught. So I never loved this fight from the start. Even after, now I'm wondering, what the value was. Hopefully it can, launch Imavov at least. But I thought Izzy looked good, man. I really don't come away from that fight thinking Izzy made many mistakes. He got caught.
And PT, I just want to reiterate, because I can totally see people saying, like, you're not giving Imavov credit. No, he won fair and square. He did nothing wrong. But I think to ignore the sequence there and the poor decision making by Izzy is not right. Clearly something happened. He switched stances and then he got blasted in that moment. And I know he switches stances from time to time, but it was clear in retrospect that it was an issue. That takes nothing away from Imavov. He's a guy who I think should fight Kaio next and who is now in that sort of top 5, top 6 discussion. But if you look at the top 15 of the middleweight division, 6 is Bohalio, Vittori is 7, Cannonier is 8, 9 is Brendan Allen, 10 is Dolice, 11 is Costa. By the way, breaking news, Izzy has beaten a lot of these guys. You can't tell me that he's not a top 10 middleweight. The question for me is, does he even want to do this anymore? Is there anything left for him to get excited about, to be motivated about? That, to me, is the question he's going to have to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I understand people, like we got a lot of that on the post-fight show too. Why aren't you talking about Imavov? But to be frank about the whole thing, like, Israel Adesanya is one of the greatest fighters we've had at middleweight in the history of the UFC. Like, this is a shocking situation to find him in, 3-fight skid, as you said. You were asking questions about, and Izzy talked about it himself in terms of what his future might hold. I think the thing that will irritate both Eugene Berman and Izzy more than anything about these last 2 fights, let's take the Sean Strickland one out of the equation for a second, because I think he won that so handily. But in the Duplessis fight, and then against Imavov, the weirdest thing about that fight for me is, like, he clearly has the skill set there. Like, we saw that in the first round. We saw it in rounds against Dricus. But what seems to be missing now is his ability to take these performances across the finish line, which is an incredibly important part of this sport. We see a lot of people being criticized for their ability to win fights. Ian Gary in particular, where he came in as this knockout artist, and as he was winning and grinding out results, people seem to not put value on that. But that's an important part of this game. Getting the W, knowing how to secure a win. That's the most perplexing thing about Izzy's performances the last 2 outs. It feels like he was in control of the fight and he let it slip through his fingers. You called it a controversy in terms of his decision after he was poked. I just think that's a lack of awareness. I mean, I think that's every fighter deals with situations like that and they are punished for that. But right now, what I'd be worried about if I was Izzy, and I thought he looked physically incredible. Like, we were like marveling at his shape as he got into the ring, the cage, on Saturday. My worry would be, you have all the tools there and you still can't get it done. Why is that? Why can't you get it over the line? You have one of the greatest minds in the sport, Eugene Berman, guiding you throughout these fights. It doesn't seem to be, there seems to be no obvious answer to that question right now. Imavov did brilliant for all the things I'm saying about Izzy, like having control of the fight. Imavov looked completely out of control of that fight early on. Like, he tried to take Izzy down. Izzy replied with his own takedown, then tuned him up. He looked confused by what he was seeing in front of him in the first round. To go out and do that so quickly, 30 seconds into the second round, absolutely incredible for Imavov. I agree that he cannot get fast-tracked to the title shot because Khamzat Chimaev is there. So I agree with you guys that Caio Borrado is the guy he should face to kind of be the number 1 contender in waiting for after Khamzat has his shot at the title.
Tale as old as time. Great fighter, making poor decisions or slow to react, getting knocked out. These sad scenes. There was once a time it was unfathomable to see Izzy in that kind of state that we saw him on Saturday, and so he's not unique in this regard. It happens, and it's that cliche about Father Time undefeated, and so he has to make that call if he wants to continue, if he feels like he can continue, if he is motivated by the idea, the thought of continuing. True or false? We see Izzy in the UFC again. GC, what do you say?
True. I think he just has such a love and passion for the game that he's not going to be able to be gone for long. He didn't even hint at it in the post-fight that he might be done. When you talked to him last week on this show, he wasn't talking about retirement in any sort of serious fashion. I think after the Strickland one, he said we wouldn't see him for a long, long time. We saw him 10 months later in the DDP fight. He loses that one, gets finished by DDP. We see him back 5 months later against Imavov. I would actually go as far to say I think we see another Israel Adesanya fight at some point this year.
Wow. I was thinking back end or next year. He's kind of been in this, I don't know, once. Well, the last one was August, but then prior to that, the Strickland one was like almost a year prior. So This was a pretty quick turnaround, all things considered. But yeah, I could see that as well. Definitely against a lower ranked opponent. Do you like the idea of Imavov versus Borralho, or do you like something else?
I'm wondering if Imavov is going to want to take that. Borralho's at 6 right now. He's going to be behind him. Imavov's obviously going to move into probably the top 3 after this win. His last loss was to Sean Strickland. There's a world where Sean Strickland loses on Saturday to DDP, and then Imavov's calling for the Sean Strickland rematch to stamp him a title shot. I think he's going to wait and see how the middleweight title plays out on Saturday and then make a decision on where he wants to go from there.
I just don't love the idea of, let's say Strickland loses, Strickland against Imavov, and then Strickland wins, and now you're faced once again with Strickland as number 1 contender. It's like, you know what I mean? That's why I think Borralho needs that big fight, and obviously as far as like big names, Imavov has more of those on his resume, and nothing needs to be decided now. And the timeline doesn't really, when was Kaio's last fight? It was when was his last fight? It was like probably 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, last one was
August.
The Cannonier fight.
Yeah, so the timing doesn't really match up.
How about Imavov waits and sees what happened in the middleweight? If Strickland loses, he calls for that rematch. Borralho versus Whitaker, and we do Adesanya Costa too.
Adesanya Costa 2 isn't the worst idea of all time.
Any chance Izzy tries to freshen things up and go to 205? I know
no interest.
I know that's something he doesn't
one of his
do.
worst performances ever was at 205. I have no interest, and I think that would be a very big mistake. There are a lot of big boys up there at 205. So, I mean, crazier things can happen.
They got to be careful.
Yeah.
They've got to be really careful with his next fight, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the next fight? And if he loses that one, then it's just like, really, where do you go from
Izzy
that?
versus MVP.
Izzy versus Shara.
Brothers
Bullet.
I
become
said
foes?
Shara. This fight night should have been Israel versus Shara. It always should have been.
How about now? You think it's going to be Izzy versus Shara?
I don't hate that.
But
I don't mind it.
Shara's about to be unranked at this point.
It could have been without the loss to Imavov. Like it's a very delicate situation because you have to be careful because Israel Adesanya is a star in the UFC. He is one of the most notable names that you have on your roster, and you have to put him in big fights and you have to put him in main events. But then that naturally comes with, well, you have to have a capable opponent for him, right? You have to have a B-side. But is it a B-side that's going to be too competitive with him, right? I think he needs to face somebody personally, right? This is me speaking, not on behalf of Israel. I think he needs to be facing somebody who is at the caliber of a Shara Bullet to potentially win that fight and get back on track. He may say, look, if I'm not fighting for championships, if I'm not 1 or 2 wins away, then I don't want to do it. And I would completely understand that. For somebody as accomplished as him, for somebody who has tasted the success he's tasted, I could completely understand. He said to you in the interview last week, he's good in life. Like he's this is all house money right now. He's found exactly what he needed. And so he's in a great spot. Does he need to be competing against the lower tier guys, or can he just, comfortably walk away? I think he's good enough skills-wise to be in there with anybody in the middleweight division. I saw it in the first round.
Yes.
To Pizzi's point, I saw it against DDP. He's still there. That guy is still there. But there is something, to Pizzi's point, that is preventing him from taking it across the finish line. I am more confident of him doing that against a lower-tier opponent. But to what end is that useful for either the UFC or even Israel?
Shara Bullet is 30 years old. He walked into Saturday's fight against Michael Venom Page, a perfect 15-0. And I was shocked when Merab Dvalishvili was an underdog. I was not shocked, but very surprised that Michael Venom Page was an underdog against Shara Bullet, because to me, seasoned veteran, knows how to hit and not get hit. It felt to me like a tough matchup for someone like Shara Bullet, and that's what we saw in that co-main event. He did not know how to close the distance. He did not know how to connect. And Michael Venom Page, while that particular style may not be, the most fan favorite, and while he did predict a highlight reel knockout, and I'm sure there's a part of Dana White, and you could tell he was a little ornery in the post-fight press conference, is thinking like, gosh, I want something explosive, especially in a market like Saudi Arabia. It didn't make a lot of sense that Shara Bullet was the favorite in that fight. And of course, afterwards, you see the fraud check stuff and all this bullshit. No, Michael Venom Page is a veteran. Michael Venom Page has been doing this. Michael Venom Page's MMA debut was in 2012. He's been doing this for 13 years. His debut came 5 years before, and he's a lot older. What is he?
He's
37. He's 37. Yeah. So, I mean, that was just a veteran knowing, how to beat a great striker who's just not quite on his level just yet. Afterwards, Shara Bullet said he was dealing with all kinds of health issues, didn't really elaborate as to what that was. But for MVP, solid win, gets back on track. I think he's best suited at 170 pounds. He talked about Leon Edwards. Obviously, Edwards has the date with JDM, said that fight would only have to happen in the UK, and I would agree. But I think he should go back to 170 and just continue on his path there. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to bring up something I said to the lads on Saturday because you weren't there to talk to us that day. But I felt sorry for MVP when he took out the ring at the end, and he put so much effort into these things, and he's getting these tiny gaps to do them in. And, I understand some people that, are critical of his style. I've been watching him for years. I find it utterly fascinating watching him fight. And I understand Dana to some degree, but what I said to the lads on Saturday was, isn't it kind of like buying a McLaren to drive around to the shops every day, like a 5-minute spin up the road to get milk or whatever? Like, if you're not going to allow MVP to be MVP with all the bells and whistles, like having been to the events in Bellator and watched him have the crowd in the palm of his hand from the second his music hits, the walkouts, all of this kind of stuff, like the whole thing is a spectacle. I feel like I understand that the UFC don't allow people a lot of space to put their individual, their individual kind of patois across to the masses, but I think you got to do it with MVP because that's part of the whole thing. It's not simply about him getting in there and snake charming these guys. It's the whole performance around it. He's a showman. We've seen glimpses of it. The little tiny gaps that the UFC have given him, he's tried to use them as well as possible. But I think surely the fan base would understand what this guy is about if they allowed him to put a bit more flair into his walkouts, into everything like that. Because as Rick said to me when I brought up this point, like, you remember the MVP fights. Some of them weren't the most spectacular, some of them were, but there was a whole story coming out of every single one of them, whether it be, whatever it's called, the glove thing he had, the Pokeball, all the stuff with, was it Rickles that night he fought in London? I just feel like they aren't embracing this MVP moment that they're currently in for the UFC.
Well, he said afterwards that he's still kind of feeling the effects of the bright lights of the UFC. And I think that there's a part of him that felt like in Bellator, he kind of had free reign. And now he's wearing the uniform. He's being sort of like wedged into this system, this machine. And he's balancing being himself, being a showman, all the glitz and glamour that comes with an MVP fight, but also kind of, for lack of a better term, falling in line and doing, remember after his debut, like, Dana didn't really seem to love all the other stuff, and he has been consistent in that regard. But we got to appreciate this guy. We really do, because he's an incredible talent, and he more often than not delivers fun fights. And he did what he had to do against the guy who was the favorite against him, who everyone thought was going to be the next great striker, and by the way, who could still very well be the next great striker. Like, nothing really changes here. He just lost to a vet who's been there, done that, and who has come a very long way as far as his game is concerned. The Sergey Pavlovich Jairzinho Rozenstruik fight was a nothing burger.
We don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about that.
It was just not great. There is sometimes a big gap between real high level heavyweight MMA and just kind of mid tier heavyweight MMA, and not to suggest that these two individuals are mid tier, but like sometimes the combinations just produce, I don't know, awful results. I had heard from a couple of people in who were in Saudi Arabia, and we'll talk to two of them. Obviously, Terrance McKinney and Michael Venom Page coming up in the next hour, who told me that they were having a very hard time breathing in the locker room because the locker rooms were freshly painted, and there were some fighters that had to go outside just to get fresh air and were feeling nauseous. Now, again, who knows? Did that affect this guy? Did that affect that guy? This girl, that girl? Who knows? But I heard from a couple of people who were there on the ground who said this was a problem. And so let's just chalk up that performance to the toxicity of the paint used to paint the locker rooms. I feel comfortable with
That's
that.
very kind.
Yeah, sound. Yeah, let's just move it on there.
Vinicius Oliveira, aka Lockdog, with a great win over Said Nurmagomedov, and afterwards saying, "Give me Umar." So he is becoming a fan favorite, and the plan is to have him on our program on Wednesday for the very first time. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. He says all the right things and seems to do all the right things. So shout out to him. He got a bonus for that performance. Fares Ziam beat Mike Davis for unanimous decision. Another proud Frenchman with a win, and what a time for French combat sports. They continue to rise. Could you imagine a fight night now headlined by Nassourdine Imavov, who posted a great video, by the way, afterwards about his upbringing and about his parents and all that. Really, really great stuff. Other performances of note, Shamil Gaziev with a KO of Thomas Peterson. And this was quite vicious stuff. Shout out to him. I know GC's a massive fan.
Me and Rick.
Both of you.
Legend. Goatziev.
Yes. This was a unique one. Peterson taking the mouthpiece out before the fight was stopped. Like
he was done.
Yeah, he's like, I'm done with this.
I'm done. I'm out.
I don't know what Terrance McKinney needs to do to get a bonus. He still hasn't gotten a bonus in the UFC. He wins.
Wait, is that legit?
Yeah, I'm not even lying. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He does not have a bonus.
He does not have a bonus. Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
That's unjust. How is that possible? This man does nothing but deliver highlight reels.
Unless he's getting like those like under
Locker
the table,
room, the secret,
insane ones. Yeah,
he better be, because if he doesn't have, you blew my mind just now.
You're guaranteed a banger when this guy steps in.
It's either kill or be killed with him.
That's
like
it.
You're getting one way or the other. Like someone is getting viciously knocked out. Usually in the first 5 minutes when McKinney is fighting. Kudos to him. He was the one doing the knocking out, defeating Damir Hadžović. Our good friend Jasmine.
Jazz Divizius.
Obviously with the big win over Mayra Bueno Silva. I say obviously because they're going to Montreal in May. She better be fighting for that belt. Now, Mano Fiorot might have a thing or two to say about that, but it would be a nice story to have one of our own fighting for the belt in Canada. She'll be joining us on Wednesday's program. She is traveling home. So shout out to Jasmine. Another methodical, clinical, surgical performance out of the pride of Niagara, Ontario.
And then linked up with GSP after.
Yeah, I saw that.
Shouted
GSP in the house.
Yes,
GSP in the house in Saudi Arabia. That was nice. Hamdi Abdel Wahab got a hometown decision in the current circuit.
I thought you were going to say got a nice decision. I'm not so sure about that.
He got some home cooking in the
Good for Jamal Pogues.
Yeah, in the current jerker. Yes, Rick.
Quick update here.
Yes.
Terrance McKinney via Twitter. He was responding to a tweet by a post by Adam Martin on X, and he said, "Still never got an official bonus, but I think it was Nolan King or John Morgan that asked Dana after my debut, and they gave me a little something, but it always felt weird. I never got one." So he got. In his debut, he got like a little locker room bonus, but he has not gotten an official bonus since. That is nuts. That's truly nuts.
Speaking of the bonuses, and more to come as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, there I am on Thursday. Let's go to this story now here briefly. Thursday, I get a text from someone who I used to work with at ESPN being like, "Man, what a sport you cover." And I'm like, well, this could mean a million different things. What exactly are you talking about? And he writes Bryce Mitchell. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And so I go on Twitter very, very quickly, and I see this clip of Bryce Mitchell on the critically acclaimed Arkansanity podcast with former UFC fighter Rolly Delgado talking about how, Hitler was a good guy. Before the meth, we always have to mention that, and I didn't know. Actually, I learned something while watching that clip. I didn't know that Hitler was a meth user. I didn't know this was public knowledge. But I guess through his research that he conducted, he found that out, and also found out that he was a good guy, kind of guy that you'd want to go fishing with, and that all he wanted to do was wipe the Jews out of Germany who were turning everyone gay. And it was just like, it was a clip where you're like, to me, as a Jewish person, I listen to this and I say, oh, well, this is just Bryce Mitchell being Bryce Mitchell. This is a sign of the times. It's open season. You could say whatever you want on Jews in particular over the past year and a half, and this is all good. I didn't really honestly feel any sort of way about it because I consider the source. And, I've enjoyed my chats for the most part with Bryce Mitchell up until the last one. And the last one to me was just pure lunacy. And the reason why he's never been back on the show was because of how he acted in that chat. And I said in the aftermath of the chat, like, I enjoy when people with different perspectives come on the show and we can sort of, have a chat, have a debate, have a conversation, an argument, whatever. But there has to be some sanity involved. And when he asked me before that chat, like, is this going to be live? And I was like, yeah, of course, it's always live. It made me think in the back of my mind, like, why is he asking this question? And then when the shot starts with him just on his couch, clearly to not tip anyone in the back off, and then all of a sudden when he realizes he's on, he goes to, the shot with the guns and starts talking about Sandy Hook being a hoax and all this stuff. I'm like, I'm good. You can spout this nonsense off somewhere else. I don't need to have you on. And so, like, yeah, I felt some sort of way about that. And, is what it is. I don't have to agree and like every single person that fights in the UFC or even that comes on the show. I've told the story of Larry King interviewing Yasser Arafat, and I thought it was so amazing that two people from different backgrounds with different ideologies and beliefs can come together and have a civil, professional conversation. That's journalism, in my opinion. This felt like he was trying to, dupe us. He was trying to pull one over on us. So in any event, that's why he hasn't been on. And he says this, and I'm like, yeah, this guy doesn't think Sandy Hook happened, thinks that the government was involved or some nonsense like that. So, I consider the source. And I said afterwards, each and every day, it just continues to baffle me how people associated with MMA continue to embarrass us, the sane ones who like this sport, who have been watching the sport for some kind of, we have to almost answer for it and spend time dissecting these things, talking about these things, because it's some of the biggest names in the sport doing things that are either embarrassing or reprehensible or low class or whatever you want to say, just not fun things. Like I want to have conversations about Israel and Nasruddin and MVP and what's next for this guy and that guy and the fights this weekend. Not this nonsense. And it's the type of stuff that doesn't really fly in other sports and other sports leagues because there are repercussions. But there are no repercussions when it comes to UFC fighters. And that was a decision made several years ago, around 2016, and we've gone over this time and again, where the UFC just decided, like, hey, in the past we would punish, someone like a Miguel Torres who tweeted out a rape fan joke that was a quote from a show, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and got cut as a result of that. Or Frank Mir, who lost his job as a WC commentator because he said he was going to kill Brock Lesnar in the cage in a fight. Or someone like Matt Mitrione, who on this show made a poor taste remark about Fallon Fox, the transgender fighter. He was punished for that. And so time and again in the early days, in the early 2010s, people would get reprimanded. But, once freedom of speech or your stance on this type of speech became like a badge for your political views or your political stance, they dropped all of that. And so I said afterwards, nothing's going to happen, and I don't even want something to happen because I don't feel like we should be rooting for people to lose their jobs based on these stupid things. They're cage fighters, they're sportsmen, they're athletes. Like, God, do your thing, provide for your family. It doesn't affect me whether you fight in the UFC or not. I don't need to have everyone in the UFC believe in what I believe in or be on the same page as me as far as, morality or politics or religion. I don't care. So I'm not going to campaign for this guy to be punished or lose his job. And I didn't think anything was going to happen. And the bar has been set so low as far as responses are concerned. I mean, just look at like when Conor's civil trial came to an end and the jury involved said that he was responsible for the sexual assault. Dana White got defensive when asked about whether or not he had any sort of comment. He got defensive about it. This is the face of his organization. You don't get defensive. You respond. You're asked a question, you respond. And so I was actually pleasantly surprised that at least 3, 4, 5 hours later, after the Power Slap event, there's Dana White at the press conference, old school Dana White, visibly upset, visibly bothered, calling it one of the dumbest, if not the dumbest thing that he had ever heard since being president of the UFC way back in 2001, visibly upset. And I tweeted, kudos to him. A swift, a conclusive, a very clear-cut message that he does not agree with this, that this type of, rhetoric doesn't represent him or the company, etc. I said it was appreciated. But then you listen to the rest of the press conference, and it becomes the same old, same old. And then you take a step back and you unravel the whole thing, and it's very clear, at least to me, that the Dana White that was sitting up there at the press conference on Thursday afternoon, reading off a sheet like he's reading the bonuses, after an event, 6 million, 45, this, that. That was TKO Dana. That was Dana White, who is the president of a publicly traded entity within a major company known as TKO. That was Dana White, who afterwards people are like, he's just doing what his bosses told him. Yeah, you're fucking right, he was. Yeah, you're right. There's a pecking order. Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, who both happen to be Jewish. Yeah, of course they're not going to want to be associated with stupidities like Hitler was a good guy and he was just trying to rid Germany of the Jews who were trying to turn everyone gay. Yeah, of course they shouldn't want to be associated with that. And of course there are people out there coming out of the woodwork who said they believe in this type of thing, and it goes on and on and on and on. And of course everyone has the empowerment now to say all this kinds of craziness, and they're drawn to the UFC because this is the type of place that goes unchecked. This is the type of place that doesn't get bothered. So that was the TKO Dana reading off the sheet saying, oh yeah, I'm upset, I'm disgusted, blah, blah, blah. But then you saw the real Dana White show up 10 minutes later when he says, the beauty of this sport, the beauty of this business, only in America can you actually, see, only in our sport, only in our company can you see this Nazi Hitler lover get his ass whooped. You could pay money. You could pay $79.99 to see this guy get his ass kicked. Isn't that great? Isn't it great that you can actually buy pay-per-view and watch this guy, get this guy who loves Hitler, who wants to go fishing with Hitler? You can watch him get his ass kicked only here. And that's how he really feels. That's how he really feels. Because if he truly does not want to be associated, freedom of speech essentially just says that the government can't come to your house and arrest you for saying stupid shit like this, which they can't. That's the Second Amendment. Every company has every right to say, we don't want to be associated with this. We don't want to employ this type of person. We don't want to make any money. We don't want to make a dime off of this type of person. We don't want you, our public, our loyal public, to pay pay-per-view dollars to watch this type of person because he does not represent our beliefs. He does not represent us. We have sponsors who have to, answer to their bosses or their, shareholders or people who invest in them. Wait a second. You're sponsoring the sport that says they're okay with this type of rhetoric? You're okay with that? On the week where we were celebrating 80 years since the Nazi death camps, which I visited in 1999, were liberated. This is the type of stuff that you're okay with? Oh no, here, even in WWE, which historically has been the lowest of the low when it comes to this stuff. Historically, they were the place that would capitalize on this shit with the likes of Sergeant Slaughter becoming, a Saddam Hussein sympathizer. That's what even they move away from this. I can assure you in WWE, they would have gotten rid of Bryce Mitchell for saying this. Here, it's like, come here, come watch him get his ass whooped. That's how he really feels about all this. And I'll tell you why, ultimately. I'll tell you why. Because if they do something to Bryce Mitchell on Thursday, they have to do something to Conor McGregor on Friday. And they don't want to do that. So when Conor McGregor is out there tweeting the N-word for no reason, I still can't understand why. When he's out there insulting Khabib for no reason, there's no juice on this feud anymore. And his family and his religion and his lineage that does no good for anyone, they don't want to do anything. So it's easier to just do nothing. Do nothing to Bryce Mitchell, do nothing to Conor McGregor, do nothing to the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. If you start punishing Bryce Mitchell, then you have to do something the next day. So that's why the stance is what it is on Thursday. Because the next day, could you imagine if they would have suspended Bryce? What happens on Friday? They're not suspending Conor. I don't even know what a suspension would look like at this point. So it's easier to just say, Let's wash our hands. And ultimately, that's a coward move. Ultimately, that's a coward move. You are the UFC. You are the best of the best. You are the number one organization. And we have to sit here as normal, sane-minded people and watch you say this is okay. Because make no mistake about it, the 3 minutes were wonderful. Great for a clip, great for the highlight reel. But the real stance is what you said afterwards. And that's the beauty of this sport is you can watch that guy under our umbrella on our show, in our cage, get his ass whooped. That's how you feel. Let's profit off of this. We just got a Nazi sympathizer on our roster. We just got a guy who offended a percentage of our fan base, and now you can watch him get his ass whooped. By the way, there's no guarantee. He's a great fighter. He just won his last fight. No guarantee, but still pay them dollars. Only in America, baby. It's nonsense. And it's a coward move. And I thought that once they reached the point that they were publicly traded with TKO, with smart and people, business people leading the charge, that this type of stuff would change. Have some sort of stance. Have some sort of ideology as to what you do in these situations. It can't be, there is going to be a line. I haven't found it yet. I don't know where it is. Is it murder? I don't know. Is it getting on the microphone and saying, things about the boss's family? I don't know. There's got to be a line. It can't just be an infinite 100-yard, you could do whatever you want, free reign. And so there I am watching that, and I'm like, okay, this is great. Well done. And then you sit around and credit to Oscar Willis of the Mac Life for asking more questions, and you're like, oh, that was all just performative. That was all just for the cameras. That was all just because the bosses told you to do it. Dana White always says, I don't need a sheet. I speak from the heart. That's his appeal. That's what people love about him. He's not a corporate shill. He doesn't read off papers. What was he doing reading off of that? Bryce Mitchell saying what he said, like, that isn't enough? Each and every day, more and more people embarrassing themselves. And each and every day, more and more people, showing their true colors. Now, that doesn't take away from the good people. Trust me on this, there are way more good people in this sport than bad people. There are way more good eggs than bad eggs. But you would like to see once the top organizations say, not here. There is a line. And that shit crossed the line. And so as a result, X, Y, and Z is going to happen. You decide. That's the same thing I said when he was caught on camera doing what he did a couple years ago. It's not on us to decide. We don't run your company. You decide what that is. And by doing nothing, you've told us your stance. And so that's the stance. And I think that's coward stuff. Come watch it here. All right, fine. We will watch it here. We will cover it. We knew that was the stance. Trust me, I've seen the stance over the last year plus and then some. None of this was new. For a minute there, I'm watching it. I'm like, holy shit, something's changed. Nothing changed. Absolutely nothing changed. I do want to remind you that today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at Averon. I should have said this at the top of the show, but I was getting too worked up talking about everything. I felt like I just did a workout because I'm all sweaty now, but workouts shouldn't feel like a grind. That's why I've made Averon a part of my fitness routine, and let me tell you, it's changed the game. Averon takes exercise to a whole new level using gamification. Yes, you can play actual video games while you work out, powered by their award-winning Averon World software and paired with industry-leading hardware. Averon's rower, bike, and treadmill deliver the best workouts I've done in a long time. I've been using the Strong rower for a while now, and I'm hooked. We've been using the Averon Fit Bike here in the studio, and I won't lie, it's a little addictive. I got so into the games that I completely forgot I'm working out. Once you start, you're locked in. Competing head-to-head, racing against the clock, or chasing your personal best, they've got multiplayer games, races, on-demand classes, scenic rides, and the most streaming options I've ever seen. I'm sweating it out, getting competitive, and actually looking forward to my cardio days, which makes it way easier to stick to my routine. And the Averon Victory Treadmill just launched. It's the world's first gamified treadmill, And you can get back into fitness for the new year with the introductory pricing. Plus, head over to averonactive.com/uncrowned to get extra $50 off. Go to Averon, AVIRON active.com/uncrowned to end boring workouts. Again, that's averonactive.com/uncrowned. We've got a showdown coming up between Sean Brady and GC that I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Love the good people at Averon, a proud Canadian company doing big things. Thank you very much to them for the support. Let's end on somewhat of a positive note, if we can. Royal Rumble has come and gone, and certainly not ending the show, but this first hour before we get to MVP. Royal Rumble, do we have the results as far as the third annual Royal Rumble lottery?
Yeah, we sure do, man.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Wow.
No conspiracies here.
Wow.
So how long did you have the script, Ariel?
Now is the conspiracy that, unofficial show statistician Jedi Goodman came up with the stats and no one checked them? Is that the conspiracy, or are we just running with his results, or what?
It's just weird that the guy pulling the balls out of the old bin ends up victorious.
First, wait, I need to see this. All right, I didn't really digest. I was just kind of admiring my name in the first slot. 30 points. First place in the women's. Shout out to Charlotte. Second and fourth in the men's. Mysterious Frank came in at number 18. Frank.
Quite the differential.
How many seconds of the Rumble did you watch?
I was messaging you guys, and you're like, Frank's not even tuning in. Like, I saw when CM threw two people out. And we weren't on the first.
Whoa, sorry, I'm not done.
Yeah, but he says he was watching the whole thing, messaging us nonstop. I think he just said, "Oh no, CM Punk."
What else do you want me to say?
Frank saw nothing. Frank didn't watch 1 second of this.
GC 12. Rick with 3. Golly.
Listen, I had Roman Reigns and I get 3.
We knew it going into the Rumble. We knew our numbers were screwed.
Yeah, we were done.
Yeah.
I was cooked. I mean, I had every mid-teen that you could possibly have. Meanwhile, freaking Frankie over here sitting on Jey Uso from 16 and he wins. I can't get a goddamn break. He gets a 16 that wins the whole thing. Connor got an actual ticket for John Cena, who it looks like is going to win, and that doesn't even cash. I mean, it's just a debacle.
Insanity. That would have been 4 years in a row that I got the winners of both the men's and women's right. I only got the women's, and I got number 2. I got the second in the men's.
I have to say, I thought the men's was fun. It was my favorite thing about wrestling is when it's unpredictable. When it becomes too predictable, like John Cena out there. I told y'all, like I'm not down with this idea of him, wrestling Cody Rhodes. I'm not down with this idea of him in his final year winning the belt. Like it's just too damn predictable. He's got the big bald spot. God bless him. He's looking good out there.
All right, we don't have to.
We don't have
to attack the bald spot.
Promo on Cena
I'm just not down. I never was down. I never was down.
Look at him, man. He's carrying Logan Paul and Jey Uso out of the damn ring.
I'm just not down. I'm not down with it. And I was like, oh, here it is.
Better than ever.
Here it is. You could see it coming a mile away, and then all of a sudden,
you flipped the script.
That's great stuff.
He yeeted. The WWE yeeted.
The end was a little bit like, he was like, oh, okay, fine.
Going punch for punch.
Yeah, and then he just kind of fell off like that, sort of anti-climax. But I like that. No one saw this coming. This is great. The Women's Rumble was too predictable. Like, everyone was picking Charlotte. You had your life savings on Charlotte.
Yeah, I had way too much money on Charlotte Flair.
She still didn't seem like 100% out there. And then she wins with all those other great performers. Like, I don't like it when it's too predictable. That's the thing.
She made a grand entrance. I mean,
the
way she came in was great. Fantastic. Throwing
I don't think she's that good. I don't watch wrestling around, but I was very impressed by a lot of the other competitors in the Women's Rumble. And I was kind of wondering, why is Charlotte such a big deal?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. This is her first one back, right?
Oh yeah, that was the big surprise. She had the glistening. It
was a big surprise. She was favored to win the fucking thing. Well, how was she a big surprise?
Meaning like the big return. The big return.
What are you so angry about, Pizza?
I don't know.
Man?
What are you so angry
confuses me. It just fucking confused me the whole thing.
Didn't confuse me. Did not.
I do love how GC, Frank, Jordan, who was the other person that had they had Cena and they had CM Punk.
It was Team Cena and Team Punk, and the pop in my living room when Punk got thrown out. I mean,
thought you were cashing.
The whole place went nuts. I started online shopping. I was like, what am I going to do with these Cena winnings?
Yeah. Listen.
Oh, there we go. Shout out Jill.
Wait, what is this? What is this? What is this?
Thank you for watching Boys in the Back.
Boys in the Back.
This
I
is,
missed this.
No, we appreciate
this
it.
is Jill.
Oh, I heard this. Yes, I heard this. Yes. And then there was another one. I watched with the harp and everything. I watch everything. Trust
the harp.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Yes.
that's
harp.
Boys in the
Let's
Back
not talk about
casual
the harp.
lore right there.
Let's
not
Come on,
talk
man.
I don't
Nasty
talk
work.
Listen. No, because the problem is, and it was the same thing with your other drop, where it sounds like the person. It's too clear. It sounds like the. What was the one?
Your
What was,
drop is too good.
what was the one with
It's
Rick?
tough.
What was the one with Rick? The other one where it literally because
It must be nice.
It was me and
It was
Connor
me and
saying.
Rick at the
speaking
same
at
time
it wasn't
saying
even a
must be
clean drop.
Yeah.
That was horrific. That
We
one.
can't
yeah.
talk clean drops. But
That was when we were
still have
taking
the Frank
recommendations.
Warren.
Yeah,
You want to talk about fucking Carl
Croc or
or
whatever
whatever.
his
it
name
is.
is.
It's like a 19-second drop.
What a day! What a day though! Like we started at 2 p.m. The first fight, Saudi Arabia, was 2 p.m. and then Benavidez finished at 5:15, like in the morning. Here,
Yeah.
it
You stayed up the whole way
serious.
for it.
Yeah. I love Benavidez, by the way. I
Trooper.
love that fight. That was
Warrior.
brilliant.
It was great, and then all you guys left me high and dry when Luka got traded.
Yeah, man.
I was went to bed at like half.
I love for the
like,
Lucas shirt.
oh.
I mean, I've been getting compliments left,
Yeah,
right,
no,
and
it's
center
great.
in the office. Everyone's like, "Whoa,
Is that what you
crazy
bought
shirt."
with the Charlotte Flair money? Yeah.
Nah. I've had this since we went to Dallas for Paul Diaz. No, I mean, the Charlotte Flair money, I'm putting a down payment on a house.
Damn, that much, huh? You loved it. I think your favorite moment was I Show Speed getting the spear.
God, I've watched the spear 18 million times. I mean, he got decked by Braun Breaker, and then he gets thrown through a table. It's great, man. I mean, my favorite ones are where like people are, I don't want to say getting hurt, but like they like when Cody Rhodes did the Alabama Slam through the ladder on Kevin Owens, and did he really hit his head? Or like, did they do the classic trick where they like open up his forehead? Because he was
What classic trick? What are you
Kevin
talking
Owens
about,
was
bro?
bleeding bad, man.
Crimson Mask, 300 million social media views according to WWE.
On the iShow Speed one?
Yeah.
You want to know how much I was into it? I actually had the iShow Speed stream up on a laptop on the YouTube, and I watched from both angles from when he got called out there. Triple H comes over. You got to get in.
Yeah.
It's great,
Akira
man.
Tozawa gets. It was a great spot.
Talk pops too, man.
My kids loved it.
Yeah, when he hit the crowd, when he hit the floor, the crowd went insane.
They especially loved
He's
it when
impressive, dude. Man,
Yeah.
that speed guy.
Yeah,
he's an impressive
athletic
guy.
as shit.
when he
Yeah,
when he
fucking
when he hit
crazy.
the Sui, the kids loved it. The kids freaking loved it.
You
they
said you
popped
did a
hard.
draft with the kids?
Yeah, I did it with them
Who
too.
won that one? You?
No,
again?
I did not. I did not. Walter. Walter won the women's, and Oliver won the men's. But I was happy about that. Because I was kicking your guys' butt, so it was enough winnings to go around.
Just do me a favor.
Haven't
Don't
seen the
cash
money
that
come
check
through.
until Friday.
Just haven't seen the money come through. Just
Yeah,
yet.
you
I'm
gotta
waiting for it.
look a little harder.
And,
Ernst & Young still working for it.
Okay, yes. But it was just fun that they were so into it. So anyway, it was a great Saturday. More discussion regarding all of that. Joe Hendry going to be on the program in the 4 o'clock hour to talk about his debut. And we could go in a million different ways. What a show. What a day. What a weekend. What a fight. What a card. What a scene in Saudi Arabia. Michael Venom Page moving up to 185 pounds and defeating Shara Bullet as the underdog. Could you believe it? He was the actual underdog. He put on a masterclass and showed that there are levels to this game. He's on vacation right now, but he's so very kind to join us for a few minutes. So let's not keep him waiting and say hello to the man who won on Saturday. Hello, Michael. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. Always good. Always good. Pleasure to be on here again.
Yes, and I know it's late over there. Now you're in Dubai, right?
Yes, yeah, in Dubai, just having a little, it's like a desert, resort, but beautiful here, absolutely beautiful. It's just like a well-rested few days.
Well deserved as well. So we won't keep you too long, but thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it. And congratulations on Saturday. One of the last things you told me on Wednesday when we spoke was highlight reel knockout. That's what we're going for. And so happy with the win, disappointed you didn't get it?
Yeah, 100%. That's, I'm always, I keep saying this, I'm always seeking that highlight reel. I haven't quite got it yet in the UFC. I feel like I've got respect in the UFC now, but I haven't quite got the actual highlight. The typical MVP that UFC signed hasn't quite showed his head just yet. But I'm obviously happy with the result.
When you say respect in the UFC, respect from who?
I think everyone just anybody that kind of questioned. There's a couple of different things. Questioned my abilities before getting to the UFC. Questioned my age. Am I too old to be able to kind of do it at that level anymore? There was just a few questions going around. like that. And I just think there's a lot more people coming around to, okay, yeah, no, he's still very, very capable and has always been at that level.
Why do you think? Do you have a theory as to why you couldn't get the knockout? Why you couldn't get the stoppage? Was he a trickier puzzle? Was he harder to? He was having an impossible time closing the distance and connecting with you. But on your side of things, why do you think?
I think literally that last performance gave me the reality that there is a kind of almost effect of the magnitude that UFC brings that can affect you, or can affect, I'd say has been affecting me, because I feel like I'm a bit hesitant, or I'm a lot more hesitant than I used to be when on show. So I'm gonna say that the only difference is obviously being in a UFC cage and having that kind of massive energy and just weight on your shoulders. I think that's the only difference. But obviously I'm going to keep going back. I'm getting more and more comfortable. I definitely felt very comfortable in the last performance, but there was still some hesitation. So go back to the drawing board and let's just keep getting better.
I heard you say this on Saturday as well, that like the sort of aura that comes with being in the UFC, whatever jitters that come along with it, perhaps in retrospect did maybe affect you. But this is your third UFC fight, and so I'm wondering if you're surprised that you've kind of been there, done that, all over the world. Are you surprised that it's still something on your mind?
Yeah, no, definitely. This is why even when people were saying it to me before, and there was a lot of people that, again, that was another question, that can I kind of deal with the pressures of the UFC? In my mind, I was like, that was never going to be a thing. But like I said, I feel like I've learned for the for the 3 fights I've had now, that there is an effect there. And I just need to relax and just enjoy it, just keep enjoying myself. I think this third performance was the most I've kind of relaxed and enjoyed myself, and there's still a little bit more to go. So, and seriously, once I figure that out, it's a problem. It's definitely going to be a problem, because then that's when you're going to see some big shots, and I think just more damage landing. I think right now people can see that I'm a tricky person to deal with, but I can be tricky and extremely dangerous, and that's what I want to show.
Have you ever felt something like this in your career? Like when you first got to Bellator and that was a step up for you, did you feel this way?
I'd say no. The first time was my first ever MMA fight. I was at Cage Rage. And yeah, I could feel the nerves from as I was walking in, just because I genuinely didn't know how well I would do as a MMA fighter. I was kind of purely going based on my coaches and them just having faith and saying that, yeah, no, we want you to take this fight. So I didn't really have that belief in myself until I got in the cage and kind of was like, oh, this feels the same. But other than that, no, even when I got to Bellator, I had that confidence in myself. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. UFC, I thought it would be the same thing as when I got to Bellator, but there is just a different energy being in the UFC. I have to say, there definitely is.
By the way, did you know that tomorrow will be the 13-year anniversary of your debut?
Oh, wow. No, I didn't know that.
Who'd you fight? What was his name?
Ben Dishman.
Yes. UCMMA. 26.
Yeah.
65 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you remember how much you got paid for that fight?
£100.
£100. So you probably lost money on the fight.
Yeah, it definitely lost money. Got to deal with my medicals and stuff. So I basically paid to fight. But my saving grace was I had a good support from the kickboxing world, the freestyle kickboxing world, and they supported me from day one. And I was able to sell quite a bit of tickets to kind of make up and get some money.
Okay. I heard from a couple of people after the fact, speaking to them on Sunday and Monday, and I'm wondering if you had the same experience. Fighters who told me that they were actually feeling a little bit nauseous in the back because of the paint in the locker rooms. Have you heard about this? That some of the locker rooms were freshly painted and they were feeling like it was very intense. Did you experience this at all?
I personally didn't. So okay. I don't know if maybe it was the room I was in. I don't know. Obviously, I could tell everything was made specifically for the UFC there. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's a thing. It's a shame that that was a thing, and maybe they should have taken that into consideration or thought about that before we had to go and perform. Because the only thing that I heard, and it was when the slap fighting happened a few days before. The team at the UFC were like, it's very cold back there, so make sure you have your jumpers and stuff for when you're waiting in the back, getting ready to perform. So, and that was a thing. So when I got there, I was well wrapped up. Luckily, I had that information ahead of time, but I didn't hear about anybody being sick now.
Shara Bullet posted something afterwards saying that he was dealing with some stuff. I don't know if he was referring to injuries or whatnot. Your reaction to this? Did you know of anything?
For me, I guess he looked a bit off in his weight cut. One of my teammates was saying the same thing. Like he doesn't look right, but I felt like he maybe just didn't do his cut properly, which I've seen many fighters do in terms of that, how stressful that can be. So that was the only time I kind of felt that maybe there's something off with him. But he didn't seem anything. It didn't seem like it did him any damage the next day. But for me, it's if I was to give him any advice moving forward, just regardless of what, if you accept the fight, knowing that you have had anything prior to the fight, then the result is the result. If you win, you can say what you want.
Yeah.
But if you lose, just keep it to yourself. I think it just looks, maybe later on down the line you can kind of say, I had a few issues, but directly afterwards it just comes across as he could be completely factual, but it just comes across wrong.
Yeah,
comes across as an excuse. But that's what I say. That would be my only advice for him.
What do you think after being in there with him is his ceiling? Like, can he be a champion at 185 in your opinion?
It sounds weird. He'd have to. Put it this way, if there was 5 more seconds, I would have tapped him out via triangle. It was way too easy to get to that position. Obviously, I went for a crazy kick. I knew the time was going to be up anyway, so I went for a crazy kick. And he had a little bit of probably about 5 or 6 seconds, and in that time, he ended up in a triangle, and that is dangerous. So that says something about his jits. He's going to have to work on that. Stand-up wise, I do believe he's exceptional. He's very fast. He's smart. There's a couple of times I had to keep readjusting because he kept adjusting his timing. And he's striking wise, he's talented, but he's going to have to work on a few other things as well.
Do you target the side of his body where he's got the bad eye? Do you try to off the top of my head, I think it's the right side, right? Is it the right side off the top?
Yeah, it'd be his right side. No, it's not. For me, if I've, he's been, I'm not sure how long he's had that blindness in that eye now, but in that time he's had multiple fights and he's extremely competent. He can move. He's been undefeated in that time as well. That to me is not a weakness. It's a look. It's not a weakness. He just, regardless, he is competent enough to block, kick and punch just as well as anybody else, if not better than most of the people out there. So I wouldn't believe that's a weakness of his and try to, use it. I would just fight him as I would fight anybody else.
In retrospect, be honest, you were a little offended that you were the underdog, yeah?
No, actually, no. It's weird because I don't know how this thing. I'm not a betting person. I don't know how it actually works in general. So I think earlier someone said to one of my teammates was like, "Oh, I'm annoyed because you're the favorite." This was when it kind of got announced, and then closer to the fight, it came up that I was the underdog. It did. Because I don't understand it well enough. I don't really care, and it's like people saying that they believe somebody else is going to beat me just because whatever reason. It doesn't faze me. I just go in there and just be me. I know how I feel about my talent, my level. So and I'm sure the bookies don't always get it right. That's the reason why it's a bet. So yeah, that doesn't bother me at all.
We were joking about this earlier. What was more expensive, the ring or the engagement ring?
That's the thing. The guys from 1 of 1, they gifted it to me. So Yeah, I was fortunate to not have to pay for that one.
Okay.
But yeah, my missus ring very expensive, so it's, I'd say that one.
It looked like a lot of diamonds in the MVP ring over there. It was a fat one.
Yeah, there's a lot of diamonds, just a lot smaller.
Who was wearing that during the fight? Like who had the task of holding on to that?
My boy Norbert Naveni, who's actually a free agent at the moment, and UFC need to look at him, because if they want someone exciting, so because for me he's like a hybrid version of me. He's got my bounce and movement, showmanship, and then he can also wrestle. He comes from a wrestling family as well, so they need to jump on that.
Would like to ask you before we let you go about something we were talking about earlier. You are such a free spirit, and you're such a showman. And it's always, so many great memories over the years. And I do wonder, you were talking about like the sort of jitters that come with being the UFC, but I can't quite get over the idea that sometimes I wonder if you're like being forced to be in this box, because there is this expectation that while you can somewhat be yourself, like Izzy has had to deal with this as well, but it kind of has to fall in line with what the UFC want while you're wearing a uniform with their specific walkouts and whatnot. Do you still feel like the fights are the fights, but you're also getting comfortable with being the MVP character within the UFC machine, which doesn't give you the same type of leeway that you had back in Bellator?
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm very quick at adapting. I remember the first time, and I spoke to you about the actual idea that I had for the walkout, and obviously getting everything just knocked away, basically. Still pulling out a very good walkout, and I kind of understand my restrictions now to, like you say, be fit in that box. So my creativity will only go so far at the moment. But yeah, would I love to be able to express myself more? 100%. Would it help with how I feel in there? I'm not sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd definitely love to be able to kind of show my character to the fullest extent.
How real is this 205 thing that you brought up?
Yeah, I can definitely see myself doing a fight up again.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, of course. But for me, that's what I say. When I'm fighting guys that like to strike, I will fight up to heavyweight. It doesn't faze me, because it's striking. And as much as these guys have got power, they have to land something for it to be effective. And you see how much I frustrate people. You see how many talented strikers come up with no answers when it comes to their favorite space when I'm standing in front of them. So I can do that at any weight. You know what I mean? So 100%. If the fight is exciting enough and it matches well, then 100% I can go up.
If you had to pick at 205, it'd be Yuri, as far as like a fun fight for you up there?
That was more an example of what a fun fight would look like. Do you know what I mean? I've actually trained with him before. He was down at our gym a lot, helping out Carlos Formola at the time. And, we got to spar quite regularly as well. So yeah, I know I can understand his style. He understands my style. And again, we had some great spars, so that would be an exciting fight. Can't think of anybody else, but anybody else with that kind of, just kind of crazy style that wants to stand there and strike, then yeah, 100%, I'm ready.
Alex Pereira is a guy who likes to strike.
That guy's dangerous, man. I'm staying away from him.
Okay, fair enough. How was your body as an 85er in there? Like, how did you feel?
I think round 3, I started to feel it a little bit more. But again, I know to myself, if I give myself a little bit more time at that weight, I'll adjust. I'll adjust a lot easier. But I felt great. To be fair, I felt great. Like I said, the weight cut was almost perfect. Felt really good. Didn't feel drained. Didn't feel dehydrated at all. Rehydrated really well. And then, like I said, on the day, felt super fast. Last half of the last round, I could feel it in my legs just a little bit. So that's what I'd need to work out. But yeah, it wouldn't take long to adjust to.
But more than likely, the next one's at 70.
Yeah, again, it's, I'm sure, because it seems like a lot of people are happy for me to stay there. So the UFC might entice me with some more good looking fights. But In terms of what I would like, yes, I would like to continue with the rankings to kind of push for the belt at 170. Yeah.
Okay, last one. Can I just get your assessment on what happened in the main event? My takeaway was Izzy was looking great in the first round, and in retrospect, obviously you never know. The eye poke, he came back too quickly, switched stances, obviously was bothering him, and he gets blasted. And you know, for him, I wish he would have taken a minute or two just to regroup. What did you see in that sequence?
Yeah. I think that was definitely one aspect of things. I think he could have taken his time, and I spoke to him about it afterwards, and he said the same thing. He probably should have taken his time a little bit more. I've been in that scenario, similar, close to when I first fought Douglas Lima, and I rocked him, and that sparked an overexcitement in me to kind of press a bit too heavy, and then I obviously got caught. And I feel like it was a similar kind of situation. The only thing I've seen is in the first round, I saw it in the first round, is on his retreat when somebody's like kind of double attacking on his retreat, he's leaning away. He's so comfortable slipping out of things and kind of avoiding it. When somebody double attacks, there's only so far you can go out. You've seen it with, like, for example, Anderson Silva. The first time he got caught big was when he was slipping. And you slip. If you don't move your feet and you're leaning out, after a few, like 1, 2, 3, you might be able to slip, but 4, 5, 6 will be a little bit harder and you can get caught out on it. And I feel like if he changes angles on his retreat, it will make it safer for him. So in the first round, there was one time Imavov threw a shot and he just was able to slip out of it. And I was worried because his chin was quite high. And then obviously he kind of got caught with a similar shot in the second round. And I think that is an issue as well. But again, though, that's a small issue that can be fixed very, very quickly. In general, he looked exceptional in the first round. And he actually spoke about, out wrestling him, and I felt he looked great wrestling. He tried to get to, he almost got defended 2 great takedowns because the timing of the takedown was actually really good, but he defended them really well. Went for a lateral drop himself, which actually helped him. Like he was looking great, and after that first round, I was like, he's got this in the bag. But as we know, we've spoken about a few things. It's just unfortunate, but hopefully, I just don't want him to bury his head or, feel too bad about that performance and just kind of get back as quickly as possible.
You're the man, Michael. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your vacation.
No worries.
Well deserved, well earned. Congrats. Great win. Y'all must have forgot, dare I say. It was that kind of performance. Thank you as always. Great to catch up.
Thank you, man. Always good to speak to you, man. Take care.
There he is, the great Michael Venom Page, victorious on Saturday. A performance against a guy that a lot of people were very high on and who will be back, no doubt about it. But for now, back to the drawing board for Shara Bullet. What about Terrance McKinney winning in just 2 minutes and 1 second in the first round? It's always very exciting when T-Rex is in action, and on Saturday he got back to the winner's circle. He's kind enough to join us right now. Let's go to Terrance McKinney. There he is. Terrance, how are you, my friend? Back in the United States?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the win. How was the trip to Riyadh? Your first fight outside of, I believe, the U.S. and South America, right? You fought in the U.S., you fought in Brazil, but the first fight on that side of the world. How was the trip over there?
Yes, sir. It was truly incredible. We got to really enjoy the culture, and I was like in my African element. I got to eat with my hands, lay on the floor, crisscross applesauce style, like I was a little baby. And yeah, man, it was super sweet being out there. A little dusty, but other than that, man, it was a huge honor just being around like such amazing people.
Obviously, they've had a lot of big boxing events there, just a couple of MMA shows. I felt like the crowd was very lively. Some of the issues with the boxing events that I've experienced, that I've seen from others, is that the crowd is just kind of quiet, dead. And I know this card started a little earlier, but I felt like the crowd there was very knowledgeable and very into MMA. Did you feel that as well? Did it feel like a, for lack of a better term, like a North American crowd that is into every movement and every moment of the fight?
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell. Like there was, and it was cool because there was people from like all parts of like the world at the event, and you could tell like people knew about the wrestling, they knew about the grappling exchanges. So like I said, man, the energy was crazy. Like they knew the fighters that was coming out. Man, it was awesome.
So I said this on Saturday. what is it about Terrance McKinney fights? It's like, no matter what the result is, it's kill or be killed with you. It's either an incredible first round finish for you or unfortunately sometimes on the other side of things. And are you okay with that? Obviously you want more wins, but just being known as one of those guys that is never in a boring fight, is that kind of a point of pride for you at this point in your career?
100%. Cause like I always looked up to Justin Gaethje, and I feel like he got a bonus like every fight. So like I kind of try to come with the same energy. But we do want to make the adjustments because like I feel like a lot of guys two guys that I beat, Matt touched the rankings, Favola's about to touch the rankings. So like I feel like I just need to clean up a few things, and there's no reason why I should never touch the rankings or even someday fight for the belt. So just making sure I'm at the right team right now at Fusion XL and training with people like Mike Davis, really sharpen me and like sharpen all my tools and making sure I'm really mixing up in the fight.
Okay, so we were talking about you at the beginning of the show. I was talking with the guys in the back, and they were shocked when I mentioned that you have yet to receive a bonus. And you're just talking about bonuses. How is this possible with a guy, 2 minutes and 1 second, 20 seconds, a minute 25? These are your victories, 2:17. It's always in the first, sometimes a couple times in the second. Look at this right here. How is it possible that you have never gotten a performance bonus? What is going on here? This doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand it either, but I guess they like to see a war, you know what I mean? And I like to make my wins clear because you guys see how the judges be. So like, I'd rather me being in full control, whether I win my money or lose it. That's just how I feel.
Have you ever asked, like in the back, like, yo, what do I got to do? Like, does it need to be a 4-second win? What do I need to do to get a bonus here? It's crazy.
I guess I need to sit down and talk to them, see what I got to do. Like, maybe I got to get dropped and then drop the opponent.
Yeah.
Maybe they want more back and forth.
Does it bother you?
Not at all. Because as long as I get the full check, there's no complaints on my end.
Okay.
Especially now that I've got a daughter. So.
This is your second child that you just had, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
February 18th, we had Amelia.
So January 18th, you said?
Yes, sir.
January. Okay, so literally like 2-3 weeks ago, there you are. Incredible, and congratulations to you. Going through that process and all the emotions, and I'm sure a little bit of sleepless nights in the last couple days leading up to the fight. What was it like to then go fight after having her so close to the fight?
I ain't gonna lie, I was so happy to take off because those first 2 nights I was getting no sleep. I was like, oh man, I can't wait to be thrown. That's all I was thinking. But at the same time, like I was missing my babies, man. And it was just so surreal, just seeing my son. Like, that's my dad fight. Seeing that video. Like, yeah, that was a surreal feeling, and it's something that I'll never forget. That was awesome.
I saw you write about this on social media recently. Does it feel like everything is coming together for you finally in your life? Do you feel like you are in the right place, on the right path? You've got this growing family. The career seems to be in a good spot. Are you feeling those levels of fulfillment within you after experiencing all these great life achievements?
100%. I used to search for pleasure in the wrong places, and I feel like just having a great wife now and 2 kids, and just having a great gym, and like we have 17 UFC fighters at our gym. Just being around such quality athletes and people who actually want to be the best, man. It's like I said, there ain't no complaints. Like, God's been very good to me, and I took the risk, and like I told him on the mic, yeah, I'm reaping the blessings of my sacrifices, and you guys get to see more this year. I'm not done yet.
You said in that message, I'm taking this serious now because I have to. Is that a new mindset? Like, even, would you say in the last year, like, before your daughter was born, you weren't taking it as serious still, like with several UFC fights under your belt?
I definitely wasn't taking it as serious as I am now, to be honest. I just got to make this a lifestyle. So like, even if I'm not in camp, just at least touch the gym once a day. Like, there's no reason I shouldn't. I don't got a job, so it shouldn't just be a camp thing. I just got to make it a lifestyle, to be honest.
And so what would you say was the biggest thing that you weren't doing? Was it that, like, were you going several days without going to the gym?
After I win a fight or get some funds, I usually just going crazy for like 2-3 months.
Oh wow, what does going crazy mean?
Partying, doing the most, like just young boy stuff, man. Stuff that I thought was cool, hanging out with my friends, and yeah, it just took me a second to realize what was more important,
Is that part of the reason why you moved to Orlando?
Yes, I just had to get away from everything, you know what I mean? Until I was mature enough to handle it. Like, I'll probably never step over there until I know for a fact that I can resist these temptations, and I know I can't do it alone. So just growing my relationship with God, because like we always gonna fall the flesh. So I know I'm gonna need help. So I just got to keep praying and stay around my family.
And can I ask, like, what was the turning point for you? What, like, to make that step is a massive step, right? It's a life-changing decision, and now it seems like you're with a great team. What led to you finally saying enough is enough?
Just having a daughter, because I just know like they look up to me, and I didn't want to be that kind of person like my daughter look up to, and then she's dating a buster, and I'm like, oh, why that happened? Because she saw I act and she thought, oh, that's what a man does, and that's not what I want in my life. I want her to know a man's supposed to provide love and be kind, and not just be in the streets drinking all the time, smoking, and like I said, I just want to be a champion on and off the mat, and it starts at home.
Why'd you choose Orlando specifically? Like, you could have probably gone to a bunch of different places. Why there?
I prayed about it, and God told me to go to Fusion, and I was like, Fusion? 'Cause I was thinking about going to Kill Cliff or like Extreme Couture, and I kept hearing Fusion in the back of my head, and then I talked to my prayer people, and they said yes, that's where God wanted me to go, and I packed up everything I own and moved down to Orlando, and Julian Williams and just the whole team, like, it's been so incredible. Like, they've been helping me work on my defense, just being calm. So, like, once he hit me, I had to readjust, center my balance, and stop falling over. Hit him with the clean jab, and yeah, the rest was history.
And so, how long has it been over there?
I moved down there last July.
Okay. Oh wow. So it's 6-7 months.
Yeah. So it was like the perfect time I got to fight. I got to get accustomed to the team, really build a bond, and it was an incredible experience winning the first fight with the team.
And did you live there full time now?
Yeah, I live here full time.
Oh wow. Okay. And ultimately, like, when was it a week in, 2 weeks in, 2 months in, where you were like, oh yeah, I made, because you never know if you made the right choice. You could have gone anywhere, as you said. When did you come to the realization that this is the right place for you?
It kind of like within like the first like 3 weeks, I knew. I was like, yeah, this is where I was supposed to be. Like, the leap in skill level that I made here is more than like any place I've ever been.
Wow. You did have two teammates fighting on the card, Mike Davis and Lucas Alexander. Unfortunately, both didn't pick up wins, and Lucas's was like right before yours. Was that tough? Was it hard to concentrate? How are you focusing on your fight as you're watching your teammate compete?
I like I said, I got kids now, so like that's just like I feel like McConnell now, like McConnell. I just really can't afford to lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's in the back of my head every time now. So I'm really ready to die out there for this now. And it sucked to watch it happen, but I think it was the weight cut. I think we're going to figure that out, do some test trials for him. But skill-wise, I don't think it was the problem. Lucas was looking so clean in the first round. It was just the weight cut was too hard, and his body shut down. And plus, like, we were in the back huffing paint. Like,
oh, okay. So what happened here? Because I just asked MVP about it, and maybe he was in the bougie locker room, but I had heard from several people after who said they had a really hard time breathing, needed to go outside, were feeling nauseous about the painted locker rooms, newly painted locker rooms. You felt this?
Yeah, like I felt it a little bit too. Like, and I was like, like, and this is probably the best cardio I had like ever in any fight. Like, I've been running like 5 miles every other day, and no, I felt it like from the paint. Well, they did try to help us like taking some of the ceiling off, but like I said, it affected Lucas breathing. Like, he had to go like the hospital like 2 times.
All right, wow.
And Mike Davis definitely was feeling it too. He told me so. Like a lot of other fighters were feeling it too. So like we weren't just the only ones. So.
And what's wrong with Lucas now?
I don't know what it affected his lungs, so he had to. I don't know what it had. All he had to do when he went to the doctor, but I think he just started feeling normal, to be honest.
Wow.
And like the wind and the sand there really didn't help the breathing as well. I feel like.
Damn, that is crazy. And it was from the painted locker rooms, right?
Yeah, that's where it started. Because we were in there for like a few hours, like waiting for the event to start. So.
Man, that is rough. I feel like I can't even imagine going through a fight 5-minute rounds and you have to deal with that beforehand, feeling nauseous, hard to breathe. That is serious stuff. And I know that arena is relatively new. But yeah, that is weird. That is really weird. But didn't affect you to the point where, the result didn't go your way. And so I'm wondering now it's another quick one for you. How quickly do you want to return? What would you like if they asked you?
I'll fight again in like a month, to be honest.
You did mention Chris Duncan in your post-fight interview, and he responded. Have you seen his response?
Yeah, it was kind of like a kindergarten kind of response, like with the dick drew on the head. I was like, I ain't seen that since like grade school, man. Real original. But he got some fight book, and I was like, all I was thinking is like, I don't have to have gimmicks to look tough, man. People know I'm tough, He has to do that for his fans, so he look tough. So it's all good. So you guys know I'm not a crap talker. I'll just let the fight speak for itself.
We have the video of him responding, but it sounds like you didn't really like the response, so I'm not going to play it. I'm just wondering, why did you pick him? Why was he the? I know you were supposed to fight, right? You were booked once before. Is that the reason why?
Yeah, and I like to fight in the first place, so it just seemed like the right call out. No beef or anything. It's just like I always wanted to compete against him, and it was already something that was already booked, and I think it's one a fan that will like.
Yeah, although maybe now after this call out, maybe there is a little bit of a beef.
Nah, not really. Still, okay. I just thought it was corny. Like I think he could have been more better about it. Yeah. It's not like I was disrespectful with the call out.
So if he and you did a great, like you nailed everything in that post-fight interview. If he is unavailable for your next one, is there another name that comes to mind?
I see Jordan Levitt looking for a fight. I wouldn't mind doing that.
Okay. All right. Look at you with the names, just ready to go. I love it. By the way, when did you cut your hair?
It was actually on accident. I was trying to like line myself up, took a dread off, and then I was too sad. I just went bald. I had to like hide my bald head wearing a do-rag at practice, and then someone ripped my do-rag off. I was so sad.
Oh no, that's an awful feeling. That's horrible. Oh my gosh. And so you lined it up and you messed up and then you just took the whole thing off?
I took a whole dread off, man, right in the front. I was like, no.
How are you lining it up? Like you were trying to trim it?
Yeah, I was trying to trim it. I'm not an expert. I learned my lesson.
Do you do it yourself all the time? You don't go to a guy?
No, it was just in the fur of the moment.
And then in the moment you were so sad you just took it all off right then and there?
Yeah, right there and there. I was hurt. I just went completely bald.
How long did you have that hair? How long did you have the dreads?
I got them back. It was probably like almost a year starting the dreads again.
Man, that's rough. What did your wife say?
She was laughing at me the whole time.
Do you feel maybe you felt different? Like maybe it's part of the cleansing, the new you, the new path, the new chapter. Anything to that?
No, I was super sad. Never cut my hair again.
Are you gonna grow it out again?
Yeah.
Okay. What was it like fighting without him?
It wasn't too much of a difference.
Man, I don't know. You look damn good out there on Saturday. Maybe you stick with this. Maybe this is part of like the growing up process. I don't know, the fresh coat of paint, for lack of a better word.
Exactly. You guys see, I got some whiskers now.
Yeah, look at you. You're a dad now. You got that dad strength.
Yes, he's kicking in double the power now.
I'm so superstitious that if I would have had a performance like that with the new haircut, I'd stick with the new haircut.
I'm tapping into my Anderson John Jones, so don't be surprised if I go bald again.
I like that. Oh, you went down to skin?
I was down the skin, bro. Yeah.
Why'd you go so hardcore? It would have been easier to just let the one grow back instead of getting rid of all of it, no?
I was in panic mode, bro. I was in panic mode.
Was it that big of a deal? Would anyone have noticed? Like if you had it all, they would have
definitely noticed. It was like right in the front. Yeah.
How does that even happen where you try to line it up and that much comes off?
Because I wasn't using the right equipment.
Nah, come on, man. You can't have dreads and do that. It's a lot of TLC that goes into that.
I swear.
Yo, the stats are nuts, man. 6 straight first-round stoppage in your UFC career, 15th overall, 100% finishing rate, still yet to go to a decision, has only been to the 3rd round once, shortest average fight time in UFC lightweight history, 2 minutes and 34 seconds, highest striking differential in UFC lightweight history, 405, fastest finish, obviously the 7-second win, and still never received a performance bonus. It's one of the craziest things. It really is. But you're doing the work. My theory is they're giving you a better bonus under the table. Like they don't want to make a big deal about it, but they're rewarding you for these performances.
Yeah, they always take care of me with the discreet. So yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, congratulations. Well done. Welcome home. And very happy for you and all the changes going on in your life. It seems like you're in a great place, and I hope that you can keep that up and win 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row and really, be in the mix there at 155. So thank you so much, Terrance. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Much love, brother. Pleasure as always.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. There he is, Terrance McKinney, T-Rex, with the big win on Saturday. A very impressive showing out of him. And those stats are nuts. Those stats are absolutely nuts. I still can't believe he hasn't won the 7-second KO over Matt Frivola, that's got to be performance bonus worthy, no? 7 seconds? Fastest knockout in lightweight history, one of the greatest divisions in the history of the sport? Crazy talk. In a moment, we're going to be joined, hopefully, by David Benavidez, who had the tremendous win on Saturday. He capped off on Crown Saturday. Did you guys see Stephen Fulton in the co-main, what he was wearing? It was a tremendous fit, as the kids like to say. Who saw it? Anyone see it? We have it right here.
Yeah, man, I saw it.
He was rocking the jorts. Do we have it or no? Thought we would have it.
Efforting.
There it is.
There it is.
Stephen Fulton. Look at that. And the Timbs.
The George shorts and the Tim's boxing shoes, man. It's a great look. As New York as it gets.
Yo, the Timbs are crazy. Now the question is,
it's sick.
We have footage of him in the locker room. I don't know. I don't know if are those real? I don't know. Are those actual? Are those boxing?
They're boxing shoes.
Are they really?
They're made to be look like Tim's. Yeah.
Man, I don't know. Something about the tongue over there.
I actually think the shorts are also just boxing.
The shorts are for sure.
To look like jorts.
Yeah, I guess from this vantage
rips
point.
On the end. No, man. Tim soles are massive. They're super thick.
Yeah, that would be crazy. And he won, by the way, and looked great.
Great look. As a dog, no less, I think.
Yep, a rematch of a fight from a few years ago. The main event was one of the best fights of the year. Obviously, we'll be talking about this fight all year long, and we had high expectations going into it, and some way, somehow, it exceeded those expectations. In the end, it was a fairly easy one to score. It was won by David Benavidez, who is now well on his way as a light heavyweight and in line for a massive showdown, hopefully against the winner of Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol, which goes down February 22nd in Riyadh. David Benavidez is kind enough to join us right now. What a great honor it is to have him after that big win. David, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on the massive win.
Yeah, thank you guys, man. And I appreciate you guys. I'm glad everybody had a good time watching the fight.
Oh, it was unbelievable. Could I just ask you before we get to your fight, what did you make of that outfit from Stephen Fulton? And do you think those were actual Timbs, or do you think they were Timbs disguised as boxing boots?
No, when I was looking at them, like, that's crazy. I've never seen that before. I thought they were actual Timbs, but I think he just took the bottom part off where it's the heaviest. So, but it was a cool outfit. I've never seen that before.
Would you ever do that? Would you ever be risque with your boots like that?
Nah, that's not my style.
Yeah. No, I had a feeling. So like I said, incredible performance, and there's much to get into there. Ultimately, I know you were unhappy with your light heavyweight debut. This time around, despite not getting the knockout, I would imagine you're thrilled with how you looked on Saturday?
Yeah, I was very happy with this fight. I know exactly what we're going into. I know David Morrell was a strong fighter. I know he had power in both hands, and but I think I showed exactly who I am in this fight. Even after I received a heavy shot in round 4, I still stayed in there. He still decided to brawl with him, and that's exactly who I am.
I was surprised. I thought one of the keys to your victory were the body shots, and I was surprised at how little he went to your body. Were you surprised as well, or was that something you were expecting?
No, I think, well, if you look at David Morrell, he's not really a consistent body puncher like that. That's why I felt, my style was a perfect style for him because he's a lefty and his liver was close to my left hand. So I just kept hitting that body all night long, and I know he wasn't going to be able to do nothing to defend that shot because that's a shot that I throw very well.
Yeah, you landed twice the amount of body shots that he landed, which I thought was a huge part of your victory. You were landing some incredibly hard punches, especially back into the fight. At any point, are you thinking to yourself like, yo, man, this guy's eating some shots here. Like, what do I have to do to take him out?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, bro, to be honest with you. But like I said, this is a big fight. This is a big moment. When there's moments like this, these guys they really don't want to go down, and especially in a big fight like this. So in my mind, I just try to stay focused, like, let's just keep going. And if he doesn't go down, he doesn't go down. But I'm going to just still keep attacking that body until I see him hurt or I see him go down. I've seen him hurt a lot of times in the fight. But like I said, hats off to David Morrell. He has a lot of heart as well.
This felt to me, and I'd love to know if you agree with this sentiment, this felt like a big step up in your career, not only from an opponent standpoint, but also, you were the show, all eyes on you. The promotion was fantastic. Like this was to me a massive, massive fight. And as far as attention and buzz and hoopla and spotlight and everyone talking about it, the biggest of your career. Las Vegas, T-Mobile, the place looked packed. It looked like a sellout. Did it feel like a step up in your career? Like as far as like, okay, now I'm starting to get the attention and the respect that I deserve. I'm the main event. I'm the draw. I'm the A side. It's about damn time.
Yeah, definitely. It did feel like it was the biggest fight of my career. It kind of felt like my arrival to the big stage. You know what I mean? And what makes me happy is that we were able to sell the fight out. The stadium was packed. We were able to, do really good on the promotion. And like how you said, the fight lived up to the hype. And this is really what I'm here for. I want to give the fans the fights that they'll remember for a long, long time. And, that's what I feel like we did tonight or last Saturday.
Sometimes there's great promotion and it feels somewhat fabricated, and other times it feels, personal. And this one, at least from our perspective, felt personal. Like the face-to-face that you guys did on this show a couple weeks back, it got heated there. Was it personal for you? And did you have to check your emotions on Saturday to not kind of fight out of character because of the emotions involved?
No, yeah, it definitely was personal. And I think it was a little obvious, too, from the way how we were both fighting. When it gets personal like that, that's why it's good for the fights to get personal because, two men that really don't like each other, they're going to go in there and they're going to go to war. David Morrell, he's known as a fighter that moves around the ring a lot. He didn't use the ring at all. He was going back and forth with me. And, like I said, I was going to keep my word. I was going to go toe-to-toe. And, that's what the fans love to see. And like I said, I'm happy with the performance that we both gave.
When you were on the show a couple weeks back, you spoke of his manager making more money than him. And then at the press conference on Thursday, it got really heated between you two. And then at the post-fight press conference, I thought I didn't know if there were going to be like punches thrown there. And here's this gentleman who, I don't know, 60s maybe, late 60s, getting in your face and like begging you to hit him and saying, I'm not scared of you. What is going through your mind as all this is playing out?
To be honest with you, I knew he was going to still be heated after the fight, because I put a beating on Morrell, and I kind of went in his face and I told him, I told you, what did I tell you was going to happen when I was in the ring after? So I kind of kept it going a little bit, but as for that, he was probably just telling me that so he probably thought I was going to slap him, and then he probably would have sued me, but. I was just, like I said, I try to remain humble after the fight. I even gave David Morrell his belt back because that's his memorabilia from, that title stays with him. So I was just trying to be, show sportsmanship. There was no need to keep going after that. And, but the gentleman kept talking and, it got a little bit heated. But, honestly, that doesn't even matter no more. I'm just excited that me and David Morrell, we showed each other respect. And at the end of the day, a lot of these fights, they get heated, but as soon as you go in there, you go to war. And I feel like you have to give the respect where the respect is deserved.
One last question on that. Was it hard for you not to do something? Because it did seem like it was getting quite heated, especially in the post-fight.
Yeah, no, to be honest with you, because I don't get no satisfaction in slapping somebody that's old. I probably would have broke his freaking head, to be honest with you. But
yes.
I'm not trying to hurt anybody. Honestly, if somebody tries to do something to me, then I'll protect myself. But I'm not trying to go out there and just hurt somebody for no reason.
It's very rare to see what you did in the post-fight, giving Morrell his belt back. Why did you feel the need to do that?
Well, I mean, you're supposed to give the belt backs anyways, like I said, because the WBA, that was his belt that's specifically for him. So they're going to send me my belt. But as for like everything was going on with his manager and stuff, I thought it would be something honorable for me to do in front of all the crowd, just to let everybody know that me and the fighter made up. We both have respect for each other, and that his promoter, is kind of trying to drag it along too much. So I thought there was something cool and something honorable to do,
yes.
In front of all the people.
Yeah, like I said, don't often see that. So much respect to you. As far as you're concerned, is it over between you two? Is there no bad blood anymore?
No, there's no bad blood no more unless we fight again. What I mean? Then some trash talk may start up. But I wanted to get your take on it. I've seen a lot of people saying that they want a rematch. Do you think that Sprite deserved a rematch?
No way. I mean, it was way too one-sided. There was no controversy. The scorecards, I mean, I have them in front of me. One judge had it 118 to 108. The other one 115 to 111. 118 to 108 does not demand any type of rematch. 115 to 111 as well, if you want to say that was it. I was watching it and just kind of enjoying it, but to me, like it was fait accompli. You were winning that fight by several rounds. You need to move on. Like I said, you need to fight the winner of Dimitri Bivol versus Artur Beterbiev too. That, like, anything else is a travesty. Anything else is a crime. You're the next guy, and the idea of you fighting either one of those guys is just like is boxing bliss to me. Is an incredible fight. You're one of the most exciting fighters in the sport and deserve these big fights. That would be a Morrell rematch, in my opinion, would be a massive step back for you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I appreciate your support, bro. And, like I said, it makes me happy that I could have, like, even like you're an analyst, not even only for boxing, but for UFC, and that you could sit there and enjoy these fights. Like I said, this is what I'm here to do. You know what I mean? And I'm just here to be the best in the world and, fight the best fighters in the world and give the fans the best fights that they can remember for decades and decades.
How confident are you, David, that you will fight the winner of Beterbiev Bivol?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. To be honest, the only thing that I'm thinking about is that if Bivol wins this fight, like what they would have to do a rubber match. You know what I mean? And like I'm just like thinking, who am I to say that they can't fight another fight because they've fought two great fights. So that's basically the only thing I'm thinking of right now. But I would, if that's something like that would happen, I think I wouldn't fight until they get that done with, and then I would move into that fight after they have a trilogy. So that's really the only thing I'm thinking right now.
But that would be a long break for you. Like, let's say conceivably they fight again October. Who knows? I know this was a quick turnaround, but they take that break during, and now you're fighting again at least next year, like early next year. My take on it is, I thought Dimitri Bivol won the first fight. I know it was close. If he wins it again, we need a break from those two. As much as I'd love to see them fight 10 times, you waiting in the wings is just so fresh and fun. And I'm not just saying it because you're here. I would say it if you weren't here. You fight the winner, and then we kind of, do
a circle back.
Yes. It's too. And so, have you ever sat down with Turkey? Do you have any kind of relationship with him?
I've talked to him on the phone. My dad has sat down and talked to him. But I think we're gonna go over there February 22nd. So we'll probably figure everything out. If Bivol wins again, or if he wins. So but yeah, that is probably too much of a long time. So yeah, we'll see what happens, man. But like the good thing is that we got a lot of big things coming up. We got potentially unification coming up, and I think now I proved to everybody what level I'm on, and I think I proved to everybody how much heart I have. So me against anybody, bro. I'll bet the house on me against anybody, and I'm just looking forward to keep making history.
I love the fact that you're going there. Be there in the front row. Make your presence felt. Let them know that they are not only fighting for each other's belts, but for the prize to fight you. That's the way to do it. Do you have a preference Would you prefer, if you had your pick of the two, do you have a preference as to who you'd fight?
To be honest with you, I would pick Bivol because Bivol beat Canelo.
Mhm.
So basically, when I beat Bivol, you know, that'll make my case and better than Canelo. And I know Dimitri Bivol really well. I sparred him a lot. You know, he's a great fighter, and we've had a lot of great sparring sessions. You know, so I definitely would love to fight Bivol.
So just this morning, the Ring Magazine, which is owned by Turkey, reported that Canelo and Crawford have agreed to the September date and that it's essentially on. What is your I know this has been rumored and talked about, but now it seems like a done deal. What's your reaction to this?
It's a good fight. You know, it's a good fight for both of them. Good fight for, I think it's more important for Crawford than anybody, you know, but I think if anybody could beat Canelo, I think Crawford could. I think it's just, you know, the size plays a massive difference. But, you know, like I said, it's a good fight. You know, I have no bad feelings for that fight. It's a good fight.
There's no part of you that's like, come on, man. Like I was right here. I had to move division. Like the whole game is to like, you know what I mean?
A little bit, but I don't want to seem like a hater. You know, like I said, I'm blessed and I got my position right here. You know what I mean? So I'm probably, you know, I'm in a big position as well. So, you know, just happy for Crawford that he's able to get a big fight like that too.
Well, I know you said like he could be the guy. What kind of a chance do you ultimately give him?
I think you give him like a 7 out of a 10.
Oh wow, that high! I thought you were going to say like 25,
well, I mean, no,
just because of the size.
Crawford is good, and
of course.
I think he's been known that he's going to fight Canelo for a long time. And you know, Crawford he likes to pick up the weight, so I'm sure he's been working on the weights for a long time. So, you know, Crawford, when he has with a person that has big IQ like that, if you do enough weights, you know, and you stay working for a long time, you know, you have a puncher's chance, and you could, you know, you definitely, you know, make the other guy uncomfortable or hurt him a couple times. So yeah, Crawford is a really good fighter. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if a lot of people are picking that, but obviously your opinion would matter most. True or false? By the time Canelo's career is over, he will have fought David Benavidez.
True. I think it will happen. Like I said, I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. I think now what I've showed is that, you know, I'm a big enough name. You know, David Morrell wasn't really that known, but we still sold out of 20,000, you know, 20,000 people in the T-Mobile Arena. You know, I'm sure the pay-per-views are pretty good. So I think I'm making my case, you know, and this, you know, I still have a lot of room to grow. So by the time Canelo, I don't know when Canelo's going to retire, but, you know, by the time maybe in a couple years, this fight will probably be even bigger than it was when when people were first talking about it. So I'll have more titles. You know, Canelo probably have more titles, and it'll just make it for a bigger fight. You know, kind of like, you know, Mayweather Pacquiao.
Yeah. In the last couple of years, did it ever get close enough to the point where you actually thought it was going to happen? Did it ever get like to the goal line, so to speak?
I mean, I don't know about the paperwork that side, but I felt like it was really close happening because I did everything I was supposed to do to get the fight, and like I said, the people want the fight. So these whole past 2 years, I thought it was going to happen, you know, but you know, I guess it's just not time yet.
It feels like this is the type of performance, the one that you had on Saturday, that finally gets you into that pound for pound discussion, which seems like it's been long overdue as well. Do you feel like you are finally getting that respect as well?
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like after I unify all the belts on 175, then that's when I'm definitely going to get all the respect that, you know, I knew one day I would get.
Do you think 175 is the highest that you'll go, or do you have aspirations to go even higher than that?
To be honest with you, right now I feel pretty good at 175, but you know, I know the more strength and conditioning you do, the more weight that you're gonna, you know, carry through the finishing of your career. So I'm sure I'll get bigger. You know what I mean? I think I could do cruiserweight, but after cruiserweight, I don't think I'll be able to go up any more than that.
Sure. Like when you were a kid, how big were you? I
was 260 pounds, but that was complete fat.
Yeah.
That was just fat, you know what I mean? But I could get up to 200, you know, I think, but I just really don't want to get over that, you know what I mean? I don't want to, you know, be 220 or like that. I feel like for me, you know, it's easy to walk around with that weight outside the ring, but when you're fighting these big guys, 220 pounds, and all these dudes hit freaking like got nukes in their hands, you know, it's a little bit different.
Do you feel now comfortable at 175, or do you think 68 is your ideal weight class?
No, I feel comfortable at 175. I feel like with every fight, I'm getting stronger and stronger. It's like when you first get in a new weight class, you gotta like take accountability, like your weight. Because this fight, I came in at 196. That's probably the heaviest I've ever been. So you're just working with that new weight, throwing at those new punches, and just getting used to the weight. So now I feel 100% comfortable being at 175 and fighting at 195.
Do you think there is going to be a point where Morrell builds himself back up to where that fight would be massive? Yeah, I know you said beforehand like you wanted him to never fight again and all this stuff. Do you think that it gets to the point where he's able to build himself back up?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a good opportunity that later in the future, because we're both pretty young, that we can fight again. And I would love to fight him again, just to shut everybody up, because I think I showed that I'm levels above him. And he'll never be able to beat me, no matter if it's now, if you do a rematch now, 10 years, never. Especially now that I know his style up close and personal, he'll never be able to beat me.
By the way, you say shut everyone up.
But that's what I'm saying, that he's a good fighter. He might be able to rack up a lot of good wins, beating a lot of good fighters. So, if we could do it again in 5 years, I'm ready to do it in 5 years again.
You said shut everyone up. Who's saying anything after that performance? Are you still hearing doubts?
It's probably just Instagram, bro. That's why
don't listen to that shit, man.
People talking shit on it.
Come on. What did they say? What could they possibly say? It was quite one-sided.
But like I said, at the end of the day, I'm just whoever they want to see me fight. I'm ready to fight whoever, the best guys. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, Morrell, he's ready to come back and be good in the future. So I'm ready to beat the top guys, because I really love this. I love the competitiveness in the ring, and I love fighting. I think I showed everybody exactly who I am.
Two last things on the fight. 11th round, the knockdown. How annoyed are you with this?
Yeah, I was really annoyed because when it happened, I knew that it wasn't a knockdown. I knew it was a fucking like a push, and then but I'm just trying to keep my emotions in check. And then when I seen it after, I'm like, oh man, shit wasn't even a fucking knockdown. And then what did piss me off too is that when I came back, I'm sorry for cursing.
No, go ahead.
I came back, I had a little flurry, and then he hit me right after the bell. So yeah, that kind of pissed me off. It was like a double in one. It was a fake knockdown, and then he took a cheap shot after the round.
And so yeah, that was the next question. You have that flurry at the end. And then he gets a point deducted, so the knockdown essentially gets negated. Did that mess you up? Did that stun you for a minute?
Yeah, it was a good shot, especially when you hear the bell ring, and you're not expecting to get hit, and you get hit. You know what I mean? But like I said, these are some heavy dudes, bro. This is boxing.
Yeah,
you're gonna get hit here and there. It's really about how hard you get hit and how hard you come back. Because eventually everybody gets hit.
It was great to see you with your son at the open workouts, at the post-fight press conference. Do you feel, here he is, do you feel like he wants to, it looks like he's got skills there. Does he want to follow in your footsteps? And would you be supportive of that if he wants to become a fighter as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely he is. And, that's the thing. I talked to my wife. I already made the decision. I told her that all our kids that are boys, they're going to follow the Benavidez legacy. And I'm going to definitely, after I'm done with my career, I'm going to put all my time and effort into my son's career, and I'm going to make sure that they, follow the legacy and, become champions for themselves, because, boxing has given me so much. It's really allowed me to change my life for the best. And, and I want them to follow in the same path. So, I already have all the connections in boxing, and I know how to get up to this level. So I might as well put my sons in boxing and make them champions as well. And my son, he's a fanatic of boxing already. He trains all day and all night. So I think they'll have a pretty easy transitioning.
I love it. How many kids do you have now?
I have two. I have one son, one daughter, and then my other son comes May 25th.
Oh, wow. Okay. So exciting times. Obviously, good luck with that, and I hope it all goes very smoothly. If the girl wants to follow in your footsteps, what happens?
I don't want her to box, but it's crazy that sometimes when you don't want the women to box, that they box. So if she boxes, then I'll support her, but I don't want her to box.
Okay, fair enough. So the plan is you will be there in Riyadh, or at least you want to be there up close and personal, get to see it all, and hopefully have a chat with Turkey, who's turning the game upside down. I would imagine, as someone at the very top of the game, you have to be loving this. I know you're a PBC guy and all this stuff, but like this is great for everyone, right?
Yeah, no, it's great stuff. You know, it's great for the world of boxing, and we're going to be able to give the people, you know, a lot of the fights that they want to see, and a lot of the fights that we never thought we were going to see. So we're in a good era right now for boxing.
I really appreciate you coming on, David, after the big win on Saturday. Congratulations. Incredible stuff. What a fight. It was so much fun, and you guys delivered. You delivered leading up to the fight and then on fight night as well. So enjoy the victory. Safe travels out there to Riyadh, and I sincerely hope you get to fight the winner of that main event.
Yeah, thank you, brother. You guys, God bless you guys.
There he is, David Benavidez, after his big win on Saturday against David Morrell. And this is great because in 19 days, we get a big one between Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol. They fought back in October. It was a very close fight and ultimately won by Beterbiev. I thought Bivol won, but he's in the same weight class, 175. That's light heavyweight in the sweet science. One more time, Frank.
It's very tasty.
So he's close. He's close. I was watching his fight, and then I turned it off, and I was like, oh, my God, Luka Doncic has been traded. Oh, my God, could you imagine? Crazy. All right, thank you very much to Mr. David Benavidez. Thank you to our good friends at Avron, avronactive.com/uncrowned for their support. In about an hour, we're going to be joined by wrestling sensation Joe Hendry. But very, very excited to say hello to our next guest who is joining us in studio. The pride of Poland is here, my friends. Oh, the veteran from all the way in Poland. Yes, there she is, Karolina Kowalkiewicz. Hello, Karolina. How are you? So nice to see you. How's everything?
Everything is great.
First time in studio.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome. This is so nice. I saw that you were in New York, and I said you should come to our show.
Yes, I have friends here, so I visiting them.
You're here a lot.
Yes, because my best friends live here. That's why I visiting New York.
And you had a friend who was fighting on Saturday, right?
Yes.
In Newark.
Yes. Polish guy.
Polish guy. Did he win?
Yes.
Okay.
By knockout in the first round.
Wow. And is this a training partner of yours? Like, obviously not.
No.
Okay.
No.
But just a friend.
Yes.
There's a lot of Polish people in New Jersey, in New York. Do you go to any of the restaurants, or you don't really want to eat Polish food because?
You have amazing restaurant in Brooklyn, Pierożek.
Oh yes.
They have delicious Polish food. You must go there.
Is that Greenpoint? You know which part of Brooklyn?
It's near Greenpoint, yeah.
Okay, yes, because I used to live right next to Greenpoint, and it was a huge Polish community there.
Yes.
In
New York, here lives a lot of Polish people.
Yes.
We have big Polish community here.
Yeah, you love it here.
Yes, I love New York. You know, I don't like cities. I prefer nature.
Okay.
But New York, oh my God, I don't know. This place is special.
Would you want to live here?
No.
Okay.
No. Right now, I am Florida girl.
Okay, so you're full time in Florida.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So why did you make the decision to live full time and not just training camps?
Because I want to train all the time, not only in fight camps.
Okay.
In Poland, we have good gyms, but you know, American Top Team is the best gym in the world.
Yes.
In American Top Team, I have a lot of sparring partners. So that's why I decided to move to Florida. And I love this place. I love Florida. I want to stay here forever.
Forever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now I'm working on my green card and stuff. And
is it looking good? I know I had to do green card as well. It's very tough.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yes. They don't make it easy on you here.
Yeah, a lot of paperwork.
Yes.
Very stressful for me, but I think everything will be okay.
I saw you're obviously training at ATT, and there's Kayla Harrison there.
Yes.
And Dakota Dacheva.
Yes.
A lot of people think she could be like the future face of women's MMA. How good is she?
Oh my God, she's amazing. She's amazing, really. She's very talented, very strong, and very nice person.
Yeah. So now there's like a lot of new blood coming in, right?
Yes.
And you're still hanging around. I know after the last fight you had to go on social media and say you're not retiring. Were there people asking you this question? Why did you feel the need to say that after the fight?
You know, this year I will be 40.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I don't know why, they ask me about my retired. And always when I losing the fight, they send me to retire. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Who, the fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they are not my fans.
No, they're not. They're not.
They are
That's true.
haters.
They are haters. Do you get that a lot though?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes.
Is it disappointing?
No, for me it's motivation.
Okay. So you went on and right away you said, I'm not retiring.
Yes.
And I think you have said you want at least 2 more fights, right?
For sure, I want to have 2 more fights, and then we will see.
Okay.
We will see.
Have you? Why did you pick 2? Like, is there a specific reason for that?
I have 2 fights in my contract.
Okay.
And I want to have 20 fights in UFC. Right now I have 18, so this is my little goal to have 20 fights in UFC.
And in December,
maybe more. We will see.
Yeah,
but
December will be 10 years for you in the UFC.
Yes, yes.
Are you surprised that it lasted this long? Did you think, what were you thinking when you came and you were signed in December of 2015?
Oh my God. For me, it was something more than my dreams come true. I don't have. Sorry for my English.
No, it's great.
I'm still learning English. This is my second language, but when I signed contract with UFC, it was more than I expected from MMA. Yeah, and right now I am here 10 years, and this is amazing. This is the one of the best thing in my life. UFC, UFC changed my life.
Mm-hmm. Because when you started in 2012, there wasn't even women
Yes.
in the UFC. So what was the goal for you? Like what was the highest you can get if it wasn't the UFC?
At the beginning, I didn't have a goal. I just enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I have fun. I start making money on MMA, and but when Ronda came to UFC, they at the beginning there were only one division, women division.
Right.
But when they make 115, my division, I knew I want to be part of UFC.
And that changed everything.
Yes.
One thing that I love about having people in studio is that you can talk. When you're on Zoom, it's a little bit different. So you can ask about how they started. And so this is the first time that we get to talk about all of this. Your entry into martial arts was through Krav Maga, right?
Yes.
You were just someone who wanted to learn self-defense.
Yes. I just want to learn self-defense. Just like that. And after a few years, I became a Krav Maga instructor, and I teach people. So I thought maybe I need to train something more because I want to be a good instructor. And I choose MMA. And oh my God, I remember my first training, and I was fell in love in MMA.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you didn't get like beat up, or sometimes people have stories of getting beat up.
No. And when I started training MMA, I didn't want to be a fighter. I just want to be better instructor.
Okay. Why did you choose Krav Maga initially?
I don't know. My friend took me to the training Krav Maga, and I had great fun there.
Why did you feel, you said you wanted it for like self-defense?
Yes.
Was there a specific reason why you felt like you needed that?
Yes. Lara Croft and Tomb Raider.
Lara Croft?
Yes, and Tomb Raider, you
Wow.
know, this
The video
game. Yeah. She was big, when I was little girl, she was a big inspiration for me.
Wow.
You know, strong, independent woman. And I want to be like her. That's why I study archaeology.
Really?
Yeah, I study
my gosh.
archaeology. And that's why I start training martial arts, Krav Maga. Yeah.
It was Lara Croft.
Yes.
Wow. Tomb Raider, the video game.
Yes.
Did you ever dress up as her for Halloween? I feel like everyone at some point dresses up as Lara
Yes,
Croft.
when I was in school, when I was, 13 years old.
Yes.
Yes.
So she was a hero of yours.
Yes.
Because, yesterday I was reading on UFC.com, they have like these, the bios. They don't really do it that much anymore. And you said that your hero was like a journalist lady.
Martyna Wojciechowska.
Yeah, no way I can pronounce her name. You didn't write Lara Croft, though.
Yeah. Because, Lara Croft, she's not real.
Yeah,
and
right.
Martyna Wojciechowska, she's real person. She's amazing.
Who is she?
She's traveler, journalist from Poland. She, I don't know how to say.
She's like a host, someone on TV, right?
She has her own TV show.
Okay.
But she do a lot of amazing, extreme things. For example, she were on Dakar. She finished Dakar rally. She's a diver. Oh my God, sorry. I don't know how to say. She was on Mount Everest.
Yes, she's a climber. She's adventurous.
Yes.
Very much like you. Is this why you are the way you are?
Yes, she was big inspiration for me too.
Here you are doing all kinds of stuff. This is from your.
Yes.
Look at all this stuff. This is crazy stuff.
I love it.
You love all this.
I am junk adrenaline. Yeah.
Adrenaline junkie. Yes.
Adrenaline junkie.
Some of the stuff is scary. No.
No.
No scary.
No.
Did you ever get hurt doing this stuff? Look at that. Look at this. It's crazy in the caves and all that.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I love it.
Your family's okay with that?
Yes.
No problem.
Yes, no problem.
Never any like scary moments?
No, I never had serious injury doing this stuff, so I know this is dangerous, but if you but you can do this safely.
Yeah, if you're careful.
Yeah.
Were you always like that, even as a young kid?
Yes, always.
Like
always.
Taking risks and doing crazy things, getting in trouble as well?
No. I was very nice kid.
Okay.
My parents didn't have problem with me.
Okay. Were they surprised when you said that you wanted to fight?
They were okay.
No problem.
No problem.
They
They always support me in my decision.
Wow.
Sometimes, sometimes they didn't understand this, but they always support me.
Even when you wanted to like make a living out of it, not just to train and have fun. No problem.
Yes.
They said would they go to your fights?
My dad was one time on my fight, but he didn't watch my fight. This is too stressful for him.
Yeah.
But my mom, she watched my fight.
Wow.
Yeah.
In person or on TV?
In TV. She was one time on UFC Gdańsk.
Okay.
She were there, but right now she watch in TV.
Okay. And when you were in college, you also studied journalism, right?
Yes.
But you didn't continue with it.
No. I studied only 1 year.
Yeah.
And then I start study archaeology.
You didn't like it?
I had work, study, training, and it was too much for me, and I had to choose something. So I chose training and work.
Okay.
And that's why
so you dropped it. But then you went to archaeology.
Yes.
Did you finish that?
No.
No. Did you finish anything in college?
No.
You didn't finish college?
No.
Do you want to finish, or are you done with that?
I'm done with that.
Yeah, finish. So when the time comes that you have to stop fighting, do you think you'll stay in MMA? A coach, something like that, or do you want to do something completely different?
Maybe I don't know. I cannot imagine my life without MMA, without UFC. So maybe when I go retired, I will still working for UFC. We will see. But right now we starting with my husband events company here in United States. We starting charity foundation here in United States, because in Poland we have charity foundation. We help children to play sport.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw it.
And this is very important for me because sport give you strength, but strength.
Yeah, strength.
But not only physically, but mentality.
Yes, confidence.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw. I saw on your website the foundation, but it's all in Polish. What I saw. What is the name of it?
K2 Zaborowscy Foundation.
What does that mean?
K2 is.
This is it, right?
Yes, this mountain K2.
Oh, K2 mountain.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you can do everything.
Right. And why did it or how did it come about? What made you start it?
Because sports saved my life. When I was teenager, I had depressed.
Yeah.
I took medicine. I was very sick. I was very, very unhappy, and I don't want to live anymore.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. And when I started training Krav Maga, everything was changed. When I started training sport, everything was changed. And that's why I want to help kids, young people, to play sports, to have passion, because if you have passion in your life, everything is more simple.
Yeah. Why were you so depressed?
I don't know. I was sick, I was sick.
Was that something in your family, or was it, sometimes it's like hereditary, where depression is something that gets passed down. Did other members of your family deal with this, or was it unique?
No.
It was just you?
It was just me.
When you were a teenager?
Yes.
And did you talk to anyone about this?
Yes, I talked with my mom, with my dad. They sent me to the psychologist, psychiatrist.
Yeah, psychiatrist.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
No, and he gave me some medicine, but
no good.
No good.
No.
Sport was better.
You couldn't find the root of it. You couldn't find the reason.
Yes.
You didn't know why. You were just sad, but nothing had happened. You had a good childhood. You had a good family.
Yes.
Did you have siblings, brothers and sisters?
Yes, I have 2 brothers, 2 younger brothers.
Okay, and are they into martial arts as well?
No.
What do they do?
I have Dominic. He's 2 years younger than me, and Victor. He is 20 years younger than me, and he's my half brother because my parents was divorced, and my father had another kid. And Dominic, he lives in the Netherlands, and he's a Dutch teacher.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay, so completely different than you.
Yes. Oh my God, he speaks fluently 4 languages, and he learned it by himself. And I have problem with Polish and with English,
So when you were feeling down, how do you come to the conclusion that sport is going to help you? What gets you to the gym?
Because I want to be like Lara Croft, That's why I go to the gym. And after first training, when I back home, I felt happy. First time since few months, I felt happy, and I knew this is something for me. This is it.
Did any of your friends do it also, or did you go by yourself?
I go with my friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did they keep with it as well?
No.
No. How long did they last?
I don't remember.
Okay, but not obviously they didn't make a career out of it.
No.
Like you. Isn't that crazy? You just go to the gym just to feel better, and then all of a sudden it became your life.
Yes, and I didn't want to be a fighter. I don't know how it happened, but after my first amateur fight, I knew this is something for me.
This is for you. Wow. Did you even know what MMA was?
No.
Did you watch boxing or anything like that? Nothing. Wow. That's crazy. And then you made a whole career out of it. And then you eventually get to KSW.
Yes.
And you become their first and only flyweight champion. KSW, unbelievable organization. The production.
They are great.
Do you still watch their shows?
Yes, and when I am in Poland, I go for the shows for the KSW because they are my friends.
Right.
They are like my home.
Yeah. Do you feel like they can get even bigger? I hear sometimes the viewership, it's crazy numbers over there. Would you say KSW is more popular than UFC in Poland? That more people know what it is?
few years ago, yes, but right now I think UFC is more popular.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are still. I think they are the biggest organization in Europe.
Yes. Oh yeah, for sure. There's Octagon, but
Yeah.
but there's a big difference, I think, in terms of like the production and things like
Yes.
that. What about this Mariusz Pudzianowski? What a guy this guy is, huh? He's unbelievable.
Yeah, he was a strong man.
Yes.
And yeah, he's nice guy. Oh, and he was first Polish fighter in American Top Team. You know that?
Is that true?
Yeah.
In Florida?
Yeah.
Wow, he went there.
He went
when
there.
when he made the transition.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I don't know.
But he didn't last very long.
No.
No. How did you get over there?
To American Top Team.
Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy story because I was after 5 losses in UFC, and I want to quit everything, go retired. But first, I want to win the fight. That's why I go to American Top Team for my last fight camp, in my sport career. And after that fight, I want to go retired. But when I start training in American Top Team, when I start training with Parumpa, with Anderson, with Everton, I changed my mind.
You liked it so much.
Yeah. And when my husband visited me, I told him, we need to change our whole life. We need to rent apartment here. I want to move here for a few years.
Wow.
But right now we want to stay there.
Your husband is your coach? Or
he was my coach.
He was your coach.
But he's not anymore. Right now he don't watch my fight.
He can't.
He can't. He's too nervous,
Jeez. But
Yeah.
Did you meet in the gym?
Yes.
So but when you decided to go to American Top Team, was he your coach at that point?
Yes.
Was that weird? Was that awkward? I mean, he wasn't your husband at the time, right?
Yeah.
But you were a couple, right? So
Yes.
was it awkward to say I want to go somewhere else to train?
No, he told me if you want to fight, you need to go to American Top Team.
Oh wow.
And I called to JJ, to Janna Jędrzejczyk, and asked her, can I train in American Top Team? And she said, okay, I can help you. And
I know you had the history with Joanna. Were you friends at the time or not really?
we are friends right now.
Yes, but when you called her to say...
No. In that time, we didn't have good relations.
Yeah.
But I knew if I ask her for help, she will help me.
Wow.
So I called her.
Just out of the blue?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a conversation with her on the phone prior to that?
Yeah.
You did, but you were not in a good point in your relationship.
Yeah, but right now we are friends.
You're all good. Yeah,
It's a past,
in the past. But that's the reason I'm asking is because it's a big thing to call her up and say, given your history, were you nervous about it? Were you nervous that she might say
no?
No, okay.
No, because I always respect her, and I know she respect me.
Yeah.
Maybe she didn't like me, but I know she respect me.
That fight at UFC 205, it was very heated.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like she was always a very intense person. That's what we love, the face-offs and stuff like that. Was that uncomfortable for you to have that type of tension?
No, it was okay.
You enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Did you like the fact that it was Poland versus Poland, or would you have preferred it not to be?
It was cool and not cool, you know, because someone from Poland will lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's better when Polish guy always winning.
Yeah.
But this is life, and I think it was very, very cool.
What a time! What a fight that was! The first one at MSG.
Yes.
McGregor and Alvarez. What's your favorite memory from that week?
Oh my God, everything! But I think the best thing was when I saw my face on the Times Square.
Yeah.
It was so cool, Yeah, it was something amazing for me.
Like a dream.
Yeah.
You were at
more than dream.
Right. You couldn't even dream of such a thing. It was so crazy.
Yes.
You were at that press conference when Conor said to Jeremy Stevens, right?
Yes. Yes. Always when I was on a press conference with Conor, something happened,
Yes. There was that one. There was then for the Alvarez one, he showed up late.
Yes, yeah, and I was in this bus when
Brooklyn.
Conor.
You were in the bus.
Yeah, I was
with Khabib.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! But you didn't get hurt.
No, no, no.
Were you afraid?
No.
You weren't afraid.
No, I am from Poland.
Yeah. What did you think was going on?
I don't know. I thought that someone makes stupid jokes.
Okay. Oh, you thought it was like a prank.
Yeah, yeah.
But Khabib obviously was probably pretty upset.
He was very calm.
Okay.
Maybe he was upset, but he was very calm. He said something. If Conor has something to me, he can come to me and we can talk or fight or something. And
wow.
He asked everybody, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And
that was it.
Yeah.
Wow. And then you guys got off the bus.
Yes.
And then where did you go?
They took us to the room.
Yeah.
One guy checked us, is everything okay? And after this, we back to the hotel.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's a lot of great memories. Well, maybe not that one. Maybe that's not a great memory. Something memorable, something that you could tell your kids about, that you were on this infamous bus. Or not. Maybe you don't want to tell them about it.
No, I think I will tell them.
Yes.
Funny story.
Of course. Many. But going back to the MSG one, did you understand like how big of a deal MSG was? Did you know what?
Yes.
You knew?
Yes. Oh my God. It was something big for me.
Yeah.
And I think MSG is the best, my favorite place to fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love this place.
What about it?
It's full of history.
Yeah. The world's most famous arena, they say.
Yes.
They're coming in November. Is that a goal for you? Maybe if the last one is there?
Maybe. I fought in MSG 2 times, so maybe my last fight will be in MSG.
Yes.
We will see. I don't want to think about retired right now because it's hard for me,
yeah.
because I really love it. But we will see.
That period where you had the 5-fight losing streak and then you came back with 4 in a row wins. What a switch that is, right? Like what a difference in the midst of the 5 fights. Your confidence must have been. That's why you say you went to Florida.
Yes.
How are you handling it?
I know. It's if you are a fighter and you win all the time, it's easy to love this sport. But when you start losing and you lose again and again and again and you still want to do this, I think it's true love, I really love MMA, I love UFC, and I knew I can win my next fight. I believe in myself, I believe in it. That's why I didn't give up.
Were you ever close to?
No.
No, never. Wow, that's impressive. That first win though, that must have been the greatest feeling.
Yeah.
Right? When you snapped the 5-fight losing streak?
Yeah.
Who was that? Felice Herrig?
Felice Herrig.
Yeah.
And I won in second round by submission, and it was my first submission in UFC. So it was crazy.
Would you say that's your favorite moment? Or is the first win the best? Or something else?
My favorite moment, I think, is UFC 205 when I fought with JJ.
Wow.
I lost that fight, but I didn't feel like a loser,
Okay. How come?
Before this fight, a lot of people told that JJ knocked me out in first round,
right.
That I am not on her level, and I fought with her 5 rounds, and I think it was a very good fight.
Yes. So you were proud of the fact that you hung in there with her and represented.
Yes.
And your relationship with her now is good?
Very good.
Is she at the gym still?
No, she back to Poland, but I know she wants to move to Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
At the beginning for 1 year, and then she will see what will happen.
And you said that maybe when the time comes, in many years when you're done, you would work for the UFC. What would you want to do?
I don't know. I want to be close to the UFC because I love UFC.
Yeah, you don't want to work for anyone or fight for anyone?
No.
UFC?
No, only UFC. My own company and UFC.
That's right. Do you have your own promotion? Do you have your own company?
Yes.
What is that?
We start our company here in. We starting. It's event company. We make sports event. Theater event.
Okay, so not
concert.
fighting.
Not fighting.
No
not
fighting.
Not
okay,
fighting.
In America.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I saw. I think it was either it was before your last fight or after your last fight. You were with Dana White. You had a meeting with him. You took a picture with him.
Yes.
That you were very thankful that he took the time to meet with you.
Yes,
and you
because
said
after my last fight, he invited me to his office in Las Vegas, and it was a very short meeting, 15 minutes. But it was very nice that he found time for me because he is very busy.
Yes, so he invited you.
Yes.
Wow. And what did you guys talk about? Like any?
It was private conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's great guy. He's the best boss, and he's big inspiration for me. You know, from this guy you can learn a lot of things, how to do business.
Sure. Would you ever want to put on fights too? Like you said, you have the event company. Would you ever want to be a promoter also, to have your own MMA organization? No. You have no interest in that.
No.
You want to work with the UFC,
yes.
maybe. I think you've in your career, in my opinion, had one of the best entrance songs, the Passenger by Iggy Pop, and then the entrance music and the walkout with the way you would stand when they would announce your name was amazing, iconic. Why did you choose that song?
When I heard that song, I knew this will be my walkout song. I heard it and I knew it.
So it wasn't a song from when you were very young. You heard it in your career. What was it about the song? You liked the vibe?
Yeah, I like the vibe.
Wow.
I like the vibe.
And then the vibe that you have in the cage before they announce your name, when you would stand with your hands behind your back. What does that represent?
I am very happy when I am in the octagon. I know I am in the right place. I am very calm, very focused, very grateful because not everybody can do what they love.
Right.
I can do this, so I am very grateful.
You're not nervous?
No.
No anxiety, no.
No, I am nervous on the fight camp, for example, when I have injury or something.
Right.
When my sparring is not good. But on the fight week, I am very, very happy, very calm.
That's crazy. Does anything make you nervous?
My husband.
What do you mean?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Gosh.
It was a joke.
He's not gonna. I know. But because he's a coach as well, does he critique your fights after?
No.
Nothing.
No. He don't watch my fight anymore.
Not even after?
No.
Even after a win?
No.
Why?
He's too nervous.
But he knows the result.
Yes, but still, he don't want to watch it.
Wow.
I know, it's crazy.
So he's not in the building?
No.
So where is he when you fight?
Last few times, he came here to New York to our friends, and he stayed with our friends. And I was in Las Vegas, for example.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Nightmare. And did he used to corner you?
Yes.
How many fights?
14
okay.
fights.
In the UFC too?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he can't even watch you?
Yeah.
Would you want him to be there?
No.
Oh, you don't? Why?
No. Because he's so nervous, and when he's nervous, I am nervous too,
Yeah. So it's better. So he doesn't even come on the trip with you?
No.
Wow.
No.
That's wild. And doesn't even watch it after?
No.
What if you have an incredible win, you say, I want you to see it?
Maybe he will watch it, but I don't know.
The highlights, something?
Maybe highlights, yeah.
Yeah. That's amazing. I find that because you'll hear that a lot from family members who don't want to watch their loved one compete, but after the fight is over, they're okay with it because they know the result. He just doesn't like the idea of you getting punched, probably. Is he hoping that you retire soon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but he always respect my decision.
Yeah. And how is the scene back home in terms of like fighters that, you know, is he training guys back home, or is he now full-time in Florida too? And so
he's full-time in Florida too.
Okay. So is he at the
He's not coach anymore.
That's it, done.
Yeah.
Because of you.
Yeah.
Finished.
But he has this event company, you know.
Okay.
He works a lot with artists, with musicians. I don't.
Yeah. How is the MMA scene back home in Poland? Are there people coming up, you know, people that we don't know that are going to be UFC stars? Do you keep tabs on it? Do you pay attention in Poland?
Yes. We have a lot of great fighters in Poland, and I hope soon they will be in UFC. For example, Jakub Wikłacz, Robert Ruchała. Right now, they are in American Top Team. They train in American Top Team, and I hope I will see these guys in UFC soon.
There's so many.
JJ is
managing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Managing them.
She manages them.
Yeah.
Oh wow. There's so many personalities at American Top Team. Like just a couple weeks ago, you have Moicano and Armin and all these guys. Is it ever like surreal to see all these big names, or do you kind of just stick to one area and you don't really cross paths with them?
My coach Parumpa, he trained Moicano,
All
he
of them,
trained
yeah.
Arman. So
You see all of that.
Yeah.
That was crazy with Armin having to withdraw.
Yeah.
And that Moicano steps in. What are the chances? It's coached by the same guy.
It's crazy.
It's a crazy sport.
Yeah.
Do you watch? Like some people don't like to watch. Do you watch the fights?
Yes, I watch the fights, and when my friends from American Top Team when they fight, I watch the fights, and when they fight, I am so nervous.
Oh, really?
Oh my God! I jumping on the bed, I'm screaming.
We have a strawweight title fight this weekend.
Yes.
Who do you like in that?
I love this fight. I want to see this fight, but really, I don't know. 50-50.
50-50. Really? You think Tatiana could beat her?
Yes.
She's looking very good, Zhang Weili. But Tatiana, it almost feels like she's been destined to be a champion for so long.
Yes.
Just injuries and things like that. So you think she has a good chance?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. You know, this is MMA. Everything can happen.
Do you like watching the women's fights more than the men's fights?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite to watch now?
Of course, my favorite fighter is Valentina Shevchenko.
Number one.
Yeah, I love to watch her fight, but I like Alexa Grasso too.
Okay.
In UFC, there is a lot of great fighters. I love to watch Dakota fights.
Yes,
she's.
So these are all flyweights, by the way.
Yeah.
You don't like to watch the strawweights?
No. I like watch strawweights. Weili is amazing.
Sure. Valentina against Mano Fiorot. That's a good fight.
Yeah.
And Valentina against Dakota.
Yes.
Who do you think would win in that one?
Oh my God.
Tough one, right?
Right now, I am with Dakota. You know,
have
because she's my teammate. We train together.
It's a trick question.
Yeah.
She's unbelievable. I think that she could be like one of the faces.
And you know what? I had my first fight in UFC, and on this card, Valentina has.
Oh, that's right.
Her first fight too.
By the way, that card I think is one of the all-time best cards. It was UFC Fox in Orlando.
Yes.
Your first fight, Valentina's first fight. Usman Leon Edwards was on the prelims.
Yeah.
The Michael Johnson against Nate Diaz was on there, and that's when Nate Diaz went on the microphone and he called out Conor McGregor, right? Donald Cerrone in the main event against RDA. That was an unbelievable card for free on Fox.
Yeah.
Feels like yesterday.
Yeah. It was my first fight in UFC. So
yeah. And you weren't nervous for that one?
No.
Wow.
I was very excited, you know.
Right.
Because I trained so hard for this. I worked so hard for this to be there.
Right. Yeah. What a life.
Yeah.
You're lucky from someone who was. What's the name of your town that you grew up in?
Łódź.
W. That's no Lodz.
Yeah.
That's pronounced Wuj.
Yes.
Wow. The L is a W.
Yes.
Wow. Are you close with Jan Blachowicz?
Yeah.
Oh, that's like Blachowicz.
Blachowicz. Yes.
Blachowicz. He had a great tweet last week. Did you see his tweet about Bryce Mitchell?
Yes.
What do you think of this Bryce Mitchell?
He's stupid, you know?
Yeah.
He's stupid. This is too much for me, you know? I don't know why someone can say that Hitler was a nice guy.
Yeah.
Hitler wasn't a nice guy.
No.
He was the worst guy in the world, you know?
Right. Maybe the worst human being ever.
Yes.
Evil.
Yes,
Pure
very
evil.
evil. Yes.
And he says he'd like to go fishing with him.
Yeah. It's
stupid.
He's very stupid.
And then he posted an apology after. Did you see his apology?
No.
It was nothing. If I offended you, I didn't mean to offend you, this and that. But we know how he feels. We know how he believes. And I thought, or what he believes. I thought Jan's tweets were very good.
Yeah.
It would be. It's disappointing to see this stuff, and to, as a MMA fan, to hear this type of stuff.
I don't know. This guy don't know the history. I don't know what is wrong with him.
Right.
He's stupid or he didn't know what he's saying. I don't know.
Have you ever visited the camps in Poland?
Yes.
Yeah. Auschwitz.
Yes.
You've been to it?
I was there. Oh my God! I cry all the time. I cry. This place is.
Hell.
Yeah, it's hell.
I went there when I was in 11th grade. When I was 17, I went there. Auschwitz, Birkenau, Dachau. Awful, the stuff that you see. And now you have people saying that it didn't happen.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
They say it with
they are stupid.
Conviction.
Yeah.
It's not true, that it's made up. That the numbers are made up. A lot
of people died there.
Millions.
Yeah.
And this guy says he wants to go fishing with him.
Yeah.
Do you think there should be a punishment for him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so too.
Yeah.
Something. I don't know what it is. Not for me to say or you to say, but I don't think seeing him fight is a good enough punishment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it offends a lot of people. Not just, I'm Jewish, not just Jewish people, Polish people, Europeans. He didn't just kill Jewish people, you know?
Yeah.
It's awful. But I liked what Jan said. Jan's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's very famous over there.
Yes. You know, he was a UFC champion, so he's very famous in Poland.
Did you ever try his hamburger?
No, because I don't eat meat.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You had like a thyroid problem, right?
Yes.
As a kid? And so you've been a vegan?
Yes, right now I'm not vegan. I eat fish sometimes,
okay.
But when I was on vegan diet, I think it was the best diet for me.
Wow.
But I like eggs. I like fish, but I don't eat meat.
When did you have that issue?
My problems with thyroid start before my fight with Jessica Andrade.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were already an adult.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But maybe I had it before, but I didn't knew it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, like, what would happen? You would get sick?
I was tired all the time.
Okay.
I didn't have power to do training. I was all the time. I was tired, and I was very sleepy, and my weight was very high. I was on the diet, but my weight was very, very high. And I checked my hormones, everything. And the doctor told me you have hyperthyroidism and Hashimoto.
Yes. And so do you have to take medicine?
Yes.
Wow.
I take medicine every day.
Still?
Yes.
Even when you're in fight camp?
Yes.
And does it make it harder to cut weight?
Yes and no. I don't think about it.
Okay.
I just do my job.
You just do it, yeah. Okay. So it doesn't make it...
But maybe it's a little bit harder, but I don't want to think about this. I just focus on my job.
So as long as you take the medicine, there's no and follow the diet, there's no side effects, there's no issues that you deal with.
Yes.
But meat you can have. Chicken, beef, anything like that.
I stopped eating the meat when I was 13 years old.
Oh, wow.
Because I watched a documentary program about slashers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I stopped eating meat.
Gross. Yeah. Wow, since you were 13.
Yeah.
Very disciplined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Impressive. Also, by the way, speaking of American Top Team, I saw you and Paige Van Zandt. You do a collab.
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was destiny.
Destiny for you guys.
Yeah, but Paige, she's amazing person. I like her very much, and I think this photo shoot was very beautiful.
Yes. Was your family? Were they happy with it?
Yeah.
No problem. She talks about how she makes more money from OnlyFans than she did as a fighter. That's crazy.
Yes, she make a lot of money.
Yes.
On OnlyFans.
It's a crazy, when she was in the UFC, she was saying that she was making more, and then now post, I think it's changed her life.
Yeah. This is her full-time job.
Well, she doesn't even need to fight. I don't even know why she fights. If
she like it.
Yeah.
She like it,
That's a good point. But you don't get punched in the face.
Yeah.
But that's good. Coming together, collabo, as they say, collaboration.
Yeah.
So when's the next time we'll see you in there?
Where?
Not with no fighting.
I don't know. Maybe May, June.
Nothing planned just yet.
I don't have fight, so I'm waiting. But I think May, June.
You have a preference? Who you fight?
No,
you don't care.
I don't care.
You just want to fight.
I don't care. Mick Maynard. He know what he's doing.
Yes.
he's the best in his job. So yeah.
Just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
You'll fight, but you need to be fighting in an arena with fans. Yes.
Yes.
Not Apex.
I like fight in Apex. I love fight in big arena, but in Apex everything is like on training.
Right. You need the energy.
Yeah.
The walkout, the whole thing. It's better. Well, this was great. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. You did well with the English.
I learn English 2 times in week. I do Duolingo, but still it's not good. It's not good. But I don't give up. I don't give up.
Come a long way. I think when you came to the UFC, did you speak English at all?
Yes. No.
Interviews?
Thank you.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
The interviews were very short. So you've come a long way. 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you get another 10 years in the UFC.
I hope so.
Yes.
Too.
Why not? Why not? You've been through ups and downs, and you can do it. So thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me.
How do you say thank you?
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Yes, that's right. That's right. You know how I remember that? Borat used to say dziękuję, even though he was Kazakh. He used to say dziękuję.
Yeah.
You know Borat?
Yes.
He would say Polish words.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why either. Dziękuję. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Appreciate you coming in. And we're going to take a small break here, say goodbye to Karolina. We'll be back with Joe Hendry in studio. Here's my conversation with Alex Pereira from last week. Don't go anywhere. Yes, there it is. My guy. Oh my God, he scared the shit out of me.
Shama,
how are you, my friend?
Good.
Obrigado, thank you. How are you?
Good to see my friend.
The man. You see Connor wearing your shirt.
Yes, I did so. He's the man.
Oh my God, that was intense, by the way. The yell. I wasn't ready for that. Thank you for coming.
Não tá pronto para isso aí não. Só encarar.
I was trying to look at him in the eye, but then I had to look away because I felt the chama.
Ele tá tentando encarar você, mas pô, não consegui, teve que olhar para outro lado porque sentiu o chama.
De boa, tranquilo aqui. Entrevista, não tem. É que a energia, pô, é forte mesmo.
It's just a strong energy, strong vibe, but he's happy to be here doing this interview.
Thank you so much. My boys were telling me you were playing basketball over there.
Acabou que tá jogando basquete lá fora?
Tava treinando ali um pouquinho.
Training a little bit.
Yes.
Tava treinando porque sempre tem uma surpresa, né? Vai que ele fala assim, agora vamos fazer um desafio aí. Tem que
estar preparado. Dardo, né? Oh, he's training because it's always a surprise. Last time was a dart. So like, let me just make sure that I'm on point.
By the way, are you thinner than you look smaller than normal? Has he lost weight?
Perdeu peso, tá um pouquinho mais magro?
Não, tô bem. Acho que ele tá com 105 quilos hoje.
230.
235, acho, sei lá.
No, he looks like, but he's actually 235, 230.
Really?
Yeah, he's in shape.
I don't know, maybe it's the t-shirt or something. But you're good.
Talvez a camisa.
It was the Florida sun. You were in Miami.
O sol da Flórida deu
uma clareada.
Parabéns to your sister. She won at Karate Combat. I saw you guys there. Amazing. When you see her compete, when you see her win like that, and I saw you guys hug each other afterwards, what are the feelings that you experience seeing your sister win like that?
Parabéns sua irmã, viu a vitória no Karate Combat, viu a gente lá. Pô, quando você vê sua irmã ganhando, ela vem dar aquele abraço em você, assim, qual o sentimento que você tem ali?
Um sentimento de um trabalho bem feito, né? Trabalho bem feito, se dedicou bastante aí, tá com uma grande evolução, tá bem interessada, né? E agora, pô, com o Karate Combat, valorizando ela do jeito que tá valorizando. Então, com certeza, ela tá mais motivada.
Well, it's the feeling of a job done, well done, of achievement, and also Karate Combat doing what they're doing for her, they're taking care of her, so we feel that she's appreciated.
Do you get nervous when you see her fight?
Você fica tenso, nervoso na hora que você vê ela lutar?
Não, um pouco, né? Porque eu sei dos riscos, né? De estar ali dentro. É um pouco diferente quando a gente vai lutar, fica nervoso também. No meu caso eu fico, mas sei controlar isso. E também quando ela está lutando, eu sei controlar.
Well, a little bit, because we know the risks of being inside there. I feel the risk same way when I fight. But I know that she can control, and I know that she knows what to do when it's there.
When you guys were younger, were you close?
Quando vocês eram mais novos, vocês eram bem próximos um do outro?
A gente sempre foi bem próximo, os irmãos assim, bem unidos.
Entire family, all the brothers were very united.
How many siblings did you have?
Quantos irmãos?
Hoje, tem 3 mulheres, né? E era 4 homens. Aí um morreu.
3 women. We used to be 4 men, 1 passed away.
Okay, and so obviously you're a fighter, she's a fighter. How many of the other ones were fighters or are fighters?
Você é lutador, ela é lutador, e qual dos outros, quantos mais que lutam também?
Não, eu comecei, né, e aí levei ela.
Well, no, I started and I brought her with me.
Okay, that's it.
Ela na minha família, assim, não tem ninguém assim que tava dentro da arte marcial, não tem ninguém.
In my family, nobody was into martial arts. I was the first one.
And so she followed in your footsteps.
Ela seguiu seu caminho.
Sim.
Were your parents okay with that? You know, it's one thing for the boy to fight, another for the girl. Were they okay with that?
Seus pais estavam ok com isso aí, porque uma coisa é o homem lutar, né? Mas a menina, entendeu?
Não, sim, igual quando eu comecei, viu ali a mudança, né, de vida, né, pô, igual todo mundo...
Okay, that was my lovely conversation with Alex Pereira. Shout out to the great Plinio Cruz, his coach, who does a tremendous job of interpreting. Sometimes Alex gives you a long answer. I'm like, how's Plinio going to remember this? I mean, he is a coach. He doesn't do this for a living, but he does a great job. And it's always a pleasure. It's always a great honor to have Plinio and Alex in studio. Great to have Karolina Kowalkiewicz all these years. I was at that show, UFC on Fox. Golly, what was it? 8 or something like that? No, maybe 15? I think it was 15. Let me see if I get this right. UFC. No, I think because I'm thinking December. UFC on Fox 15. No, that was Machida Rockhold here in New Jersey. What was the one in Orlando? Let's see. No, Verdun Brown, Emmett Stevens, not the one that I want. You know which one I'm talking about? RDA Cerrone. 17. UFC on Fox 17. So close. Yes, 2015. December. It was a week after. It was a week after the Conor Aldo fight at the Amway Center in Orlando. So great stuff there. Appreciate her coming in, and she's a legend of the game. Fought for the belt at UFC 205, the strawweight title against fellow Polish fighter Joanna Jędrzejczyk. She has had a great career. And incredible to lose 5 in a row and then win 4 in a row. Currently on a 2-fight losing streak. Let's see how she bounces back. In a matter of moments, my friends, it's a great, great honor to be joined in studio by this gentleman, an absolute legend of the pro wrestling scene, an indie sensation, especially in the last year. He has just skyrocketed. He appeared as a member of the TNA roster on NXT, which is a WWE brand, in the summertime in June, had a nice run there, went back to TNA recently, just some 2.5 or so weeks ago, won the TNA World Heavyweight Championship. And then on Saturday at the Royal Rumble in Indianapolis, he appeared as number 15, had a nice little run there, And it was surreal to see the TNA heavyweight champion walk out with that belt. Now they've got this arrangement, and everyone loves him. He's got a great demeanor, a great personality, a great entrance song, a great gimmick, everything that you would want. And it's happening, as Wade Barrett said on Saturday. It took him 15 years to become an overnight sensation, which is just an amazing line, and really does sum up his amazing career and his amazing story. And what's so much fun about this, I reached out to him because of what happened on Saturday. Reached out to him, never met before, and said, hey, would you like to come on maybe on Zoom? We could do an interview. He said, why don't I come in studio? That's the kind of guy I like. That's the kind of guy I want to do business with. Say his name, and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. How are you, my friend?
How are you, my friend?
What a great honor
Great
this
to meet
is.
you.
Wow.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. I want to do.
Thank you.
We can't get enough of the music here. We can't get enough of the song. We keep singing it. My kids keep singing. Look at this. There it
Where's
is.
a good spot to put this?
Oh, look at that. Let's see camera 3 right here.
Look at that.
Can we go to camera 3? Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Joe, you're the man.
Thank you, my
for
friend.
coming in.
Thanks for having me.
I have to say, I reached out to you yesterday, and you said, "Oh, can I come in studio?" And I was like, "Well, are you going to be in New York?" You had no plan. Yes,
Yeah.
you are. You had no plans of being in New York.
I did not. I just think, look, there's certain interviews you got to do in person, right? And I'm very much. I was actually supposed to be on the Jericho cruise.
I saw this on the internet.
Yes. What happened was I was supposed to go straight from the Rumble to the cruise. I go from the Rumble back to the hotel, pick up my things, and it turns out if you fly into the Dominican Republic, because that's where I was meeting them, rather than sailing, you need an extra visa thing, and we didn't have that. So we didn't know about it. It's unfortunate. We'll try to do it again next year. So couldn't do that. But I kind of have been responding to, the random nature of life. And then you DM'd me and I was like, it's a sign. Let's go. So here we are.
So what would you have done? Like, where's home for you?
I'm still in Scotland.
You're still in Scotland.
Yeah.
As a pro wrestler who's working primarily in the United States, North America, let's just say, that's got to be a pain in the butt.
I mean, the travel's tough at times, but I mean, look, Ariel, if you look at my life in the last year, I have got nothing to complain about.
Oh, what a story,
Nothing
man.
to complain
I
about.
love your story. I freaking love everything about it. It's a beautiful thing, and congratulations on Saturday.
Thank you.
And what a time to speak to you for the first time after you just made your Royal Rumble debut
Yeah, that was
as the
pretty wild.
TNA heavyweight champion.
It was pretty wild.
Do you feel like you're on cloud 9?
It has not sunk in yet at all. I have not had. The great thing about the last year for me is I've had no time to process all of the amazing things that have happened. Like, I just won this amazing championship from Nick Nemeth, who's a legend in the business, and then I hadn't even had time to process that. And then we found out the Rumble's happening. It's like, all right, let's go. There's just been so many. All right, we got to go. Let's go. So many fun things have happened, and I'm sure it'll kind of hit me in a week or two.
Well, when did you get the call that you would be a part of the Rumble?
So what's interesting is I've been kind of trying to speak this into existence for a long time. And I remember walking into, I've got a training school back home. I walked in after Jordan Grace had done her stint in the Rumble representing TNA Wrestling. And I'd said, you know what? I says, mark my words, I'll be in that next Rumble.
Really?
And yeah, even if it's a subconscious thing, I just feel like when you put something out there to people, you kind of start guiding your actions towards that. And it was a great honor to, now with the partnership between TNA and WWE, it's been amazing for both companies. And, it was a huge honor to represent TNA on that stage. And can I just say, by the way, this is big for me. I've been watching your content for a long time.
Thank you.
Friend, so
I appreciate it.
It's very cool to
we'll get into your martial arts background as well.
Sure.
But, okay, so last year Jordan Grace shows up. It's a huge deal. I believe it was 2 years ago, Mickie James showed up, right?
Yeah.
Last year's Rumble, where were you in life? Where were you watching that?
That's quite interesting, actually. I was at a point where, so I was with TNA, but, I didn't have much going on. At that point, I don't think I'd been on an actual pay-per-view for several months. By April this year, I hadn't been on a TNA pay-per-view for about a year. And it's just crazy how in 9 months, you can go from one place and you can just ascend to somewhere completely different if you just have faith in what you're doing. And also the other thing is I think you have to have a real commitment to getting better in all areas of the game. Because look, if you break down what it takes to be a professional wrestler, if you aim to get better in every one of those areas, good things are going to happen. So there's been a lot of fortune. There's been a lot of, a huge amount of support from the fans. They've really put me in this spot, but I had to do my bit as well. I had to just keep improving in all areas,
Point being, the idea of you being in the Rumble this time last year, kind of absurd, right?
Totally absurd.
The longest of long shots.
Yeah, absolutely. But for some reason, I just thought it was going to happen.
Were you watching live?
Yes, I think
it would be in the middle of the night if you were in Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know how it is for wrestling fans.
Yeah,
you don't really get casual wrestling fans. We're dedicated. So most, in the UK, we will that's part of the culture. It's just staying up till 4 a.m. to watch the pay.
That's why you guys are the best. MMA fans as well. Like, I don't know how they are fans of the sport watching at 3, 4 a.m. I could barely stay up till 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. The call, when you got the call that you were going to be a part of it, what did that feel like? And could I ask who delivered the news to you?
So I heard some rumblings that there was some interest, but it was actually, it was my boss, Ariel, who confirmed it to me. But I heard some rumblings, and then when it was actually confirmed, it was like, oh, this is actually happening. So when you get that information, what you then need to think about is you're going, okay, how can I maximize this opportunity? When you're the champion of a company, you're not just thinking about yourself. You're thinking about how can I elevate the company? How can I elevate the championship? You have those considerations. How can I make the biggest impact? How can I, do something that will open up doors for future business? And actually, I just couldn't help myself. As soon as I won this championship, I did an interview the next day and just started calling out John Cena. Because, and the same way that I believed that I would be in the Rumble, I'm happy to say it. I'd hand on heart believe that I will wrestle John Cena this year.
Really?
Oh, 100%. There's not any doubt. And I had the opportunity to tell John Cena that as well.
Backstage?
Yeah. We had a long conversation.
And how was that?
It was awesome. It was awesome. It was, he's the greatest, and I'll share some of it. I won't share it all, but basically what he did say was that fortune favors the bold. And what he made clear is that if I want that match to happen, it's on my shoulders. I got to make it happen. I got to generate the interest to make it happen. And it was almost like a challenge, you know. And aside from that, he gave me some great advice. And, with all the chaos of the Rumble going on, John Cena sat down with me and we had a long, meaningful conversation where he could have, used that time to think about what he was doing. He instead invested the time to talk to me. So I think he sees something in me, but that I have to prove myself now. I have to put myself in a position where me versus John Cena is one of the most compelling matchups in professional wrestling.
I feel like you could do it.
I believe. Like I can. Thank you.
I believe. I really do. I mean, you have willed so much into existence. I heard you tell a story a few months back of the first time you spoke to John as a youngster.
Yeah.
Your friend was at a signing. You couldn't make it. And he just handed him the phone and he spoke to you for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In the midst of like a sea of people.
Yeah. He held up the signing to have
just to talk to some like teenage kid that he had never met before, knew nothing of. You weren't in the business, right? You were just a fan.
Just a fan. And that's who John is.
That's absurd that he would do that.
It is, but
most people would just be like, hey, thanks for the support. See you later.
Yeah, but he asked me who my favorite wrestlers were. Like, what did you think of the show? Like, it was, I remember it as if it were yesterday.
Was this the first time you spoke to him in person this past weekend?
I met him super briefly when I was an extra in 2013, but this was the first sort of meaningful, like long conversation that we had. And it was, it was awesome. Like there was quite a lot of people that I got to speak to and have great conversations with. So
I'm fascinated by that because here you are, you're on fire. You just became champ. You just beat a well-known guy, Nick Nemeth, formerly known as Dolph Ziggler.
I just got to check, by the way. You always get the fear. There we go. The title's the right way.
No,
I know you would tell me.
No,
you wouldn't leave me hanging.
I've been looking at it, and it's fantastic.
It's a beautiful belt. Sorry, carry on.
Look how good you look back there. I know. I mean, look at this. You look fantastic. You got the blue and the white. Shout out to Scotland. What is it like walking in there? I don't want to say enemy territory. It's all good vibes. But you're the new kid here, right? And there's giants of the game, right? A who's who. Some said the most stacked Rumble ever. And you walk in there, guy who's been grinding, dreaming of this moment. Here you are coming out. We'll get to the walkout in a moment. What is that feeling like? Like the first few moments, this isn't your home, right? You're an outsider. Can you take us through that?
Yeah. So the first thing was I was amazed that it didn't leak. Because what I did is weeks ago, I made the decision that I was just going to put myself in Indianapolis, like to make it easy. And I remember Chris Jericho asked me, he's like, do you want to do the cruise? And originally I was like, Chris, I'm sorry, this is going to sound crazy, but I need to keep that Royal Rumble date free. I know this is crazy, but I think it's going to happen. And he was like, all right, man. And then he said, look, maybe you could join the cruise later. But we booked a bunch of stuff in Indianapolis. So I was there. So we had to leave a signing early for me to catch a flight. And then we got to the venue. And when I walked in, there was a lot of familiar faces, like a lot of the Scottish wrestlers who had kind of came up through. It was great to see them. But, I got to the back and there was a moment where, I just remember having a conversation with CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, and I was just saying, if you guys were me, how would you approach this? And just getting great advice. And I have to tell you, I don't know if he'd want me to say this, but The Miz is awesome, and these guys they go out of their way to help you succeed. And it was, and as many people have at TNA, I've been very fortunate in the business that there's been a lot of people who have helped me get to where I'm getting to. I've had a lot of great advice, and I really do believe it takes an army of people to help someone like myself get better and get to this point. But yeah, it was an awesome experience. I got great advice, and I felt welcome, and I also felt this confidence that I thought, this is a great opportunity for me to show that I can get a top level reaction in an arena with, 70,000 people. So it was very reassuring when that did happen, because you do have that thing where you wonder, you're like, well, how many people do know who I am? So you just don't know when you're about to walk.
Was there any part of you that was worried that when you would get to the back that you would kind of be shunned, that no one would want to talk to you, that they would think that, they're above you or you're beneath them, something like that?
I find that top talents in the business. The first time I got to work with top talents, I got to work with Drew McIntyre back home. I worked with Kurt Angle when I was 3 years in the business. And my experience of working with them is the same experience I've had with working with top talents. And they're made guys. They're made talents. They're confident. They're comfortable in who they are. So they're going, we need dance partners here. So they're trying to help elevate people. So I have to be honest, I've had nothing but good experiences, really, with top talents.
So maybe it's the guys who might be threatened by your presence, the lower guys, right?
Hey, you said it, not me.
I'm just saying.
No, but
of course. I mean, it's a kill or be killed world, right?
It isn't. It was. So what I'm probably referring to is when I was coming up through the ranks. Like when at kind of TNA and WWE, it's awesome atmospheres. It was just like they're great locker rooms to be in. But on the way up, when you're coming through the indies, it's a shark tank.
Yeah.
So actually, if you can survive that, it can be, in terms of getting along with everybody, it can be smooth sailing from there. I'd say that coming up through the indies was a bit of a shark tank.
I love the Triple H tweet, because he doesn't have to do that, right? He doesn't have to put you over. Like you're not one of his guys, right? I know there's the relationship, but not only does he tweet about you, he uses the line too.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about this? How did this come about?
I'll tell you how it came about. I was getting ready. It was just my music was about there to right. We're counting you down.
Oh my gosh!
Triple H just walked over to me, put his arm around me, and pointed at me. He was like, "Oh, we're doing the point. We're doing the point."
Legendary.
Yeah. So that was awesome. Again, had a great conversation with Triple H, and it's just it's an honor for me to represent TNA in that environment, and I just felt so welcomed. I felt TNA has been so welcomed. I think this partnership is just awesome, and I've got nothing but good things to say.
When they announced the partnership just a few weeks ago, and obviously, like I said, Jordan shows up, Mickey it seemed to be good relationships. What did you think? Were you surprised that it was sort of cemented? Because let's be honest, historically, WWE isn't doing something like this. I mean, I remember this is how far back I go. I'm an old guy now. I mean, we're kind of around the same. I'm 42. You're, how old are you? No, 30.
You were going to say 40?
No.
Come on. I'm 36.
36. My apologies. I used to buy the TNA weekly Wednesday pay-per-views. Yeah. I think $9.99 from Huntsville, Alabama, and stuff like that. So I remember when it started with Jeff and his father, Jerry. The thought of a TNA belt being shown and being promoted in a positive light on WWE television is absurd, and especially considering all that's happened with the company. And so when you saw this, and obviously what happened in the summertime, what were your expectations?
Well, I think what's very exciting is when I went over to NXT, I had the opportunity to train at the Performance Center. I was, training with Terry Taylor every day. I was learning from Shawn Michaels every week. Like, I had some amazing one-on-one conversations with Shawn that really expanded my mind with professional wrestling. I was fortunate enough to main event No Mercy as a TNA wrestler, which is, I've got an N64 cartridge in my house of No Mercy. You're just thinking, what is going on? But now that the partnership is solidified, I really think that opens the door for even more possibilities. And, I might even be as bold as to say, what if we invited some people into TNA wrestling? I was in the Rumble, and, a very organic moment that happened is a slide in, and I'm getting ready to do my thing, and there's Sheamus standing in the corner. And this is something that people have really kind of gravitated towards. And genuinely in that moment, I was like, I don't know what to do. I was like, because I want to do all this stuff, but Sheamus is looking at me. So do I? Oh, there you go. There's the picture. I'm like, do I attack him? And then I'm like, but then if I attack him, I'm going to have to keep going over him. So I thought, you know what? Maybe he just wants to see what's happening. So I'll just let him observe. And the fans really kind of latched onto it. So I think actually, to be honest, I think the fans would also be interested in maybe even seeing Sheamus come over to TNA wrestling and maybe challenging me for the TNA World Championship, or The Miz for that matter. I think that me and The Miz would have, a fantastic program. And obviously the partnership being with NXT, maybe Ethan Page comes over to TNA wrestling and challenges me there. There's so many possibilities. And here's the cool thing about it. I know nothing. Right. I knew nothing, and I knew nothing until I found out about the Rumble. I'm just throwing some interesting things out there in the hope that they might happen.
Sheamus was very complimentary of you on social media afterwards as well. And there's a tweet I was enjoying, Joe Hendry. So
they put up some stats, and it was, Penta had been in it for 42 minutes, and there was there'd been a few people, like, different stats, and I was like, we need to get one for Sheamus. So someone made a graphic of Sheamus believing in Joe Hendry for 30 seconds. So we got the graphic of that made. But I think I think that would be,
there it is.
There you go. There you go. Most time believing. People seem to be into that too. I think people are excited by the possibilities, but the fact that the partnership is now solidified, is it that out with the question to think that there couldn't be someone to hold the NXT and TNA championships at the same time, for example? That's just anything. I think we've now found out anything is possible in the world of professional wrestling.
And by the way, what exactly is the partnership, to the best of your knowledge? Is it just sharing of talent? Is it more than that?
To be completely truthful with you, I don't know the inner details of it, and I think that's the best way to do it, because it's exciting. Because we'll find out about these opportunities, and people will just show up, and it's exciting for us as the roster as well to see people we maybe weren't expecting show up in different places. So behind the scenes, we don't know what's going to happen next. So we're sharing a lot of the excitement with the fans. So we saw that, yes, the partnership is with TNA and NXT, but here I am. I was able to go out onto the Rumble. So, is it that out with the question to think that maybe the TNA World Champion could show up on WrestleMania?
Oh, wow.
Is
this another thing you're trying to put out there?
Is it that crazy?
I don't think so.
Just?
I mean, you're damn popular.
I mean, maybe, the reaction we got at the Rumble, maybe, who knows?
What about that reaction? What is going on in your mind? Holy shit, man. 70,000 people in Indianapolis at this massive stadium are reacting to your song and then singing it and doing the clapping.
Yeah.
For a guy who's been through the road, like the crazy ups and downs of the professional wrestling business, and Wade Barrett had the all-time best line, right? Overnight sensation in 15 years. It took him 15 years to become one. I would just love to know, like, in that moment, do you even remember what you were thinking about?
I remember being told beforehand. I worked very closely with Shane Helms, who was the Hurricane, in this match, and he had a lot of great advice for me. And one of the pieces of advice was just take a moment. Just take a moment, because this is special. You take it in, feel the moment. It's also what Tommy Dreamer told me before I went out in NXT the first time as well. You must take a moment to just appreciate the magnitude of what's happening, because it's such a rare opportunity to experience something like that. So I walked out, and like I say, you don't really know what the reaction is going to be, but it was loud, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I walked out, and I could hear there was like a roar behind me. So I actually turned around, and I saw there was a sign right there. And then there was another sign where they'd spelled out my name, and it was this. So one person's holding an H, one's holding the E, and so on. And I was like, I remember seeing The Rock having those signs, and I'm just going, what is going on? What is my life? And it's just, it's very difficult to put it into words, but yes, I learned that working in an arena of that size is slightly different to working in smaller venues. You have to adjust things a little bit, and now I have a little bit of experience there. I'd know how to maybe improve on it next time.
When you say adjust, what do you mean by that?
So, for example, before I hit the standing ovation on the Miz, what I'll do is I'll do the We Will Rock You. I'll do stomp, stomp, clap, and you'll do it. I do it 3 times, and then I go for the move. But in an arena of that size, it takes so long for the sound to travel. Maybe it's worth doing 4 times, maybe 5 times to get the whole arena with you. So there's certain things you just maybe have to take a little more time with. Also, there's a photograph of Roman Reigns spearing me, and someone tweeting says, "I can't believe this is a real photograph," But again, working with Roman, there you go. I'll tell you, that is that
surreal?
It was surreal. It was surreal, and I think I said in the promo it's on WWE's YouTube where I said I don't think this is the last time that me and Roman will cross paths, because at the end of the day, he didn't pin me. He threw me over the top ropes. Now that is the MMA equivalent of losing 1 round in a five-round fight.
That's right.
So there's unfinished business there, my friend. But yeah, working with Roman, I kind of got an appreciation for that top guy timing. And just going like, So I had a couple of epiphanies when I was out there. It was a great learning experience. And what's amazing is that this partnership, it is very helpful to gain that experience. The NXT talent are able to gain experience of working in our arenas. And, I don't know if you've seen recently, but TNA is on such a hot streak right now. We are filling like these big arenas. We had 4,000 people in for Genesis. We had 4,000 people for Slammiversary in Montreal. We had phenomenal numbers at Bound for Glory. And we've got some big shows coming up, some really ambitious shows coming up. So
I want to ask you about that in a moment, but I'm curious, were you nervous in there? You walk in there and there's legends of the game, some that you've never worked with, maybe not really had a conversation with, and there you are, 70,000. Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you hesitant? What's going through your mind as you step through the ropes?
So you mean before I go out or as I'm running to the ring?
Yeah, now you're in there.
Okay. So I walked out and the reaction's good, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then I'm more thinking about, I'll be completely honest with you, the main thing that's going through your head is you just don't want to do the Titus O'Neil fall down. I'm sorry, that is the main thing. You're thinking, I don't want to fall down. So once you've slid in, it's kind of, you get, because I remember people saying, hey, when you go out watch, there's a couple of steps at the start of the ramp, and then there's a little decline at the bottom. So I was kind of thinking about that because, can you imagine?
No.
So once you've slid in, you're like, okay. And the main thing was as well, I was like, you sometimes overthink things. So I'm almost glad that this year's been such a roller coaster. I haven't had time to think about it, because if I did have 3 weeks to know about the Rumble, I might have overthought it.
Got it.
But one thing that I did get in my head, because you sometimes start to think of these self-sabotaging thoughts, was I was like, oh man, don't fall over on the nip up. Don't fall over on the nip up. And the moment I hit the nip up and I was fine and the crowd started coming up, I was like, right, I'm having fun. I'm good. That was the one bit where it's like, don't fall over on the nip up. And that we didn't. So we're good.
You were flowing out there.
Thank you. Yeah,
it was seamless.
It was a lot of fun. But I will be honest though, it's hard to process, because it's unprecedented, It's unprecedented. Like you say, to see a picture of me standing next to Triple H where he's pointing at me weighing the TNA World Championship, and then we go out in front of 70,000 people. That is an unprecedented situation for with this partnership. And I say that, but we have to give Jordan Grace credit and Mickey as well, because they really kicked down the door, and without them kind of doing that, I really feel them doing that is what's led me here. But
what happens when you get to the back? Anyone give you any words of wisdom?
So the first thing that happens is when you leave the ringside area, there's like a little golf cart that picks you up.
Okay.
So you're kind of, I'm sitting there. I've been speared by Roman Reigns. Would love to have won and gone on to WrestleMania, but there was a moment where I was sitting on the cart and the fans were just saying, we believe, and you're going, whoa, like this is pretty surreal, So you get to the back, and I had another conversation with John Cena when he got back as well, and it was just. It's hard to say. It's hard to put it into words, to be honest. It was just, wow. It's a chapter in my career that was just a wonderful surprise.
I would imagine at one point, probably unfathomable, right? Like everyone wants to get to WWE, but was there ever a point where you thought maybe this dream isn't going to work out for me?
Never.
Never.
So I never thought about quitting. I had a moment where there was a show in Newcastle, England, a promotion called North Wrestling, and there was maybe 200 people there, and I did an entrance video on Scotty 2 Hotty where I do these things where I do these custom music videos where I make fun of my opponents. I did one for Scotty 2 Hotty, and the place just erupted, and it was 200 people there, and at that time I didn't have a deal, and I said to myself, I was like, you know what? I am a pro wrestler, and this particular brand of comedy that I'm doing, nobody's doing it like this. This is what I bring to the table, whether it's in front of 50 people, 200, 2,000, 20,000 or beyond. I'm committed, and I'll give it my best. And my thinking switched from, I want to win this title, I want to work for this promotion, I want, and it changed to, what's the best way that I can entertain the audience? What's the biggest reaction we get? What's the biggest laugh? Instead of focusing on I want, it's what can you give to the audience? How can I give more of myself to get better? As soon as I had that shift, I almost immediately got signed to TNA. Oh, it was like a couple of weeks later, I got signed to TNA, and it just, something changed in me. So I never thought, I have to do this, I have to do that. I just had gratitude for the entire journey. And, I feel on top of the world. It's been unbelievable. And I've had amazing colleagues, we've got amazing management. I'm very, very grateful.
Your background, you were into music and whatnot, right? But also, as I said, martial arts, wrestling, judo.
Yeah.
What are the credentials? What's the resume here? Because you're legit.
So I did judo from the age of, I think, like 6 to 13. Kind of stepped away from it, did some acting classes, did music. I came back to judo when I was about 19, 20, and I got my black belt in judo. And that was the first time I'd ever finished anything in my life. I remember my dad saying to me, one day you could get your black belt. And I looked at my dad and I says, that's not having a black belt isn't for people like me, Dad. And it kind of broke my dad's heart, me saying that, because it's just, I just didn't see myself as someone who had the potential to do that. So when I actually did get my black belt and I finally finished something, I was like, oh, I just had this moment where I was like, if I put in the work, you can achieve things, and these things pay off. And so, I did music for a long time. I kind of finished my degree, and then I decided it was 2012 going into 2013. I decided, as of tomorrow, you are a pro wrestler. That's who you are. And I really believed that I had what it took to be a world champion. I saw myself as world champion the first day I stepped into a training school, and I've been speaking things into existence ever since I started. I remember on my second week, I says, when do they usually do WWE tryouts? And my coach was like, well, November. And I went, cool, I'll be on that one. And I was in my first year. The first match I had outside of my training school was it was closed doors, but it was in a WWE ring.
Really?
Yeah, in the Manchester arena. But what I did is in 2014, so that was when CM Punk had signed to the UFC. That kind of got me thinking that I was like, wow, he's just signed like this deal with the UFC. The UFC is like a legit competitor in the sports entertainment space. And I thought, man, I should get back into it. And so I decided to pursue amateur wrestling at the age of 26. And it took me a good few attempts, but I very closely followed Chael Sonnen's advice, which was the higher the weight classes you go, the lower the skill level is. So what I did is I went as heavy as possible, and there were far fewer competitors, and the skill level was lower. Like, there were guys in lower weight classes who would beat me all the time, but I just got so heavy that the talent pool wasn't as big. And I thought, there's actually only 4 or 5 guys in the UK I really need to worry about here. And I just spent 3 years figuring out how to beat them. And then in 2017, I won my first British championship in amateur wrestling. after everybody telling me you can't start a sport at 26. But in 2017, I won the freestyle British Championship at 97 kilos. I represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games in 2018, and Scotland was drawn against Australia, and Robert Whittaker had declared that he was going to enter the Commonwealth Games for wrestling at 97 kilograms. And I'm thinking, oh my God, Scotland's drawn against Australia. I'm going, I could face the UFC champion as a pro. Can you imagine a pro wrestler facing Robert Whittaker? So I DM'd Chael Sonnen. And I says, Chael, I got to get your advice. Let's be honest, probably going to kick my ass. But should I call him out anyway? And he says, absolutely, you call him out. And Chael wrote my promo.
Come on.
He wrote my promo. I went out and I said it on the BBC. And what happened was, I think Dana White had said that he'd advised him not to do it, or if he got injured at the Commonwealth, they might have to take the title off him. So he ended up not doing it. But from the pro wrestling perspective, I was like, hey. Looks like, you know, hey, Robert didn't want to face the pro wrestler, you know. So that was my adventure into amateur wrestling. And after the Commonwealth Games, which unfortunately I did not medal there, but I did give it my very best. And in life, as long as I give it my best, like, I'm completely happy with that. And I really left it all out there. It was a long, hard-fought match. I gave it every ounce of energy that I had, and I couldn't get the job done, but I gave it my best. I came back to the UK, and I won my second British Championship, this time in Greco, and I decided that would be my last match.
Okay.
Then I would focus purely on professional wrestling.
Did you ever consider MMA?
Yes. Absolutely. Like, I saw CM Punk do it, and I thought, actually, if I just go down this amateur wrestling path, I actually met with there was an MMA company in Ireland. I forget the name. It wasn't Cage Warriors. It was perhaps Bama. It might be.
Bama, yeah.
I think I met with Bama to discuss potentially having an MMA fight. I was very open to it at one point. But pro wrestling just started to pay off, and you know, as I got a little bit older, I just felt the door was closed. It just felt right to move on. I thought, you know, the last thing I did in amateur wrestling was to win a British title, and I thought, you know what, that's a good time to hang up the boots and focus on pro wrestling, because I only did it to further my pro wrestling career.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I just honestly I wasn't happy with how I was being booked or used at the time, and I just thought I need to add legitimacy to what I'm doing. So that was like my kind of primary thought.
A member of my team, Drake, told me today, would you like do MMA videos on YouTube for What Culture?
Yeah. I mean, I was the worst host of all time.
Okay.
So I'm not going to brag about that, but I was actually a host at What
You were a member of the MMA Media Corps?
I believe it or not, I asked Dan Henderson his last ever question.
Come on.
In the sort of press area.
Where was this?
That was in it was in the UK. It was in England.
Like, you would go to fights as a credentialed media member?
I did it once, and then I was like, this isn't for me. But I did it once.
Wow.
There's a lot of stuff like that I've just done once and gone, yeah, this isn't the way. But that was fun.
So did you watch MMA? Were you a big fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, huge fan.
And have you kept in touch with Chael?
I've spoken with Chael like a couple of times on DM. I used to speak to him more, but I haven't spoken to him in recent years actually. But it would be very cool to.
I wonder if he knows that the guy that reached out to him. Like, do you think he knows who you are now?
I don't know if he's put two and two together, but I mean, I think Chael's enough of a fan that he probably watched the Rumble.
That is a good point. That is a good point. Actually, he was tweeting about it. So I just wonder if he remembers that it's the same.
He might not. So Chael, if you're watching,
yes,
there you go.
He'll be on the show tomorrow.
Thank you for all the advice. It's part of what got me here.
A lot of people have stories like this. Oban Elliott, who's in the UFC, who's a big wrestling fan, has stories of just DMing Chael asking for advice. And everyone says he just writes back and couldn't be nicer. So I'm glad to hear that you had the same experience. Those videos back in the day, like for Insane Championship Wrestling, right? Like those music videos that you did, incredible stuff.
Thank you.
What's interesting about it, though, is like I say you're like a cult-like favorite because I feel like fans are so passionate about you and your journey. You used the word comedy before. And as you know, sometimes the comedic acts don't become like the top guy, right? It's a tricky balance. How do you balance that? Because there is still comedy to your gimmick now, right? The turn, the face, but you also want to be taken seriously as the top guy. So how do you balance that?
Well, I think that was part of the motivation with doing amateur wrestling. Like, I mean, Kurt Angle's the classic example. Kurt Angle is one of my favorites of all time. Another just amazing guy, unbelievable to work with. He could be as silly as he wanted to be and still be a huge legitimate threat because of his credentials. And obviously, like, Kurt's achievements are on a completely different level, planet to anybody else. But even on a smaller scale, I thought if I legitimize myself, I can be comedic, you know? But also, I think that my view of professional wrestling is that the people who are most successful in professional wrestling are the ones who are just authentically themselves. Like, if you think about, like, a CM Punk, for example, he is always authentically himself. John Cena is always authentically himself. The top talents are authentically themselves. And I think the more that you are true to your own personality and turn the volume up on it, whether you might be comedic, you might not be. To me, I'm just being me and an amplified version of me. And I feel like the fans are very much in on this journey. They're in it with me because I just felt, honestly, I was happy even just doing it. I got to a point where I was happy doing it in front of 100 or a couple hundred people. I was completely happy doing it. And it was just, I was free. I was expressing myself. And the more that I just let all the pressure go and I could just be myself and have fun with the audience, it just organically grew from there. So to me, there are moments where I'm comedic, there are moments where we're more serious, but I'm just doing what feels right in the moment. And that seems to be what translates.
So what's the turning point? How do you make sense of all of this? Like, again, you're in the business for over 10 years, right?
Yeah, 12 years, yeah.
Right? And then to get to this point, what in your opinion, what changed?
So around the last WrestleMania, fans started to speculate and say, oh, it'd be cool if Joe Hendry showed up. And, you know, sometimes when people speculate, that's when rumors start. And so there was a point where I saw on TikTok, people were making videos of what would happen if I appeared at WrestleMania. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. But it got to the point where anyone who made a TikTok reel with my song was getting 300,000 to 400,000 hits. And I thought, wow, this is something's going on here. And I thought, maybe it's time to actually release this as a song. And I tell people this, I was in my house, and it's just funny how, you know, there's these parallel universes where I was like, man, I'm tired. I need to go to the gym, but I also need to upload this song. And I was like, am I going to go to the gym or upload this damn song? And I was like, I'll upload this song. And I remember being mad that I didn't get to go to the gym that night. I uploaded the song for April 29th because I didn't know how music releases worked anymore. So I didn't know that singles are released on, the schedule I think is Friday to Thursday.
Okay.
I just thought, well, Monday's the start of the week. So I scheduled the song to be released on a Monday because it was the first day of the week, not knowing that's halfway through the release schedule, which gives you half the time to build up sales. But without realizing it worked on my behalf. So I've scheduled it in for April 29th. I think, well, I better start promoting this thing, I guess. So I started doing interviews. My brother started making memes of, like, you know, putting me into famous films and TV shows. Like, we did one where, you know, I won't give it away, but the last moment of The Sopranos cuts to my music video, just things like that. We built up the support. And the song...
Your brother who had just quit his job at McDonald's.
Yeah, but to be clear, he was doing little bits and bobs for me before that.
Yeah.
But it just got to a point where he was like, you know what, this I want to commit, and so he left
full time on the team.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, let's go. And actually, to be honest with you, he's been a huge part of this, and it's been awesome to be able to do that with my brother. You know, it's a rare, awesome thing to work with your family like that, but very grateful for it. But the song releases on the Monday, and because there was no release competition on the Monday, because everyone else released on the Thursday, my song immediately goes to 20 on iTunes in the UK. I tweet it, and then everyone pushed it up and up and up, and it was 1 in the UK on iTunes, it was 6 in the US, it was 3 in Ireland. It's going crazy. And then it went so crazy, it actually got into the legitimate charts. On the same week, I did this concert in the style of, you know, like the one The Rock did in Toronto, right? I remember TNA management came to me and said, we want you to do this concert. And I was like, guys, The Rock just did one. The Rock just did one, and he's The Rock. So how can I do something to make it totally different? And they said, look, I remember they said to me, we're not going to make you do it. If you're saying you don't want to do it, then you don't have to do it, but we think that you can. And I was like, all right. So we kind of went back and forth, and I remember we ended up coming up with this idea that we would do a Creed song, and instead of Can You Take Me Higher, we'd say, can you please get fired to AJ Francis? And there was like, right, that's funny enough that it can be different enough that we can do it. So we did this concert, and it went so well. We were in this iconic music venue in Vegas. So it was like, it just looked great. The audience were laughing along. So it was like we had the perfect segment on at the same time as this song released and it's charting. And those two things together collided. And that's when it really started to take off. And so that April was when it really started to explode. And then, we start TNA. This TNA was on. We were on an upswing in TNA anyway. Like even that January when we were in Vegas, it was absolutely rocking. So TNA's on an ascension as well. And here I'm coming up at the same time. And so it's just all these factors together. Then we do the crossover into NXT. It builds up even more. And the debut video that I had in NXT, I believe, was WWE's most watched clip on X last year, which is unfathomable. But my view is the reason it was the most watched clip is because when I walk out, usually in TNA, I'll just walk out, whereas in NXT, they'll load me into the entrance and I'll do the spin round.
Yeah.
So I had more time that I didn't know what to do with myself. So I walk out and I just start looking around and I just have this feeling of like, whoa, this is cool. They know who I am. And I think it's that organic reaction. That's why the clip did well. So now I've learned, again, authentically be yourself. Try and build in these organic moments to just take it in for a second, you know?
The song, you wrote it, it's your voice, right?
Yeah.
How do you come up with that? Like, how do you come up, because, and I've heard you talk about like to the beats and everything, like, what people react to, but the genesis of that song, pardon the pun, you went at, how does it all come about, and how old is the song?
The song's 5 years old.
Okay.
I actually had it in Ring of Honor. And I remember not being particularly over in Ring of Honor, but the song was super over. So that song, no matter what we were doing, they always found a spot for me to be on the card because they wanted to play the song. Yes. So it really did it helped me learn and get better. And, so the song was always popular, but it was when I got to TNA, that's where we started to fully develop the character and the turn and the look and just bring in all those little elements. And, they say the difference between a good idea and a great idea is the details. So it was, if you look at the Ring of Honor video that I had and the TNA entrance that I've got, it's the exact same song. There's no audible difference. But the video, it's like, wow, that's me, But coming up with the song, I decided that I wanted something with more energy than I had before. And I think my favorite theme is The Rock's, his like 2003 Hollywood Rock theme. That's my favorite theme. But I also wanted something upbeat because I was like, I want the audience to interact. And I was thinking, okay, how can they interact when they're standing together? And I was like, well, they can clap, they can wave their hands. I was thinking of all the ways that the audience can interact when they're either seated or standing. And so I was like, right, I'll have a section where I just tell the audience what to do. So I show them in the video, you have to clap. Mm-hmm. So show and tell what I want them to do. And then I decided that, well, pop music, for me, the sweet spot is 120 beats per minute. You'll find that is a common thread throughout a lot of big pop songs. Queen talked about when they were doing We Will Rock You, they found what they felt was the perfect BPM to get people to do the stomp, stomp, clap. So the first part of my song is very pop, and then the latter part where it breaks down is very reminiscent of The Rock's Hollywood theme, and it's to the BPM that Queen were talking about as well.
Crazy.
So I put that together, and we recorded it at my friend Neil's house, and we got it done fairly fast. I took 2.5 weeks to write it, but I think we might have recorded it. It might have been one day, actually, that we recorded the whole thing. It might have been one day.
The video as well?
No, the video we did separately. The video, some of it is done in my house, just to a green screen, and the rest of it was, again, me and my brother just going out in the camera and just going, let's do it.
Is that in Scotland when you're on the rock and all that?
Yeah, we always go to a place called Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh, which is a beautiful landscape in Edinburgh.
And how do you come up with the turn? Because the turn really, it ties it all. The turn is just incredible.
Thank you. It's very hard to do. It's very, it's in the Ring of Honor one. It's this, you know what I mean? So, but pro wrestling is overt. It's big. It's larger than life. So it was just a case of changing this and having the confidence to do the full spin around. I was very into like British comedy, like The Office and Peep Show. So I was very into like subtle comedy, but I learned how to have some of those British humor sensibilities, but make them bigger, you know? So I think it was something that I might think is funny because I know all the context is a very sort of British humor thing. Whereas I think it was learning that in wrestling, you do have to be larger than life and overt, you know? So I think that was the approach by the time I got to TNA, I realized that comedy has to be done in a slightly different way for professional wrestling.
By the way, we like to joke on the show that I don't really watch anything other than sports, combat sports, basketball, football. The Peep Show might be my favorite.
No way.
I adore Peep Show.
How good is Peep Show?
It is. You know, there was a rumor at one point that they were going to make an American version of it, and they never did it. This is years ago. That show is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. One of my favorite lines ever in all of TV history is they're on a boat, and he says, I forget their names, Jazz and Mark.
Jazz and Mark.
And I think it's Mark who says that he was in a band, and the name of the band was Various Artists, so that it would go to the top of people's iPods.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like when you had an iPod and it would be Various Artists. And I just thought that was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I still make that joke till this day. But if anyone is out there hasn't seen Peep Show, it's one of the most brilliant comedies, brilliant series that I've ever seen.
It is, yeah.
Genuinely loved it.
I love Peep Show. And I think the thing about British humor is we like to be self-depreciating.
Yes, yes.
Peep Show is just, you know, it said no one in Peep Show comes out of it looking good. You know, it's just like a bunch of terrible people. And it's very grim, but it's very funny. It's very
I love
British,
that. I love that. It's an
would
inspiration.
recommend it,
The move, another turning point, the billboard in Glasgow, Clash at the Castle. Like, again, and I don't want you to repeat all the stories, but I like to do my research. But what I gather is you decide let's put the face on the billboard outside the arena. Here's a fan's video of it. This is, for those that don't know, this is outside the arena, and there he is, just with that smile. And when you reach out to get the space, they say, okay, do you want a QR code? Do you want a URL? You just want your face.
Yep. And
brilliant.
Like, so you just want your face, but we can I was like, nope, just want the face. That was one of the most difficult decisions I've ever had to make in professional wrestling.
Why is that?
Because it's a fine line, isn't it? You're thinking, you know, this is a WWE event. How is it going to be perceived, me just putting my face on the billboard? So
politically, you don't want to piss anyone off.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. But then there's that thing. It's like maybe you got to ruffle some feathers. But I think what I've had to do is learn where the line is. And sometimes you go a little bit over the line. You know, I've had a few moments where I've gone, oh, maybe that was a tactical error. But you have to be willing to make a few tactical errors. I'll give you an example. So I remember a fan tweeted. So there was a particular month where I was getting a lot of hate online. And
why?
Just because when anyone gets popular in wrestling, there's a backlash. Right?
Yeah.
So the strategy I'd had up until this point was just you can throw mud at the wall and see what sticks. You can just keep going, and oh, that works. Once you've got to a certain point, you have to be more tactical. So, for example, before I ever appeared in WWE, before, you know, they thought it would be possible for like a TNA wrestler to appear on WWE in that way, I could just say whatever I wanted, and, you know, maybe something would stick and the fans would get behind it. Once I had appeared on WWE, and it's like, well, now the expectation might be here because this has already happened. So I now need to be more careful with what I say. So there's a point where I remember someone said something, and I was just being cheeky about the Rumble, about, oh yeah, Joe Hendry's fallen off. And I remember going, well, let's see how well this statement holds up in about 4 months. And obviously, being around Rumble time, I thought it was a cheeky comment to make. This tweet goes nuclear.
Oh, no.
Nuclear. And I remember thinking, this was a tactical error.
Really?
And I remember genuinely thinking, if this costs me the opportunity, I just have to accept it. I have to accept that and have to take responsibility for it.
Wow. Were you crushed?
No, because I accept that, again, if you're going to be putting your face on billboards and have bold actions like that, sometimes you are going to get it wrong or maybe go too far. But again, as John Cena said to me, fortune favors the bold. So I would rather, learn that way than not try. Because to be quite frank with you, I have to be bold. Because specifically with John Cena, this is his last year. If I'm not bold, I'm not getting anywhere near that match. So I have to be bold. Maybe I will make mistakes, but I have to do what I have to do to make sure I get that match. You know, so I'll make mistakes along the way. But again, it's with the best of intentions. It's entertaining for the fans. This is what this game is. It's fun to speculate in pro wrestling about what could happen.
Yeah.
And again, to come back around to that, it's my job to make a match with John Cena one of the more compelling matchups that are on the table. Like, you know, for example, the other day he just he announced that he wanted to enter the Elimination Chamber, and you know what? I really he is, to me, he's the greatest of all time. He is the greatest of all time because he led the business for such a long period of time. He did such tremendous things leading the business, and I hope that he is successful. But I don't know what John's path is going to be, but can you imagine if he was to challenge for the TNA World Championship in TNA?
Oh.
I mean, we have a huge show in July here in New York for Slammiversary. Can you imagine? It would be just like when he went into ECW to face Rob Van Dam.
Is that at Hammerstein also?
Let me get the
same venue
for you. It's not Hammerstein.
Okay.
We'll get
that. Would be incredible. But I like everything that you're saying. I thought you were going to take me down a different path, that you would face him. Here's what I think is very interesting about what you're doing. If I can give you this compliment, you have a tricky dance that you have to play here.
Okay.
You're the TNA heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
You don't want to. I get it. I understand it, and I hope you are okay with me calling it out.
Go for it.
You don't. WWE is WWE. No, if everyone at TNA is honest with themselves, they know that this is the UFC. This is the biggest promotion in the history of pro wrestling. You seem very thankful and grateful for this opportunity, but you're also grateful for that opportunity. But you don't want to seem overly grateful for that opportunity because you don't want to be disrespectful for your current workplace. Right? That's a tricky balance.
So, none of this happens. None of this happens. Not one of these things happens if I don't get the mentorship, the spotlight, the time that I've had at TNA. TNA is essential. You know what I mean? Like if you take TNA out of this equation, none of this happens. TNA, the whole reason this has happened for me is because TNA go, yes, go do it. Do you know they would be well within the rights to say, you know what, let's not have Joe do that. But they are being so giving to allow me to have these opportunities. I am TNA wrestling. I'm the TNA heavyweight champion. There's no part of me that is thinking, oh well, I can't say this and I can't. There's no such thing as overly grateful for me, because I think with the partnership, I can be extremely grateful to WWE. I can be extremely grateful to TNA for allowing me to have this opportunity, because my job is I'm the TNA World Champion. That is my job. And when you're the champion of a company, your job, my sole job right now, is to bring attention and eyeballs to TNA wrestling. And fortunately, that involves walking down the ramp in front of 70,000 people wearing the TNA World Championship. That's why this partnership is so awesome, because it's totally mutually beneficial. There's nothing that I've said here that is, oh, well, it's more this way or that way.
No, and I'm not implying that. I just want you to be clear. But it's just, I can understand, like, you're so happy to get this opportunity. It's a massive platform, but you don't want to seem like you've got eyes, at the girl at the end of the bar, right? You're happy with this girl right here, but that was a pretty cool thing that you just experienced. And so I think you're doing a great job of expressing that. And I'm not suggesting that any of it is inauthentic or insincere, but it's a very, no one's ever had to do this dance before in your position.
But here's the thing, right? Maybe I'm in the best position of all.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I remember, so me and Matt Cardona had a conversation right after the Rumble, and he's like, I don't think you realize the spot that you're in. There's only one person in professional wrestling who can truly be anywhere, anytime, any show, and it's me.
Yeah.
I'm in the best spot. So that's the way I choose to frame it.
Oh, it's beautiful. No, you're in an incredible spot. It's an amazing position that you're in. Could I ask about TNA? Because again, like I said, I remember watching them back in the day.
Absolutely.
How do you explain what's happening now? Because there's the early days with the Jarretts and the Dixie Carter days, and now here's Anthem coming in. And let's be honest, for a minute there, it seemed like it was an AEW, WWE two-horse race. There's New Japan. Ring of Honor gets gobbled up. But here's TNA slowly but surely building itself back up. The decision to go back to TNA, I think, was a brilliant one. That's a brand and a logo that people recognize. I was curious to see what would happen when Scott D'Amore left, because he seemed to be a big part of the revitalization. And now here you guys are, seemingly, as you said, on the upswing. Absolutely. How do you explain this? What was the turning point to get TNA back on track?
To me, there was no turning point. It's been a gradual build. Like if you look at it even before, before the partnership, before, you know, my song starts going crazy and all that, like I say, even if you go back to Hard to Kill in Vegas in January last year, that place was absolutely packed. Then we made a huge upgrade to production at that show. So TNA has been on a very steady upward trajectory for a long time. And obviously the things that we're talking about, they help. But like TNA has been slowly but surely steadily building up, and it's been awesome to be a part of it. But to be honest, even when I went back to TNA in 2022, I mean, even then, I remember walking out at Bound for Glory 2022 to, you know, a full house. It was a smaller venue than we do for Bound for Glory now, but there was still an energy about it. There was still such a passionate fan base. And this is completely honest, I had options and I chose to go to TNA.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I chose to go to TNA, and it was because at that time, Scott D'Amore did an interview where he said, they said, who do you think could be a future world champion? And this was this was in, I think, 2017. And he said it was Moose, Josh Alexander, and Joe Hendry. And at that point, I was nowhere near the main event. And I thought, well, the fact that he said that means that they must see the potential. So if I go here, they're probably going to let me be me, and I'm going to have the ability to develop. You know, that was my thinking. And I remember this is when Jimmy Jacobs was still there. I remember he said, hey, what do you want to do for your debut? And I says, well, I've got this crazy idea for a vignette, and this is my opening vignette. And I was like, there's an old man in hospital, and he's on his deathbed. His family are all around him. And I want someone to say his name when he's trying to say his last words, and then I'll burst in the door, and everyone will be so excited to see Joe Hendry that they will not be paying attention. The guy will flatline and he will die. And I said all that, and Jimmy went, cool. And then I did 3 vignettes with these these horrible situations, but with like my happy music over the top of it. They were just like, I wanted them to be weird, but that sort of British humor almost. You know, there's one where they were going like, there's a couple and they're saying, you know, your son, he's not yours. And the dad's like, what do you mean he's not mine? Who's say his name. And then I burst through the door and he's happy to see me. So it was like these weird vignettes, but the fact they just let me do these crazy vignettes without checking on me once, they just let me do my thing. So that was one of the big reasons. I needed creative space to learn, to make mistakes, and to develop as a talent. And I think that's one of the best things at TNA is that like you've got like management are very involved with helping talent show them their best selves, but also we've got people in the locker room, like for example, we've got like an Eddie Edwards who can look at someone like me and say, you know what if we tweak this way? You know, it really does take an army of people to take someone and to elevate them to another position. Like, so for example, we've got someone called Leon Slater, who's just like absolutely unbelievable. And, you know, he's going to be the next guy. How do we put him in that position? You know, so there's a real team atmosphere. It's a great time to be in the business.
Do you watch AEW?
I see little bits from time to time. Yeah. It's, to be honest with you, the amount of traveling that I do, what you do is you have to be completely aware of everything that's going on in your own company and have an awareness of what's going on elsewhere.
Do you like their product?
I think there's a lot of talent over at AEW for sure. There's unbelievable wrestlers over there. There's unbelievable wrestlers in WWE. There's unbelievable wrestlers in TNA. It's a New Japan, and you know, it's just the talent in the business as a whole right now is awesome.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a fan. Mm-hmm. It seems very healthy. In fact, as an MMA fan as well, I'm jealous of the wrestling business in that MMA isn't as healthy. There's one dominant. MMA is pro wrestling 15 years ago, where it was WWE and nothing else. There was no competition, and I believe competition makes everyone better. So that's why I'm rooting for the rise of TNA. I'm rooting for the rise of AEW. I think it makes WWE a better product if there are people, you know, nipping at their heels, so to speak. I think it's better for everyone. For the wrestlers, you have options, you have places to negotiate with. It's all good.
Yeah, and I think actually this was highlighted by, by my boss Ariel in the press release that went out for the TNA NXT press release, and it was just making the point that we can be in competition, we can be in friendly competition, but we can also be mutually beneficial as well. And I think that's what's particularly exciting about the business right now.
So you showed up on NXT in the summertime in June.
Yes.
And that was an incredible success. By the way, at the time there was no partnership officially, right?
So now we have like a kind of, it's been announced, it's official. Back then it was
unofficial.
It was we were casual.
Yes, you were sort of flirting. Does that mean like tomorrow you could show up on NXT?
Anything can happen.
Yes.
You just saw, like, if you think about the men's Rumble, right? There was I Show Speed.
Yeah.
And there was me, right? That boggles my mind that I was like one of 2 surprises. Well, AJ coming back as well, so like maybe 3 surprises overall. But for me to be one of those, I'm going, this is, anything can happen at any time. So, and the cool thing is, like, see, the first time I did NXT, I found out for sure the day before. I was doing an interview with Chris Van Vliet, and when the interview was over, I checked my phone, and it was like, it's on. I had a flight going home to Scotland and a flight going to Orlando, and it was like, right, we got to get the Orlando flight. That's
wow.
That's how last minute it can be, but that's what makes it fun as well.
So if there's a guy out there or a girl who, is in the indie scene right now, who's been doing it 5, 6, 7 years, I'm sure inspired by your story, but maybe thinks, how's it going to happen for me, right? I'm in Europe, I'm in England, Canada. What is the message to that person? Because I'm sure you can relate, right, with the sentiment. It seems like you always believed in yourself, you fought through it all, and now you're enjoying it. And I feel like you're just scratching the surface, if I'm being honest. Like, this is just the beginning. But what's the message to that person who might be doubting the journey?
You have to take the responsibility for your own success. You have to put that responsibility on your own shoulders. In my view, there are 5 things that matter in how to become a professional wrestler. There's the 3 elements. This is just my opinion, but there are 3 elements that make you good at the job, and there's 2 elements that get you closer to your goals. So for me, you've got like your look and your physique. That's one element. You've got your in-ring ability. You've got your charisma and your promos. To me, those are the 3 components that make you a good wrestler. Then you've got your ability to promote yourself and your professionalism. Now, what I challenge all wrestlers to do is rank themselves honestly out of 10, with 10 being, the best wrestler in the world and 1 being someone that's never wrestled before. Where are you on that scale? And if you honestly rank yourself out of 10 in all of those areas, anybody that's not at the top level is going to find maybe a 4, maybe a 5, maybe a 6 somewhere. And you have to be really honest with yourself. If you improve on all those areas, that's what I did. And I noticed actually at the time, my ability to promote myself, I was probably ranking a 4, to be honest, before, because I wasn't using Instagram. I wasn't using social media to promote myself. I was doing my entrances, but maybe the company would post it and that would be that. Whereas I had to go, actually, I'm not promoting my own stuff enough. I'm not being effective. Enough influencers out there have figured out social media. I have to figure out social media. And now I would say my ability to promote myself is, an 8 or a 9, in the grand scheme of things, when it was probably a 4 or 5 when I first did that, when I first was honest with myself. And I asked myself to rank myself in all those areas every sort of 6 months or so. And if you as a wrestler can honestly look at yourself and you can rank yourself and go, you know what, can I improve by a factor of 1 out of 10 in all those areas in 6 months? Yeah, I can. And if you aim to be like I'm going to make one claim that might be seen as arrogant. I believe in 2024, I was the world's most improved wrestler. That's what was important to me. I genuinely believe I'm the world's most improved wrestler if you look at that scale. And if you aim to be the most improved wrestler every year, you're going to be a world champion before you know it.
Love it. What advice. Incredible. What's the dream? Is the Cena match the dream match? What's like the ultimate? You seem like a dreamer, and I like that, and you set big goals. What's the dream for you?
Honestly, I'm living my dream. I really am. Like, I mean, when you think about the history, like, of this championship, like, TNA, if we're being really honest, like, TNA has had a huge part in defining what modern wrestling is. I remember being, teenager on holiday, just swimming around the pool thinking, whoa, imagine if I was X Division or TNA champion. And it's like, to actually have this championship here, I'm already living the dream. Like anything else that happens, it's a bonus from this point. And that's incredibly freeing because now I can take those risks. I can put myself on a billboard. I can call out John Cena on this show. I can do all those things because I'm living my dream. Everything else is just a bonus. But if I can be as bold as to say there is something that I want this year, I believe that I have what it takes to make sure that I am one of the most compelling matches for John Cena. Whether that involves me going over there with the TNA World Championship or whether that involves John Cena coming into enemy territory and working in TNA. Because that's exciting. I can see you smiling thinking about that.
I love it.
Right?
I love that stuff.
Right? That could be huge. But then again, there's so many other possibilities that could happen with this crossover. But that, to me, if there's one thing, that's it. Oh, I'll add another. Something that would be wonderful for both companies and most importantly, the fans. Can you imagine if we had a TNA DLC?
Oh my gosh.
That would be huge. And that's not just the modern roster like myself. That could be classic AJ Styles, you know? That would be exciting.
Okay. So you're a big video game guy.
I honestly don't have a lot of time for video games these days. But the wrestling games is how I got into the business.
Yeah, of course.
It's honestly how I got into the video games, and that's how I got into the business. And that's why I would love TNA to have presence in the video game market, because I know so many people become fans through the video games.
Well, this is great because I remember in the late 90s, I think it was 97, ECW showed up for their invasion. And then, of course, they buy WCW and they buy ECW, and they kind of try to create the invasion, but it's not quite the same. This feels like the first time that WWE has a relationship with another promotion that they don't own. You know what I mean? Since that period, unless I'm forgetting something, but I don't. You know, I know they've had deals overseas and stuff, but this is different. And I think it's a sign of the times. Again, I wish we saw more of this in MMA. I think it's brilliant. You're seeing it in boxing. You're seeing promoters come together. Now you're seeing it in the world of pro wrestling. So that forbidden door, I guess, has multiple exits and entries. So I think it's great, and I'm delighted for. For you guys. I actually knew Ariel Scherner way back in the day from the Fight Network. One of the first people I ever met in this business, 2007, 2008. So to see him in that, when I saw him in the press release, I sent him the picture. I was like, man, you've come a long way since the Fight Network. It's amazing.
He's killing it. He's doing an awesome job spearheading all this. It's it's a great time to be at TNA Wrestling, and I want to say a huge thanks to TNA management and also WWE as well for collaborating and allowing these things to happen, because ultimately, like, any one of them at any point could have said no, but I really feel like both TNA and WWE went out of their way to give me that moment, and I'm really grateful for it. I know my family is grateful for it, and it's I've got a lot of gratitude in life right now.
Love it. Well, you're a very easy guy to root for. It's really a lot of fun. Congratulations. I'm not even going to ask you where you're going from here, because I feel like you can show up anywhere.
That's it.
One last request.
Go for it.
To that one, camera 3, can we get the turn?
You can.
Can we get our own? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know you're an artist, it's just so good.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Let's get him on camera 3 right here.
There I'm going to stand for this.
Okay. Yeah.
So what you got to do, I'll tell you how you do it. Come and do it with me.
With you? Oh my God.
Come and do it with me, all right?
This feels like painting with Picasso.
That's it. That's
it. What do I do?
Comparison. Okay, so we're both going to face this way. Are we both in shot?
Yeah, we're both. Look at us right there.
Okay, so the key here is before we go, we're giving away the industry secret here. You've got to take your left foot and pre-turn it.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do the spin.
Okay, 1 second. Let's go here in front of me, because I want people to see all this. This is fascinating.
I'm giving this away.
Are you okay with that?
This means other people could steal my gimmick and I could be out of a job, but you know what? I have to have confidence in my abilities. Right, so we're here, and we're going to just pre-turn our left foot, and then you get ready, and what we're going to do is we're going to spin to the left.
So where do you put your arms?
Just like a little, just get them ready
like
to swing.
Okay.
The momentum's going to help you.
Okay.
And you're going to use this finger to point at the camera, and we're going to go 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, we're going to spin.
Can I watch you first? And then
we're live.
Do it together.
We're live.
Okay, we're live now. Okay.
So, but what you got to do is you got to awkwardly point and intensely stare into the camera
with a smile.
With a smile. It's got to be intense.
Do you have the smile on beforehand, or does it happen?
Just let
I'm
it happen.
overthinking.
Just let the magic happen. All right.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. You gotta wait for the go. One more.
Fuck.
Oh, you're swearing.
Oh yeah, I'm allowed to swear.
Oh, you're allowed to swear.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry. Is that okay? Did that make you uncomfortable?
It did a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay. So we're gonna go and on go. All right.
I gotta say, I lost my balance.
I know. It's tough.
It's tough.
I'm an athlete.
Okay.
All right. So on go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nah, you're way better than me.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
What a legend.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Joe
for having
Hendry.
me.
Which one am I looking at? This one? Catch him on TNA. By the way, you guys are doing live now.
Yes, we are. We are doing live television. On occasion. It's very exciting. And live television, there's nothing like it in professional wrestling. There's a different excitement about it. So we're doing some tape, some live, but it's something we're experimenting with, and I hope that we can do more of it because it's super exciting.
Well, I love everything you're doing. My audio guy's going to hate me
Oh,
because I haven't
let's get back to the
microphone
mix.
throughout all this. Frank, sorry, commiserations on that, but that was just too much fun. Catch Joe Hendry on TNA Wrestling. It's still called Impact.
Yes, TNA Impact, yeah.
TNA Impact. They're an incredible company, and he's doing big things, and he's going to headline WrestleMania against John Cena. You heard it here first. We're going to take a quick break. Here's my conversation with Paul Hughes from last week. We'll be back to say goodbye on a stacked Monday. Don't go anywhere. Can you even put into words what life has been like for you since Saturday? Because I feel like so much has changed in your life as a result of that fight, despite it not going your way.
Yeah, it's everything's changed, bro. Everything's changed. The magnitude of Saturday night was obviously miles ahead of anything before, and then the aftermath, and then obviously recent things. So it's been crazy, bro. It's been crazy. Life is a whirlwind at the minute. It really is, but I'm trying my best to kind of take it in. But I'm feeling very good. I'm very, very blessed for sure.
Okay, so that last line, very important. You're feeling very good, and I'm delighted to hear that. Do you feel, obviously, it was heartbreaking to see your reaction in the cage as the results were announced. You fall to your knees. We share your pain. You were so close to realizing your dream. Do you feel better about Saturday, or is it still too raw, too fresh?
No, I mean, to be honest, I kind of felt better instantly after kind of watching it back. For me, it's always the most important thing is actually just watching it back after, because, on the night, I obviously clearly thought that I won. My team obviously thought that I won, especially because of how I ended the fight as well. I thought, okay, this is a given. It's mine. So it hurt a lot at the time. But look, when I watched it back, I seen, it was obviously a close fight. Any close fight in MMA can go either way. I really thought that I won, and I still think that I won.
Have you had a chance to rewatch the fight?
I have, yeah. Sorry, am I lagging behind there? It's just
there's a little bit. Sometimes this happens. Do you hear me? It's coming in and out. Okay, yeah. There's a couple times where it's kind of lagging, but I'm cool with it. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Okay. What did you say? Did I get to watch it?
Yeah. Have you had a chance to watch it? And if so, when you're watching it, are you scoring it? And what do you think the proper score should have been?
I need to watch it back again. So I only watched it directly after the fight, as in that night, and then maybe the next day. Look, the thing to me, right, that I think that most people are missing, there's been a lot of debate over the scorecards and how in each individual round was scored, and obviously it was a varying between all the scorecards. So yes, people are going to debate that. But less people are talking about the momentum change of the fourth round when we clashed heads. Usman was about to break. I was about to get him out of there. That was that point of the fight where he was going all the way down, and I knew, and I was waiting for this opportunity. I had spent 3 rounds breaking him down, making the reads, and getting him exactly where I needed him to be to finish him. I was folding him over almost folding him over at the end of the 3rd round. Coming out for the 4th, I knew I had his number. And I felt it in the cage when I was ripping him to the body. I could feel his energy and his spirit break, and I knew I had him. And the headbutt happened, and he got about 5 minutes of recovery time. And that momentum change was the reason that I didn't finish him, because I know for a fact that round 4 or 5, he was done. There was absolutely no chance he would have had the energy to get me down or keep me down. And there was no question that I was going to empty the tank at punches towards his head and body, that one of them would have put him out cold or one of them would have finished him to the body. There is no question. absolutely zero. That's why I'm also so excited to fight him again, because I know I have his number. I probably just didn't do enough early. I scored round 1 definitely for him. Round 2, I think maybe one of the judges gave them to me. I can't recall. I need to look back. Everyone's been moving so fast. But
here are the scorecards, by the way.
Was there any round 2 for me there? Yeah, there was one. So maybe I didn't put enough pressure on him early, but I know for a fact, Ariel, that he was done. Like, I know I would have got him out of there. And I think that that's maybe not what people are talking about enough, as to like him being able to get energy back and just withstand and stay alive in the 5th round, essentially. That's kind of how when I'm thinking and assessing the fight, that's what I'm thinking about right now. Not like individual scoring rounds, because obviously the scorecards were bullshit. There was absolutely zero chance that it was 4-1. I think everybody is in agreement with that. But yeah, that's where my head's kind of at with it.
By the way, just curious, in that moment during that 5-minute break, are you getting antsy, thinking like, I have him on the ropes, so to speak, and I need to get back out there? Like, are you dying inside there?
If you could only see, and I'm sure that there are a lot of cameras with this kind of footage of what I'm walking around the cage and saying to people, I'm seeing Don Davis, and I'm going, I could give me 5 more rounds with him. I was like, I want to fight him again. I'm talking to people saying, let me at him again. I'm saying, he's fucked. I'm looking at people and going, he's getting out of there now. And I'm staring at Usman, and he won't even look at me. And Habib was kind of like saying, chill, chill, chill. And I'm just standing. And that's when like the viral clip of me with the blood or the photos and all, that's just me staring at him going like, he's done. Like, I'm going to get him now, because his spirit was broke. And he just had enough time to get his energy back, to survive a 4th round, and then just survive a 5th. But it was, yeah, a game of true inches. You know, the 5th round again, I overthrew a shot. He got behind me and he held me for 2 minutes, just doing nothing, just kneeing my hole. Like, I'm saying to him, let's fight. And the crowd's going mad because he's kneeing me. Like, there's nothing going on there, but he's just surviving. But anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Like, my general thoughts on it is I'm happy. I'm not like insanely disappointed, because I know the rematch it's got it.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe. How great was that, Frank? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got cut up. I forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, he taught me how to do the move.
You had to do it. I get it.
Oh my God, you know yourself, Frank. It was something. That was a lot of fun. Thank you to Joe for coming in. Thank you to Karolina for coming in. What a day. 5:15. Oh my gosh. We have some super chats to get to. Oh dear, there's a lot of super chats. Wait, when did this start? Oh wait, 129. What day is it today?
Today is the 3rd.
Oh, I forgot. You're the one who reads the super chats.
Yeah.
Now. Oh. Okay, sorry.
You know, Duncan.
Yes.
Writes in. I don't have a question. Just wanted to say thank you to Frank for his hard work, his professionalism, and his skill set when it comes to audio. I love how he specifies the specific skill.
Sure.
He is a standout member of the team, and his efforts do not go unnoticed by viewers.
How did you pay for that in pounds, Frank?
Yeah.
That is weird.
And when did you decide that Duncan was going to be your alias?
Yeah, these are all good questions. Thank you, Duncan. That's very sweet. Warms my heart. 24-inch Dubs, the casual, sends in 5 Canadian, and I think the gist of what he's saying is you guys are great and you make my day amazing.
Oh, wow. Great Google Translate. Merci, Ariel et les boys. Thank you, Ariel and the boys. Tu rends toutes nos journées meilleures. You make all our days better. What a legend. Merci. J'apprécie.
All right, we got 20 sweets. The fight to make here
looks
is...
like sec. No?
Thank you. Yeah. Swedish crowns, I think they
wow.
They didn't...
Yo, shout out to Garlic.
Did we talk about these before? Yeah.
No, I don't know.
The fight to make here is MVP versus Derek Lewis.
Yo.
Because
that's kind of weird. Yeah, all right.
Matt Borgeson writes...
That dude just spent $1.79 to say that?
We don't judge. You send what you want.
All right.
What you want. I do want to point out that someone spent 20 pounds just to gas me up, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
If there ends up being a trilogy for Better Be a Bivol, do you think we'll end up seeing him face off against Buatsi if he beats Callum Smith?
By the way, I love how you say it. Yes, Joshua. If there ends up being a trilogy for Better Be a Bivol, do you think we'll end up seeing... Oh, this is regarding David Benavidez. I was about to say Joseph Benavidez. I don't hate that one. Yeah, Buatsi Callum Smith is the curtain jerker for February 22nd. That's how deep that card is. Don't hate that one, but the one I really want to see is... honestly, I guess it depends on how that fight ends. If it's controversial, if it's close, if it's this, that. But I don't want to see them fight each other 3 times in a row. I think the inclusion of David Benavidez into this tournament, if you will, would be great. And by the way, I wouldn't hate if the loser of that fight fights Morrell. F it.
Robert McAllister wanted to point out that Topology has Gaziev #1 heavyweight in the world, which has been confirmed by On Air Jordan.
Okay. Shout out. Or On Air, or... Is that true? That's not true.
Look at it.
What?
Receipts.
Oh, I thought it was a joke. How's that even possible? What like... Is that fan voting?
You beat Thomas Peterson, you get the #1 ranking.
No, but how does their rankings work? I think those are like fan ones, right?
I think... You know what? I don't know. I think you can make your own list, but yeah, I can't tell what's going on here. Topology Worldwide Rankings.
Shout out. What else?
We have one more.
Yes.
Jason Carney sends in $3.11. Creature's Best 311 song.
Yes.
There's a little bit of a backstory on this one. We'll get to it really quickly.
You don't think I know the backstory?
I absolutely know you don't know the backstory.
I 100% know the
today.
backstory.
No, take this confidence. I want to see where this goes. Earlier, you made a comment that you liked the show Peep Show.
Yes.
And I was surprised by that. And
Why?
I tried to I don't know, I mentioned Spaced before, and
that show.
I know cringe humor is not necessarily your thing, from what I understand.
British humor, definitely my thing.
Okay. Well, so then I had said that to the control room, and they all kind of no-sold it, Frank, get back to work or whatever. So I went to the chat, who was always there for me.
Oh.
And then Connor goes on the chat and tells me to shut up.
Wow.
Within the chat is coming to my defense, where they're telling Connor that, he should stop bullying me. Then they start saying that I am a house elf from the Harry Potter universe, which are notoriously shat on by the humans.
Sure.
And one of the house elves' names is Creature. So they were really, all I'm saying is that, chat engagement is good. It's never looked better.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thumbs up to the chat.
Thumbs up to the chat. It's a new era. Members-only chat. Being received well? People liking it?
They couldn't be happier.
Yeah. I believe in Joe Hendry. Connor loves that song.
So good.
By the way, the big point of pride for me is how I would say of the crew, I would say probably you and Jordan are probably the least wrestling fans, if that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, I think
I
that's
think
fair.
you both enjoyed the Rumble the most.
Oh yeah.
I
was hyped for the last.
Even Andy was watching the Rumble.
Yeah, she only made it to 17, but
listen, it doesn't matter.
Watch.
It doesn't matter. Everyone's all. I don't remember the last time we all watched. Unless you guys were working it, everyone was all in. Pete's staying up till 4 or 5 a.m. to watch the Rumble.
I had a fantastic time. Had several people over. They all enjoyed it.
Are you watching Raw tonight? Is that the?
No.
No. Okay. No. Are you gonna watch Elimination Chamber?
Maybe because of the promo that Cena cut.
Oh, I thought
what happens in Elimination Chamber? They all get put in a cage?
They all get put in this thing with pods. And so basically, Jey Uso is now the guy who gets to pick which title he's going to go after for WrestleMania, right? Because you win the Rumble and you punch your ticket.
Why? Explain to me why he wouldn't go
for Cody?
Yeah, the top title?
Well, there's two. Technically, they want you to believe that they're both the top title. And so it's Cody and Gunther. But if we're being honest, with all due respect to Gunther, it's Cody's. Now, there is some thought that he's going to go for Gunther's for some reason, and then Cena wins the Elimination Chamber, and then the person who wins the Elimination Chamber gets the shot at the other belt. Now, how they get there, who the hell knows? But it seems like a lot of people think it's going to be Cody versus Cena. Now, you know how I feel about this. I love John Cena. I would love to have him in studio. He's long been one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Say his name. And
This is a departure from this morning when we were talking bald spots.
Like, when he's in studio, do you mention that to him? Like, oh, you got a little bald spot there.
Listen, we all have our things. We all have our things. By the way, wait, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that?
I think Frank is trying to get Jordan in trouble because I don't think Jill liked it, and now we're playing it over and over.
He requested it earlier today, so.
You lost your train of thought. Where were you?
So wait,
Cena. Something about Cena.
Say his name.
Cena versus. I love the way he's building that up. I could see. It's reminiscent of Cena calling out Kurt Angle way back in the day. Obviously, he was a debutante back then, but there is a little bit of a passing of the torch involved there. So
that'd be fun.
Yeah.
We going to
Slammiversary.
UBS, July.
Oh, is that it? Is that the arena?
UBS Arena, yeah.
Oh, he said June. UBS Arena is a big time arena.
Yeah, man.
I said Hammerstein. I thought it was.
Yeah, that was a little bit insulting to him.
Well, I didn't realize that they were running UBS.
TNA Wrestling Slammiversary, July 20th, Belmont Park, New York. UBS Arena. Pay-per-view and TNA Plus. I'm there.
Let's do it.
Should we go?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
I've never been to UBS. You guys went there for the UFC.
It's the worst.
Is it the worst?
Times I went for AEW actually too.
No, I heard it's beautiful.
It's an amazing arena.
Wait, it's
hard to get there.
Incredibly difficult to get to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's fair. The arena itself is very nice though.
Yeah, the arena's great.
All right. Was there anything else?
No, I don't think so, man. Great show.
I'm seeing this clip here from Jedi of Dana White on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, we need to protect hate speech.
Well, first he says we have to protect free speech. Okay. Is there any limit to that for you? Piers Morgan says. No, I think probably the most important free speech to protect is hate speech. I mean, because when a government or a certain person can come out and determine and say this is hate speech, it's a very slippery slope, and it's dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds.
Well, we all have opinions, right?
It's all so weird. I find it fascinating how these guys are like propping Dana White as being the sort of arbiter of what is free speech, what is not speech. He's a fight promoter. He's a fight promoter who's turned into a great businessman, but like they look to him to be this sort of moral compass as to what's free speech, what's hate speech, what's not hate speech, what is free speech. It's like, what are we doing? And by the way, this being an individual who bans media from covering their events because he doesn't like things that they write or doesn't like things that they report on or doesn't like information that they have. Like, come on. The hypocrisy there is outlandish. It's crazy that this has become the sort of bastion of free speech in society. This guy has become the bastion of you can't punish, you can't police, you can't do this, that, or the other, when like that's what he has been doing for the last 20-something years. Come on now. God bless. Much love. The success of the organization is unmatched, unparalleled, unbelievable. There's nothing you could say. But like, could we chill out with all of this? No? Or at the very least, just ask, okay, so how do you feel about this and that? Like, how does your stance? And by the way, maybe the stance has changed. Because Lord knows the stance has changed from 10 years ago when guys were getting cut and fired and suspended for saying things or doing things. So maybe that stance has changed as well towards the media. I don't know, but there is a hypocrisy there, in my opinion. Just my opinion. Tomorrow on the program, we're gonna have Chael Sonnen on. It's an old school Ariel and the Bad Guy day. Who's excited? Anyone?
Chael Sonnen.
I'm excited.
Promoter for
Joe Hendry. And Oban Elliott.
Yeah.
Who knew that Chael had his tentacles all over the UK? Wales, Scotland. Was there anything else that we needed to do before we went bye-bye?
I mean, we could hit the music.
Okay, we could do that. Thank you to Averon as well, by the way. At one point in the show early on, I was cooking, and then Eric got on my ear, and then I forgot to get to it. Sorry. But I think we're in a good spot.
We're in a great spot.
Say his name and he appears.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh man, there's all kinds of news. I'm seeing here on uncrowned.com, WWE star Brock Lesnar named in federal hush money lawsuit against former company chairman Vince McMahon. What a day. I mean, where else? Where else in the world of sports Do you get David Benavidez? Do you get Joe Hendry? Do you get MVP, Terrance McKinney, Karolina Kowalkiewicz? I mean, where else do you get this range? You know? Where else do you get this range?
It doesn't exist.
Has there been any more trades in the world of basketball?
No.
Nothing.
Although I'm seeing rumors of like Mitchell Robinson on the way out the door.
Oh. Oh yeah. Okay, but nothing concrete.
No. A couple people. Alex Behunin, that Jairzinho Rosenstrike released from the UFC.
Oh.
Not a good performance on Saturday.
Well, wasn't it just like off the roster? We don't know. Sometimes that's just like free agent.
Yeah, I see here from Mitchell Robinson. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. A tweet from him. Honestly, I'd be okay with it. Bring me Austin Reeves. Bring me Dalton Connect.
I think one you might get. The other
Come on.
not.
Come home, guys. Tremendous show. Thank you to all our guests. Thanks to you. Thanks to all that. Back on Tuesday, same time, place. Peace. I'm out of here.